Why is there a continuous reversal in the plot? He hasn't done anything significant, has he? Why? Chu Ming exclaimed, his face filled with confusion. He should have only acted against Chu Quan once the rest was all matters concerning Jiyu Shengwu. Could it be? A possibility dawned upon Chu Ming. Is it Jiyu Shengwu who took action against Chu Quan? Chu Ming inhaled deeply, his eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. Indeed, this was a plausible scenario. With Jiyu Shengwu bringing so many skilled individuals, it was unlikely he merely wished to invite Chu Quan for tea. Jiyu Shengwu acted against Chu Quan, and thus the existing plot surrounding Chu Quan was reversed, leading to the accumulation of plot points. This was the only situation Chu Ming could conceive. He had no inkling that Chu Quan was currently in the Chen residence in the capital. Nor could he have anticipated that Chen Changgu would arrange for Chu Quan to become engaged to Chen Xian. Even more surprising to Chu Ming was the fact that the skilled individuals sent by Chen Changgu to apprehend them were already en route. Had he known all of this, he surely would not have been able to smile. At this moment, Chu Ming was still somewhat smug. Excellent. Chu Ming squinted and smiled. Now I am merely 56 points away from unlocking the plot shop. For Chu Ming, 56 points was merely the equivalent of 2 or 3 side quests. With a little more effort, he believed he could achieve it imminently. Once the plot shop is unlocked, I should be able to exchange for numerous valuable items from the original work. Chu Ming nodded with a smile. Just then, a fair hand pressed down on Chu Ming's phone. In the next instant, the black phone in his hand was abruptly snatched away. HMPH, so pleased, I must see what you are up to. While Chu Ming was lost in thought, Chen Xian had appeared by his side without him realizing it. Seizing the moment of his distraction, she had taken the black phone. Her gaze fell upon the phone screen. Chu Ming's complexion instantly turned pale, and his heart skipped a beat. If Chen Xian were to glimpse the contents displayed on his screen, all his secrets would likely be exposed to her. Chapter 132, The Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant. What are you doing? Chu Ming sprang up, swiftly reclaiming his phone. Immediately after, he cautiously locked the phone screen. Chen Xian regarded him with curiosity, giggling, You have something to hide. You are the one with something to hide. Chu Ming glared at her. Is it permissible to pry into someone else's phone? If you don't want to show it, then don't, Chen Xian pouted, staring at him word by word. You're such a miser. Chu Ming fell silent. He had nearly been frightened to death by Chen Xian just moments ago. If the existence of the urban cultivation app were to be revealed, it would spell great trouble. This app was the very foundation of Chu Ming's confidence. Clearly, he would need to be more cautious around Chen Xian from now on. By the way, Chu Ming, Chen Xian suddenly inquired, what did you give that Jiyu Yuteng earlier that changed his expression? You wish to know? Chu Ming concealed his anxiety, responding with a faint smile. Is that something you need to keep secret? Chen Xian pressed curiously, just tell me. There's nothing much, I merely provided him with a DNA proof. Chu Ming spoke softly, concerning the relationship between the Su family's elder Su Guoqin and Su Mingfei. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Her voice raised, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Realizing her breach of decorum, Chen Xian hurriedly stood to apologize to the other guests. Once seated again, she lowered her voice and asked Chu Ming, Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Chu Ming chuckled. So, Su Guoqin and Su Mingfei are truly father and daughter? My goodness, there's an age difference of more than 40 years between them, right? Chen Xian was thoroughly shocked. The relationship is genuine, but the evidence I gave Jiyu Yuteng is fabricated. Chu Ming took a sip of his sugar-free cola, speaking in a low tone. Fabricated? So you are deceiving Jiyu Yuteng? Chen Xian was taken aback. Am I deceiving him? Chu Ming shook his head. You need to think clearly at IS&T as it seems. Chen Xian pondered for a moment. She then winked at Chu Ming. Suddenly, she grasped his point. So, you mean, as long as Jiu Yuting spreads this news, people will naturally come to verify it? Smart, Chu Ming smiled. This tactic is called casting a brick to attract jade. Using false DNA proof to stir public opinion among the aristocratic families in the capital, then forcing Su Guoqin to undergo a real blood test. Chen Xian realized, Chu Ming, do you think Su Guoqin would dare to do that? He wouldn't dare, but he has to, Mo Chen said nonchalantly. At that point, he will likely try every means to swap the real results. But the Jiu family isn't filled with fools. If they allow Su Guoqin to successfully swap the proof, that would be their own fault. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian looked at Chu Ming in surprise. After a long pause, she nodded. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, Chu Ming. You're flattering me, Chu Ming smiled as he finished his sugar-free cola. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Chu Ming pulled out his phone in astonishment. Congratulations, your affinity with the fated villain Chen Xian has risen to 1,000 points. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. His face turned ashen. How could merely a few words increase his affinity? Chu Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was it him, or was there something wrong with this app? Congratulations, your affinity with the fated villain Chen Xian has reached 1,000. Reward: Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant exclusive to Chen Xian. 1 Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant. Legend has it that an unparalleled craftsman used dragon blood and phoenix blood to create this jade pendant, resulting in 2 pieces, 1 dragon and 1 phoenix. Those destined to possess it will find their soulmate. Note: when the dragon meets the phoenix sings, and the dragon roars. What is this thing? Chu Ming looked at the jade pendant in his inventory with a strange expression. This item was not mentioned in the original work. He couldn't recall any mention of this jade pendant by the absurd author. What's wrong? You're staring at your phone, looking pale, Chen Xian observed with curiosity. There must be something wrong with your phone. Let me see it. Hearing this, Chu Ming cautiously tucked away his black phone. He shot her a glare. Miss Chen, please maintain your decorum. You are not my girlfriend, so do not overstep. Oh. Chen Xian laughed charmingly. What, can I see it if I become your girlfriend? That would still be unacceptable. Chu Ming replied. HMPH. Chen Xian pouted, her small hand gesturing dismissively. Forget it, with your demeanor, you are not worthy of my company. Indeed, I am unworthy of you, Chu Ming quickly agreed. Miss Chen, I suggest you return home and not linger in Linzhou. I refuse. Chen Xian huffed. You brought me here, and now you wish to send me away. Not a chance. Chu Ming replied helplessly. Then how long do you intend to stay here? Chu Ming was genuinely frightened. If Chen Xian remained in Linzhou, would her affinity continue to soar? What to do? This Chen Xian had a spoiled temper that Chu Ming could hardly tolerate. Moreover, this Chen Xian would eventually be targeted by Chu Quan and cast into the mortal realm. If he were to associate with her, wouldn't he be courting doom at an alarming rate? Chu Ming, since you are so eager for me to leave, I shall deliberately stay. Chen Xian giggled. What can you do about it? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming felt overwhelmed. How had he been so foolish as to let Tang Lin put this girl on a helicopter? Now, this Chen Xian was clinging to him like a stubborn burr. By the way, Chu Ming suddenly took out a jade pendant from his pocket. Do you recognize this? It was the jade pendant the urban cultivation app had rewarded him earlier. This was a translucent white jade, intricately engraved with a swimming dragon. Isn't this my jade pendant? Chen Xian was taken aback. She quickly snatched the pendant from Chu Ming and tucked it into her pocket. I couldn't find it these past few days. Turns out you had it. Are you certain it's yours? Chu Ming asked in confusion. This pendant had been taken from his inventory. How could it possibly belong to Chen Xian? Could there be any doubt? Would I, the esteemed young lady of the Chen family, need to deceive you for a jade pendant? Chen Xian shot him a glare, explaining, that pendant was given to me by a Taoist when I was a child. My grandfather instructed me to keep it with me at all times. I thought I had lost it these past few days. The Taoist gave you a jade pendant? Chu Ming's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Indeed, that Taoist also said something to my grandfather, but I was too young to comprehend it at the time. Chen Xian pouted. Something about how this jade pendant would one day find its other half or something like that. Chen Xian's seemingly casual remark, however, left Chu Ming inwardly astonished. Chapter 133, Beg Me. Chu Ming was certain. This subplot regarding the jade pendant was entirely absent in the original narrative. Yet, there are individuals in this world who are aware that this pendant has a counterpart. Why? Could it be that the so-called Taoist is also knowledgeable about the urban cultivation app? What else did the Taoist say? Chu Ming inquired, perplexed. I've forgotten. How could I possibly remember such details? It's already remarkable that I recall even a single phrase. Chen Xian replied with exasperation. Chu Ming scrutinized Chen Xian's expression. He understood in his heart that Chen Xian was not lying. So, where did that Taoist go afterward? He asked. He probably wandered the world, Chen Xian responded. I don't even know his name. It seems only my grandfather is aware. By the way, I think his surname is Bai. Surname Bai? Chu Ming's confusion deepened. There was no Taoist with the surname Bai in the original text. Could it be that this Taoist, like him, is also a time traveler? Chu Ming, why are you inquiring about such details? Are you perhaps intrigued by my background? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, teasingly. What interest could I possibly have in you? Chu Ming retorted, exasperated. You're neither gentle nor a delicate girl, and you're quite the spendthrift. Expecting me to be interested in you? Dream on. You. Chen Xian gasped in shock. She was infuriated. No one had dared to speak to her in such a manner throughout her life. Although Chu Ming's words were indeed true. But Chen Xian refused to accept it. Heh. With a cold smile, Chen Xian retrieved a key from her bag. She unlocked the 3 handcuffs on Chu Ming's wrist. Chu Ming was taken aback. Have you had a change of heart? Realizing you should let me go? Joy suddenly illuminated Chu Ming's face. Could it be that his previous remarks had significantly diminished Chen Xian's fondness for him? That would be splendid. But in the next moment. Click, click, click. 3 distinct sounds echoed. The smile on Chu Ming's face froze instantly. This woman actually handcuffed herself to him again. What are you doing? Chu Ming asked in astonishment. Nothing much, Chen Xian replied with a cold smile. Your earlier words have greatly angered me. Therefore. Chen Xian waved the key she held in her right hand. The key I discarded earlier was one, and this is a spare. However, now I must do something. Chen Xian raised her right hand and forcefully threw the spare key out of the window. Chu Ming's heart screamed in disbelief. This crazy woman. If he wanted to break free from these 3 handcuffs, it would likely take him several hours. It was already 11:30 at night. He might well be at it until the morning. Chen Xian must have been thinking precisely that when she did this, right? The heart of a woman can be most venomous. Chu Ming, you now have 2 choices, Chen Xian said with a mischievous smile. 1. Apologize to me, and I will accompany you to search for the key. Upon hearing this option, Chu Ming asked, and the second? Second? Chen Xian chuckled. Apologize to me, and then you will accompany me to find the key. Chu Ming, choose. Chen Xian said gleefully. Chen Xian, you have some nerve, Chu Ming gritted his teeth. If it were just one handcuff, he would never deign to compromise. But there were 3 of them. Apologize, Chen Xian insisted. Have you lost your mind? Chu Ming shot her a glare. Then it shall be, Chen Xian replied. While we wait, I might as well call my grandfather and have him send someone to check on me. At that time, regarding the identity of the underworld king, Chen Xian lowered her voice and whispered in Chu Ming's ear. You said you wouldn't use that to threaten me. Chu Ming retorted angrily. Indeed, which of your ears heard me threatening you? Chen Xian replied with a gentle smile, lowering the brim of her pink cap. Your Highness, the underworld king, do not speak carelessly. You! Chu Ming clenched his fists. He finally understood why Chen Xian was the great antagonist. Now he even wished to slap this woman across the face. So infuriating. Hurry up and make a decision, Chen Xian urged. Otherwise, I might change my mind and demand even more. Chu Ming glared fiercely at Chen Xian and enunciated each word carefully. Chen Xian, must you truly insist on this? Otherwise? Fine, you leave me no choice. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Chu Ming unleashed his spiritual energy in his right arm. Chen Xian had initially intended to laugh, but upon witnessing Chu Ming's action, her expression shifted. Chu Ming actually took action, lifting her and placing her over his shoulder. Chen Xian exclaimed in terror, Chu Ming, what are you doing? Since Miss Chen is unwilling to fetch the key, then I, Chu Ming, shall take my leave. Chu Ming replied with a cold smile. Haha, the child is indeed teachable, Chu Ming chuckled as he draped his arm over Guo Ji's shoulder. As the first minor antagonist of the school chapter, Guo Ji needed a helping hand from Chu Ming. After all, they were all pitiable villains, weren't they? Time swiftly passed, the sun began its descent in the west and the school bells rang out from every corner of the campus. The lingering twilight almost lulled everyone into a stupor. In a secluded corner of the playground at Linju High School, Guo Ji stood there, impatiently glancing at his watch. It had already been 20 minutes since the end of classes. Where was Chu Kuang? Guo Ji furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with annoyance. Could it be that he was afraid of me? What should I do then? Indeed, Guo Ji was genuinely apprehensive that Chu Kuang might not show up. After all, the premise of his plan with Chu Ming hinged on Chu Kuang making an appearance. He decided to wait for another 5 minutes. If he didn't arrive, he would go to their class to find him. Guo Ji's gaze turned icy. If he could help Mingyu teach that Chu Kuang a lesson, she would surely see him in a new light. In his mind, Guo Ji was calculating. He had just made inquiries through Zhao Nian to confirm that what Chu Ming had said was true. With that assurance, he felt no hesitation. If he could discipline Chu Kuang, he would win the favor of Xiao Minjiui. At that point, with a little flattery, she would undoubtedly agree to be with him. Just as Guo Ji was lost in his daydreams, a figure clad in a white school uniform approached in the fading sunlight. It was Chu Kuang. Chapter 67. Fate should not end finally. He has arrived. Upon seeing Chu Kuang's silhouette, Guo Ji's face lit up with joy. He had thought that Chu Kuang was too frightened to show up. You are Guo Ji? Chu Kuang's expression was frigid as he fixed his gaze on the boy before him. His brow furrowed. I've heard you wish to duel with me. Yes, that would be me. Guo Ji coldly snorted, seizing Chu Kuang's collar and demanding, Tell me, were you the one who troubled Xiao Mingyu a few days ago? A glimmer of understanding flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes. So it was for this reason. He grasped Guo Ji's right hand, gradually prying it away from his collar. Yes, and what of it? Indeed, it was you. Guo Ji's eyes sharpened. He suddenly exerted force, attempting to twist Chu Kuang's wrist with his strength. However, he found himself unable to budge him, as if he were trying to turn a tightly fastened screw. What? Guo Ji stood frozen in disbelief. How could it be that he could not overpower this seemingly frail boy? Someone like you dares to provoke me? Chu Kuang let out a chilling laugh. Swiftly twisting his left hand, Guo Ji felt a sharp pain in his arm as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Get lost? With a sudden burst of strength, Chu Kuang shoved Guo Ji away. The force propelled Guo Ji, a practiced fighter, several steps back, landing him unceremoniously on the ground. Just as expected, Chu Kuang's claim of possessing martial skills was indeed true. Guo Ji felt parched, his faith in Chu Ming further solidified. But what should he do now? Continue to fight? Guo Ji felt a twinge of anxiety. There were only the two of them here. If he fled, it wouldn't be a disgraceful act that moment. Chu Kuang suddenly pulled a challenge letter from his pocket, methodically tearing it into shreds. I see you have an affection for Xiao Mingyu. Chu Kuang sneered. Very well, I take delight in destroying what others cherish. And people are no exception. Hearing this, Guo Ji's fury ignited. How dare he touch Xiao Mingyu? That meant he was asking for his life. Do you dare? Guo Ji shouted. I will not let you off. You want to let me off? Chu Kuang burst into laughter, his eyes glinting with menace. I'm eager to see how you intend to do that. Guo Ji's breath quickened, clenching his fists. He picked up a piece of broken brick nearby and charged forward, aiming a strike at Chu Kuang's right cheek. He was careful with his strength, intending merely to teach Chu Kuang a lesson. Not to take his life, however. Chu Kuang had no such reservations. The wrath of an ant? Chu Kuang scoffed, throwing a punch that shattered the brick, sending Guo Ji flying several meters away. The pain from this blow jolted Guo Ji back to reality. Chu Ming was right. He couldn't match this Chu Kuang. But now, it was too late for regrets. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall ensure you do not remain in this world. Chu Kuang coldly remarked, casting a glance at the fallen Guo Ji. Suddenly, a piece of broken brick on the ground began to tremble. To Guo Ji's astonishment, it wobbled and flew into Chu Kuang's right hand. This? How is this possible? Guo Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Sorcery? Die. Chu Kuang's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as he raised the brick to strike Guo Ji's forehead. Guo Ji watched in disbelief, his body paralyzed with fear. No. In that instant, a figure clad in black appeared as if out of nowhere. Chu Kuang's brick was shattered by a punch. This time, it was Chu Kuang who was sent sprawling backwards. What? Chu Kuang scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the black-clad figure. He realized that the person wore a King of Hell mask. You! Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes, filled with astonishment. How did he know he was here? It is I, the King of Hell. The man in the death mask laughed heartily. Chu Kuang, your days of good fortune are over. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Kuang wasted no time and turned to flee. His injuries had yet to heal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to rely on a brick to confront Guo Ji. Now faced with this masked figure, he sensed a grave threat looming. He was terrified, for he might die, thinking of escaping. The masked Chu Ming sneered, vanishing in a flash to appear behind Chu Kuang. The power of the eternal underworld art struck down upon Chu Kuang's back. The overwhelming force caused Chu Kuang to spit out a mouthful of blood, rolling helplessly on the ground before colliding with the trunk of a tree. His complexion turned ashen. Just as one wave receded, another rose. He could never have anticipated encountering this calamity at Linju High School. What's the matter? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Chu Ming smiled faintly as he approached. I told you you will certainly die at my hands. Who exactly are you? Chu Kuang's expression was one of utter dismay. He could not comprehend how someone could possess his exclusive technique. Eternal underworld art and cultivate it even faster than he could. If I were to reveal that, why would I still need to wear a mask? Chu Ming chuckled, looking at Chu Kuang. You, this so-called King of Hell. Are you living in a dream? Hearing this, Chu Kuang's chest heaved with rage, yet he found himself powerless against the masked figure before him. Just wait, I will make you pay. Chu Kuang seethed with fury. Chu Ming snorted dismissively, swiftly closing the distance, delivering several slaps across Chu Kuang's face. I'll show you who the real king is. Let you know who the king is. Chu Kuang was nearly dazed by this sudden onslaught of slaps. Staggering back from Chu Ming. He touched his face. Realizing it was swollen and painful to the touch, Chu Ming advanced step by step. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger had appeared in his hand. He intended to eliminate the protagonist. A hint of panic flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes. He turned to flee, not daring to linger any longer. Where do you think you're going? Chu Ming bellowed, just as he prepared to pursue. A loud voice called out from behind him. Who are you? What do you want? Chu Ming abruptly turned around, discovering a patrolling security guard on the other side of the playground wall, watching him with a wary expression. Indeed, this protagonist's luck was extraordinary, even having someone to assist him. Grinding his teeth, Chu Ming knew he only needed to catch up to Chu Quan to eliminate him. They were already a good distance from where Guoji was, and with the students having left for the day, he had no reason to worry about being discovered. Yet, this security guard had witnessed the scene unfold. It could only be said that Chu Kuang's fate was not yet sealed. Chapter 68. Approaching destiny. Don't move. If you do, I will call the police. The security guard, faced with the figure in black robes wielding a dagger and donning a terrifying mask, felt quite anxious. Chu Ming took a deep breath. To prevent the situation from escalating, he decided to leave quickly. Without uttering a word, Chu Ming's figure suddenly flickered and vanished at an astonishing speed from the playground. The security guard stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide. Where did he go? Just as he reached for his radio to report, the black-robed figure had inexplicably disappeared. How could this be? While he was still in a daze, a large hand suddenly patted his shoulder, causing the guard to jump in fright. What's the matter? Don't be so dramatic. Chu Ming, now in casual attire, asked in a soft voice. Who are you? The security guard stammered. Chu Ming pulled out an identification card from his pocket. Upon seeing it, the guard was taken aback. Director Chu, hello. He had indeed heard his colleagues mention that a new deputy principal with the surname Chu had arrived at the school today. It was said that this principal was quite wealthy. What are you doing here? Chu Ming asked casually. Just now, there was a person in a black robe wearing a terrifying mask and wielding a dagger, chasing after a student. The security guard hurriedly began his report. The masked figure in the black robe. Where is he? Chu Ming feigned confusion as he inquired. It seems he has fled. The guard hesitated to respond. Fled to where? I couldn't see clearly. Surely you must have misjudged. Chu Ming chuckled. This playground is so vast. Even if he ran, how could you not have seen him clearly? No, Director Chu, I truly did see him. Enough. Chu Ming patted his shoulder. How could such a person possibly exist within the school? You haven't seen the Grim Reaper, have you? He did bear a resemblance to the Grim Reaper. The guard suddenly fell silent at the thought of that ominous figure. He feared he might have truly encountered the embodiment of death. Brother, perhaps you've been exposed to something unclean. You should head home quickly. Chu Ming coaxed. What you saw might not have been mere illusion after all. All right. The guard broke into a cold sweat. Upon reflection, how could such a person exist within the school? Encountering such a thing was certainly no good omen. By the way, Longyan Temple in Linju City is quite effective. You might consider visiting, Chu Ming suggested with a smile. Some things are best believed to exist rather than to deny their existence. Thank you, Director Chu. The guard left, filled with trepidation. Chu Ming watched him depart, his eyes filled with a mix of intensity and frustration. So close. Thanks to this guard, not only had he failed to eliminate the protagonist Chu Kuang, but he had also nearly escalated the situation. Indeed, dealing with the protagonist required an abundance of luck. Chu Ming sighed. The APP indicated that advancing the plot would diminish the protagonist's fortune. This was, in fact, true. Let's see if I can advance the plot this time. Chu Ming retrieved his black phone from his pocket. The screen displayed several messages. You have 13 messages from the Urban Immortal APP, please check. Chu Ming promptly unlocked his phone and opened the APP. Congratulations. Your attack has had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 100. Congratulations. Your attack has had a strong effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 50. Congratulations. Your attack has had a strong effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 50. Congratulations. Your attack has had a strong effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 50. Congratulations. Your attack has had a fatal effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 100. A series of messages filled Chu Ming with delight. A fatal effect only yielded 100 plot points, while a significant effect also granted a mere 100. Chu Ming was puzzled. Was there a malfunction in the system? How could two results be identical? He pondered for a long time, unable to discern the reason behind it. With a total of 7 effective strikes, he had accrued 450 points. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's face. Although this time he had faltered due to external interference, the app's rewards were considerably more generous than before. There were still a few messages remaining. Let me see. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original plot. Plot points 60. Reward. Lost Officer's Certificate 1. Related item has been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. Lost Officer's Certificate. An officer's proof of Major General Jiyu Shengwu of the Linju Military District. Note: presenting it to Jiyu Shengwu may earn his favor. The Lost Officer's Certificate. Chu Ming was taken aback, suddenly realizing I remember that Jiyu Shengwu is the brother of the principal of Linju High School. Isn't he? This implies that as long as I present this item to Jiyu Shengwu, I could receive his gratitude. Chu Ming murmured to himself. This is indeed a valuable item. In the original plot, the protagonist had once trained a small team for Jiyu Shengwu in the Linju Military District. Subsequently, this team became the premier force in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. The protagonist Chu Kuang also earned Jiyu Shengwu's admiration. However, with this Lost Officer's Certificate, Chu Ming could reach Jiyu Shengwu even faster than Chu Kuang. How intriguing! Chu Ming smiled, thinking that once the plot at the school neared its conclusion, he would inquire with Principal Jiyu to see if he could establish contact with this so-called Jiyu Shengwu. Establishing contact with Jiyu Shengwu in advance would indeed be advantageous. Chu Ming understood that only by staying a step ahead of the protagonist could he consistently overshadow him, leaving no room for the protagonist to reverse the situation. As for this matter, he would set it aside for now and focus on advancing the plot. Chu Ming scrolled down the screen. Sure enough, a message popped up. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, you have advanced the plot. Current plot progress. 6. Additional reward. Plot points 20. Remaining plot points 804. Note: the original protagonist's fortune index 94. Advancing the plot significantly weakens the protagonist's fortune and enhances the user. Indeed, the plot points have advanced. Chu Ming laughed heartily. This was splendid news. The plot had progressed by 2 percentage points, and it seemed that once the school arc concluded, the overall plot progress would be quite substantial. Chu Ming had initially thought that advancing the plot would be a slow process. However, he hadn't anticipated that merely confronting the protagonist Chu Kuang would result in a 2-point increase. If this continued, seizing the protagonist's fortune would be merely a matter of time. Chapter 69. The Master Realm. With 804 points remaining, he was only 196 points away from unlocking the app's marketplace. Chu Ming was filled with anticipation. The app had previously informed him that reaching 1000 points would unlock the item marketplace. There should be numerous valuable items available for exchange within that marketplace, right? The skills on the skill tree could also be upgraded. Chu Ming gazed at the main skill, Eternal Nether Path Technique, and suddenly had an idea. The 4th level costs 80 points, the 5th level 160 points, and the 6th level 320 points. What would happen if I upgraded to the 6th level now? Chu Ming began to deliberate. Unlocking the item marketplace was indeed important, but upgrading skills was equally crucial. Ultimately, the issue was a lack of points. Perhaps I should upgrade 2 levels. After all, if the protagonist acquires some fortuitous opportunity, I cannot allow him to surpass me. Chu Ming nodded and pressed the button to upgrade Eternal Nether Path Technique. Skill level upgrade successful. Eternal Nether Path Technique Cultivation Stage. First volume 5th level. Remaining plot points 564. Upon seeing the notification on the app, Chu Ming instantly felt a surge of invigorating power spreading throughout his body. Within just half a minute, this newfound strength had permeated his internal organs and limbs. Instinctively, Chu Ming squeezed the iron railing beside him, which bent as easily as tofu under his grip. He quickly straightened the railing back. The strength at the 5th level was astonishing. Chu Ming took a deep breath. The early martial arts ranks are divided into Chi warriors, internal masters, masters, and grandmasters. I wonder if I can reach the level of master. As he sensed the surging power within him, Chu Ming suddenly pointed forward. To his astonishment, a shallow mark appeared on the wall even from half a meter away. Finger flick, condensing chi. Chu Ming was overjoyed. This was a hallmark of the master realm. He had become a master. The 5th level signifies the master realm. Then what about the Grand Master? Is that the 7th or the 8th level? Chu Ming speculated that reaching the 10th level should correspond to the so-called entering the Tao realm, right? As a loyal reader of the novel, he was well versed in the ranks described within. Regardless, he was confident that this newfound strength would be sufficient to suppress the protagonist. A smile crept across Chu Ming's face. All that remained was to acquire abundant plot points from him. Chu Ming chuckled to himself, for the good days of this great antagonist were about to commence. He tucked away his black phone, feeling elated, and walked back toward the playground. In a secluded corner of the playground, Guo Ji was still half-seated. He had been injured by Chu Kuang earlier, and his chest throbbed painfully. What's the matter? Are you feeling intimidated by Chu Kuang? Chu Ming produced a bottle of water from his pocket and placed it before Guo Ji. Guo Ji's face appeared somewhat pale, but after resting for a while, he had recovered somewhat. Indeed, there is such a dangerous figure in Class 8 of the 3rd year. Guo Ji picked up the water Chu Ming had offered, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down without hesitation. Bang! After drinking about half, he dejectedly slammed the bottle onto the ground. Chu, if it weren't for that masked figure today, I might have perished at the hands of Chu Kuang, Guo Ji expressed with lingering fear. He hadn't anticipated that Chu Kuang was genuinely a lunatic capable of murder. Guo Ji had initially intended to teach Chu Kuang a lesson, and had even held back during their confrontation. However, Chu Kuang had fought with lethal intent. Had it not been for Chu Kuang's existing injuries, that single punch could have severely injured Guo Ji, sending him to the hospital. This person is not to be trifled with. Chu Ming chuckled, but you needn't worry too much. The masked figure who came today is one of Chu Ming's subordinates. No matter how audacious Chu Kuang may be, he wouldn't dare to bully you, really? Guo Ji gazed at Chu Ming in astonishment. Is the Chu Ming you mentioned, the esteemed leader of Chu, truly accompanied by such a formidable underling? What purpose would I have to deceive you? Chu Ming patted his chest confidently. I am quite familiar with him. He will certainly look out for you. Upon hearing this, Guo Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, he grasped Chu Ming's hands tightly, exclaiming, Brother Chu, your loyalty is commendable. I am fortunate to count you as a friend. Tears glistened in Guo Ji's eyes. Had it not been for the appearance of that cloaked figure today, he would have met his end right here. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the mysterious figure. Now, let us keep this matter under wraps. Chu Ming advised that Chu Kuang possesses some capabilities, and since Chu Ming is currently dealing with him, you should avoid getting entangled. It could pose a danger. As the first antagonist in the school arc, Guo Ji's mission was complete. Chu Ming had no intention of dragging him into further complications, for Chu Kuang was genuinely a man capable of murder. Brother Chu, you flatter me. Guo Ji suddenly tightened his grip on Chu Ming's hand. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance today. Should you ever require my help, do not hesitate to call upon me. Guo Ji's sincerity was palpable, a sentiment that even took Chu Ming by surprise. The foolish author had written that Guo Ji had many underlings, merely causing a ruckus due to Xiao Mingyu. It now appeared to be true. With so many willing followers, how could his connections be anything but excellent? Indeed, every villain possesses a glimmer of humanity. Chu Ming felt genuinely touched. As fellow antagonists, classmates, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Chu Ming nearly let slip. It would be wise to avoid provoking Chu Kuang, but you may covertly cause him trouble. Just do not confront him directly. Guo Ji exchanged a meaningful glance with Chu Ming. Rest assured, Brother Chu, your words will be etched in my heart. He nodded solemnly. While he could not confront Chu Kuang head-on, he was adept at playing the shadows. In dealing with Chu Kuang, Guo Ji felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Very well, I shall seek you out when the opportunity arises. Until then, Chu Ming smiled at Guo Ji before turning to leave. With that, the first antagonist plotline came to a close. Chu Ming contemplated quietly. The next plot ought to unfold soon, and it was time to advance the narrative. Meanwhile, Guo Ji watched Chu Ming's retreating figure, his heart brimming with gratitude. Suddenly a broad wrinkled hand landed on Guo Ji's shoulder. Shou Jie, what are you doing here? Guo Ji turned to find his father, Guo Hongxing, having just concluded a meeting. Guo Hongxing had been searching the entire teaching building for his son and had come here on a whim. As expected, he found Guo Ji on the playground. "Dad." Guo Ji paused, explaining, "I just parted ways with a good brother. As you can see, he hasn't gone far. He pointed at Chu Ming's silhouette. Oh, who is that?" The moment Guo Hongxing caught sight of Chu Ming's figure, he froze momentarily, as if he recognized it from somewhere. "Dad, this good brother of mine helped me immensely today." Guo Ji laughed heartily. "He is a remarkable individual. Truly worth cultivating a friendship with. You, a little rebel, have such a friend." Guo Hongxing chuckled, patting Guo Ji on the shoulder. "Shou Jia, allow me to give you some money. Take your friend out for a meal in a few days to express your gratitude." "Thank you, Dad." Guo Ji beamed. He had indeed been considering this, but had hesitated due to his financial constraints. Now, with Guo Hongxing's support, he could certainly make it happen. By the way, I forgot to inform you of something today. Guo Hongxing's expression suddenly turned grave. "What is it?" Guo Ji asked, sensing the seriousness in his father's demeanor. "A new dean has arrived at the school," Guo Hongxing warned. "You, my little rebel, must not engage in any outrageous behavior." "Understood. If he catches wind of it, I cannot guarantee your safety." Guo Ji was taken aback. "Dad, did I hear you correctly? Aren't you the vice principal? What can a mere dean do?" "Do not underestimate him just because he is a dean." Guo Hongxing interjected swiftly. He surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. "The school has received an investment of 100 million. It was donated by this dean." "What?" Guo Ji's expression shifted dramatically. 100 million. That was an astronomical sum. What kind of fool would invest 100 million in a public high school? "Dad, surely you jest. Is there really someone investing such a sum in Linju High School?" Guo Ji questioned incredulously. While it was plausible that wealthy alumni might donate a few million, 100 million was unprecedented. Indeed, Guo Hongxing insisted, lowering his voice even further. "This information must remain confidential. If the principal catches wind of it, I will be in a difficult position." With a light cough, Guo Hongxing sighed. "Shou Jia, you cannot imagine the sight of that dean casually waving his hand and having 20 million in cash brought to him. The spectacle, the aura. Even now, I tremble at the memory. It was the first time I witnessed such a vast sum before my eyes. I, Guo Hongxing, am utterly in awe. Therefore I urge you, do not stir up trouble." Guo Hongxing's tone was serious. "If you provoke this dean and he catches you, I cannot protect you. Even the principal must yield to the dean's authority. What am I as a vice principal compared to him?" "I understand." Guo Ji felt a surge of anxiety. He had never seen his father so intimidated. If even Guo Hongxing feared this individual, how could he dare to provoke him? That would be akin to courting disaster. "Dad, what does this dean look like?" Guo Ji inquired. "I do not have a photo, but he appears quite young," Guo Hongxing speculated. "I suspect he may be a young master from a prominent family. Here to experience life. Is that so?" Guo Ji mused quietly. By the way, don't you fancy Xiao Mingyu from class 8 of the senior year?" Guo Hongxing remarked suddenly. "This dean seems particularly interested in class 8. He explicitly requested to teach there during his meeting with the principal." "Dad, are you implying?" A sense of foreboding washed over Guo Ji. "Yes, if you have no business, it would be best to avoid provoking Xiao Mingyu." Guo Hongxing cautioned, "Do not blame me for not warning you. Now, every teacher in the school is paying attention to class 8 due to this dean's remarks. Do not seek trouble." "Yes," with Guo Hongxing's stern warning. Guo Ji had no intention of testing his luck. "All right, I shall refrain from saying more. You know what you must do," Guo Hongxing said, placing a reassuring hand on Guo Ji's shoulder. "After the college entrance exams, I will arrange for you to study abroad, and upon your return you shall shine." "Understood." Guo Ji nodded. "I shall heed your words, Dad, good son." Guo Hongxing laughed heartily. As dusk settled, he gazed at the crimson clouds on the horizon and suddenly turned to Guo Ji. "By the way, what is the background of your friend? Is he academically inclined? Should I arrange for a tutor to assist him?" On the other side, Chu Ming had returned to Chiu Lake. The day spent as a dean had indeed left him exhausted. "Just hold on a little longer. Once this school arc concludes, I should be free from such burdens." Chu Ming sighed. It was all the fault of that foolish author. Why write about schools of all things? Now he found himself having to infiltrate the school daily to contend with Chu Quan, and his subordinates were utterly useless against him. With this thought, the great antagonist let out a heavy sigh. To find himself in such a predicament as a villain was indeed lamentable. At that moment, a knock sounded at his door. "Come in," he called softly from the sofa. Young Master Ming. Tang Lin entered, holding a tablet. "Please take a look at this." She handed the tablet to Chu Ming, who focused on the screen. The headline read, "Due to employee error, an explosion occurred at the Chu Corporation factory in the capital." Is this our family's business? Chu Ming sat upright, the mention of the Chu Corporation igniting a sense of urgency within him. "Yes." Tang Lin nodded gravely. Swipe left. "There are more news articles, more news." A chill ran down Chu Ming's spine as he swiped the screen. Another headline appeared. Customers report that Juyintang, a store under the Chu Corporation, is producing and selling counterfeit medicine. Relevant authorities have launched an investigation. Another incident? Chu Ming's eyes narrowed and he continued scrolling. Outrageous. High-ranking officials of the Chu Corporation openly soliciting prostitutes on social media. Shocking. The Chu Corporation resorted to underhanded tactics to undermine competitors, resulting in multiple cases of food poisoning. A multitude of news articles flooded in, all concerning the Chu family. Chu Ming took a deep breath, his countenance darkening as he shut off his tablet. He understood Tang Lin's implication. It appeared that someone was plotting against the Chu family. Chu Ming spoke coldly, noting that the attack was underhanded rather than straightforward. Indeed, Tang Lin nodded. Young Master Ming, shouldn't we? Chapter 71. The secret letter from the Su family revealed. Part 1. Tang Lin's words hung incomplete in the air, yet Chu Ming grasped her meaning with clarity. "You think I should intervene?" He glanced at her, his voice measured. "Young master, you are the eldest grandson of the Chu family. The entire clan will one day be yours. It is only fitting that you extend your hand to assist the family." "Is it not?" Tang Lin reminded him earnestly. "That is merely your one-sided wish." Chu Ming chuckled softly. "Some individuals will not acquiesce to my desire to become the head of the Chu family." "Some individuals? Who?" Tang Lin was taken aback by his words. My grandfather has more than just me as a grandson, Chu Ming replied indifferently. "There are several who surpass me on the surface. Their ambitions are far from trivial." Chu Ming was aware of the subsequent events. The original antagonist, Chu Ming, faced his downfall due to the covert machinations of his cousin's one cousin, named Chu Ci, had repeatedly aided Chu Quan, facilitating Chu Ming's downfall from within. Sooner or later, Chu Ming would deal with them. However, that time was not now. "Young master, those individuals cannot compare to you in terms of experience or strategy," Tang Lin asserted solemnly. "You are the true eldest grandson of the Chu family. They are nothing. An eldest grandson. Have you ever seen one pushed forward to serve as a sycophant to the Su family?" Chu Ming raised his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Tang Lin. This caused Tang Lin to falter momentarily. Indeed, prior to his public withdrawal from the engagement, Chu Ming's standing had been far too low. "However, young master Wei, have you ever witnessed an eldest grandson stripped of his identity due to a broken engagement?" Before Tang Lin could respond, Chu Ming posed another question. Tang Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Following the revelation of the broken engagement, Chu Ming had been publicly berated by Chu Nantian and stripped of his title as eldest grandson. Were it not for Chu Ming's unveiling of the Chen family's secret treasure, the extreme blood blade, he might have already lost his position to those cousins. My grandfather, he is indifferent to me. Chu Ming sneered. "Thus I shall not voluntarily seek to aid the Chu family. But young master, if you do not assist the Chu family, how shall we manage the retaliation from the Su family?" Tang Lin expressed her concern. "I shall wait until my grandfather personally seeks my help." Chu Ming chuckled. "Only then will he comprehend my significance. People often discard what is easily obtained, while treasuring what is hard to acquire. Such is human nature." Chu Ming's gentle words caused Tang Lin's eyes to widen in disbelief. Was this still the same Chu Ming, who had once squandered his days on gambling and frivolities? She could hardly believe these two personas could coexist. "But will the head of the family truly come to seek you? What if he does not? How shall we?" Tang Lin's anxious words trailed off. Just then, Chu Ming's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Chu Nantian. See, he has come. Chu Ming raised his head, a smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Tang Lin. How could this be? Tang Lin gasped, astonished at Chu Ming's uncanny prediction. Hello. As Tang Lin stood in shock, Chu Ming had already answered the call. Grandfather, what brings you to seek me? Your eldest grandson? Chu Ming. Chu Nantian's tone was peculiar, as if he were forcibly suppressing his urgent emotions, though his breathing was slightly hurried. The Su family is up to some mischief. Do you think this is a consequence of your previous actions against them? From the very first sentence, Chu Ming comprehended Chu Nantian's intentions. He was clearly attempting to shift the blame onto him, hoping to make him willingly shoulder the responsibility. That sly old fox. Grandfather, what are you talking about? I have not provoked the Su family at all. Chu Ming feigned ignorance. Was it not the Chen family who stirred up trouble with the Su family last time? Previously, the Chu family had enlisted the Chen family to deal with the Su family. On the surface, Chu Ming still appeared to be allied with the Su family. What are you saying? Chu Nantian paused, taken aback. Did you not instruct me to approach the Chen family regarding the Su family? Then how could the Su family target us? Is it possible that someone within our ranks has leaked information? Chu Ming countered. Grandfather, it would be wise to identify this traitor, as they are the one who has incited trouble with the Su family. Chu Ming's words left Chu Nantian momentarily speechless. The blame had been deftly shifted away from him, and Chu Nantian found himself at a loss for words. Even the cunning old fox struggled to respond. When had Chu Ming become so adept at rhetoric? It was beyond Chu Nantian's belief. Grandfather, is something the matter? If not, I shall hang up, Chu Ming stated coolly. I have other matters to attend to. Do not hang up. Wait, Chu Nantian hastily replied. You have matters? Grandson, you see, this situation with the Su family is attributed to you, so, goodbye, Chu Ming stated flatly. Wait. Chu Nantian suddenly became compliant. I know you must have a way to deal with the Su family. Can you devise a plan for me? Grandfather, if you had asked me earlier, I would have been more than willing to assist. Chu Ming smiled. Now that you seek my help, how could I, as your eldest grandson, refuse? This statement caused a sinking feeling in Chu Nantian's heart. Amidst his anger, he was also filled with astonishment. The idle, incompetent eldest grandson had unexpectedly managed to maneuver him. Taking responsibility to assist versus aiding Chu Nantian were two fundamentally different matters. The former was an act of atonement, while the latter was a favor bestowed. Chu Ming was as shrewd as a fox in his calculations. Then, what do you propose? Chu Nantian suppressed his ire. Speaking coolly, were it not for his recent inability to cope, he would not have sought Chu Ming's help. A solution I have in abundance, Chu Ming replied, grinning, given that the Su family is so energetic. Let us create some distractions for them, compelling them to attend to their own affairs. Chu Ming, you make it sound simple. Chu Nantian complained. You think that merely suggesting tasks for the Su family will suffice? Why not? Chu Ming countered. It is merely the Su family. How significant can it be? You do not intend to seek assistance from the Chen family again, do you? Chu Nantian's expression soured. Though the Chen family is grateful to us, we have only approached them once. Continuously asking for favors would undermine our alliance. Certainly not, Chu Ming replied with a smile. What then? Chu Nantian frowned. Do not lead me astray with your schemes. If it goes awry, it would not assist the family but rather harm it. Facing Chu Nantian's skepticism, Chu Ming merely smiled serenely and replied, how about this? I will send you something to review. Suddenly, Chu Ming opened an album, selecting relevant photographs of the Su family's secret letter and sending them to Chu Nantian. Chapter 72. The secret letter from the Su family revealed. Part 2. The Su family's secret letter contained records of the previous head's entangled romances, involving nearly half of the prominent families in the capital. Chu Ming was confident that disseminating its contents would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the capital. The impact of this revelation would surpass even the scandal surrounding the relationships of Su Guoqin and Su Mingfei. Chu Ming selected the portion concerning the Jiyu family and sent it to Chu Nantian's phone. What have you sent me? Chu Nantian's voice was tinged with confusion. However, mere seconds later, An astonished exclamation erupted from the other end of the line. Chu Ming. Is this for real? Chu Nantian was utterly shocked and horrified. The current head of the Jiyu family bore half of the Su family's bloodline. The previous head of the Jiyu family had been cuckolded. Good heavens! This was not merely stirring up trouble for the Su family, it was akin to dropping an atomic bomb in their courtyard. Once Chu Nantian created a commotion, the head of the Jiyu family would undoubtedly be compelled to verify their lineage under the pressure of public opinion. The delightful outcome would be that the Jiyu family head possessed not even a trace of Jiyu blood. Chu Ming, answer me, is this information genuine? Chu Nantian took a deep breath. If it is false, we could face repercussions from the Jiyu family for slander. Grandfather, have I ever given you anything false? Chu Ming replied coolly. Is the extreme blood blade fake? Is the alliance with the Chen family a fabrication? Are the relationships between Su Mingfei and Su Guoqin untrue? Hearing Chu Ming's words, Chu Nantian's breath caught in his throat. If this were indeed true, it would be an astonishing revelation. Chu Ming, where did you acquire this information? Chu Nantian lowered his voice. Do you realize what consequences may arise if I were to disclose this? Chu Nantian's attitude turned grave. This matter was of paramount importance and could not be approached lightly. I am fully aware. Chu Ming smiled. If I were unaware, why would I have entrusted this to you? From the moment Chu Ming laid eyes on the Su family's secret letter, he understood the magnitude of the consequences that would ensue once it was released. If the situation is mild, it would result in a reshuffling of the 9 prominent families in the capital. If severe, it could lead to the disappearance of several of these families. The capital has never been a place of tranquility. Chu Ming, my boy, you have indeed surprised me. Chu Nantian gritted his teeth and declared, very well, I shall trust you once more. Go ahead, Grandpa, Chu Ming replied with a smile. If the Su family refuses to back down, just let me know. I have ways to deal with Su Guoqin. Upon hearing this, Chu Nantian was momentarily taken aback. This Chu Ming is quite audacious. Fine, I shall give it a try. Without further ado, Chu Nantian ended the call. Chu Ming set down his phone. Young master, have you resolved it? Tang Lin inquired, puzzled. Although she had overheard Chu Ming's conversation with Chu Nantian, she did not grasp the solution he had provided. Sort of, Chu Ming replied, deleting the message from his phone. If successful, the Su family will no longer have the audacity to oppose us. And no matter how arrogant or insidious Su Guoqin may be, he will ultimately find himself in dire straits. Chu Ming brimmed with confidence. This was his most formidable trump card. Without exception, the next afternoon, within the internal circles of the capital's aristocratic families, a post titled The Untold Story of the Previous Head of the Su Family and the Jiyu Family abruptly surfaced. Within a mere 2 hours, this post had gone viral among the elite social networks of the capital. Almost every young person was buzzing about it. It was revealed that the previous head of the Su family had an affair with the mother of the Jiyu family head. How could this be possible? Does this not imply that the Jiyu family head lacks genuine Jiyu lineage? I believe I've heard the elders at home mention that the Jiyu family head was incapable of cultivating the Jiyu family's techniques and later practiced some other arts to gain strength. Could it be the Su family's techniques? If that were true, how intriguing it would be. This would ignite the long-standing feud between the Jiyu and Su families. The other 7 prominent families, including the Chu family, would undoubtedly find this amusing. The Su family secretly colluding with the Jiyu family while publicly maintaining an alliance. Should this matter be substantiated, their alliance would be irrevocably severed. An hour later, within the Jiyu family's estate, a grey-robed elder rushed through the front gates, his steps hurried. In a fluster, he made his way to the residence of the Jiyu family head. There's trouble. The Jiyu family head, Jiyu Wushuang, was leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Upon hearing this exclamation, Jiyu Wushuang's brow furrowed. Elder Grey, what has happened? Why the urgency? Is it an attack from another family? No, it's more serious than that. The elder's face turned grim. Look at this. He produced his phone from his robe and handed it to Jiyu Wushuang. Jiyu Wushuang accepted the phone with a smile, thinking, what could possibly be more serious than an attack from another family? His gaze fell upon the screen and within mere seconds, his expression shifted drastically. This, Jiu Wushuang's eyes flickered with shock, horror, anger, and confusion. Head, this is why I said it's bad. Elder Grey said bitterly. I don't know who penned this, but it is now spreading like wildfire in the social circles of the capital. It may soon extend beyond the influence of the capital. The previous head of the Su family had an affair with my mother? Absurd. Jiu Wushuang inhaled deeply, fuming. This is utterly ridiculous. Who dares to fabricate such rumors? Head, this is not a trivial matter, Elder Grey cautioned, taking a deep breath. If not handled properly, it could damage the relationship between our Jiu family and the Su family, potentially leading to a rupture in our alliance. One Su family is inconsequential, but my Jiu family's reputation is being tarnished by this nonsensical post. Jiu Wushuang's forehead throbbed with rage. With a forceful grip, he shattered the teacup in his hand. Tea splattering everywhere. Issue a command. Investigate. The glint of killing intent flashed in Jiu Wushuang's eyes. I shall uncover who is behind this mischief. To provoke our Jiu family is to court death. Even the foremost Chen family must accord our Jiu family some respect. Our family's standing among the top 3 is not without its foundations. Head, it may already be too late, Elder Grey hesitantly interjected. This article has circulated throughout the social network, and now our elders and senior members are en route here. They likely. Before Elder Grey could finish his sentence, the hall doors suddenly swung open. Head, we demand an explanation. Elder Grey and Jiu Wushuang turned to see over 30 elders and senior members gathered at the entrance. The dense crowd left both men momentarily speechless. How did you all arrive here so quickly? Elder Grey asked in astonishment. Forget how we got here. Is what's being said outside true? Indeed. The outside world is slandering us. Does the head have nothing to say? Your inability to cultivate our Jiu family's techniques raises questions. Several elders, with cold expressions, stared at Jiu Wushuang as they spoke solemnly. They had once vied for the position of family head against him. But their methods had proven inferior. Now, with such an opportunity at hand, they would not let it slip by. Gentlemen, Elder Grey interjected urgently, these are mere slanders spread by outsiders. We need not concern ourselves with them. Elder Grey was sweating profusely. This news was baseless, without any evidence. However, the presence of these elders pressuring Jiu Wushuang was indeed a grave matter. HMPH, if what they say is true, who is the real outsider? Yes, the Su family has always been at odds with us. Had they not employed underhanded tactics, we would not have settled for being the second among the top 3 families. Reflecting on it now, it seemed the head's lineage from the Su family might be the cause. Indeed, we must clarify this matter, otherwise we shall remain unsettled. The voices of dissent overshadowed Elder Grey's words. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This was beyond his capacity to mediate. Silence. At that moment Jiu Wushuang coldly surveyed the assembly. In my years as head, have I ever acted against the interests of our Jiu family? Hearing Jiu Wushuang's words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, under Jiu Wushuang's leadership, not only had the Jiu family resolved long-standing issues, but it had also subtly regained the confidence to challenge the top 3 families. All of this was due to Jiu Wushuang's efforts. Consider this, everyone. Jiu Wushuang spoke in a deep tone. You have had disputes with me in the past, but since my tenure began, have I harmed any of you? This statement left the crowd at a loss for words. Jiu Wushuang exhibited the dignity of a family head. He would not act out of personal desire against former rivals. Rather, it was they who had been scheming for his position. In just 2 sentences, their petty hearts were laid bare. Many elders turned crimson. Over the years, they had received numerous favors from Jiu Wushuang. However, head, even if we do not doubt you, what of the outside world? Will they not doubt? Yes, your demeanor is exceptional, yet you must still provide an explanation for this matter. It is not merely to silence outsiders but to reassure your subordinates. Indeed, this matter necessitates accountability. With Jiu Wushuang's declaration, the emotions of the assembly stabilized somewhat. Accountability? What accountability? Jiu Wushuang frowned. To say I am the son of the previous head of the Su family is utterly absurd. Absurd in the extreme. Jiu Wushuang's eyes brimmed with coldness. Should he uncover the individual responsible for this slander, he would undoubtedly obliterate them. To dare provoke him, the head of the Gu family. That would be courting death. How about this? Elder Grey, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly spoke. The previous had perished in the border wars, leaving behind a garment for his burial. Today we, the younger generation, commit a grave sin and propose to open his tomb to conduct a bloodline verification for the head. What say you? Elder Grey's words left the assembly in stunned silence. The former head had died for the nation, and now they would disturb his burial site over a mere rumor, truly unfilial. Since you do not believe me, I shall bear this sin today, Gu Wushuang declared solemnly. Should the truth reveal that this absurdity is indeed a rumor, do not forget to provide me with an explanation. Gu Wushuang's gaze swept over the crowd, their breaths caught in their throats. They had come here to drag Gu Wushuang down. As for the rumors outside, few among them believed it. Head, this matter requires careful deliberation. Indeed, to offend the ancestors is a grievous sin. Yes, we all believe in the head's identity. Hearing Gu Wushuang's words, many elders immediately acquiesced. HMPH, Gu Wushuang retorted coldly, if I do not provide you with a satisfactory answer today, you may very well conspire against the Gu family in secret. Let me make this clear. Whether we conduct this bloodline verification or not, it shall be done. Gu Wushuang scoffed and spoke. Once the results are out, you'll all be waiting to face your punishments. The crowd fell silent, their breaths caught in their throats. Regret had begun to settle in. Their arrival here was indeed a calamity without cause. How could Gu Wushuang possibly bear the bloodline of the Su family? Elder Hui, bring them over. I wish to exhumate the remains. Yes. Elder Hui shot a fierce glare at the onlookers before promptly following Gu Wushuang. Outside the window, the sky suddenly darkened and torrential rain began to pour down. In Linju City, at Linju High School, two classes were engaged in a heated football match on the playground. The score stood at 1-1. And the second half was nearing its conclusion. A single goal could secure victory. The game had reached a fever pitch. The defensive captains were entirely focused, unwilling to let their guard down. The wind howled, and the ball danced with the players, igniting excitement in the atmosphere. Seated in the stands, Chu Ming yawned. Today, Chu Kwang was absent from school, likely nursing his wounds from the heavy blow he had received yesterday. Observing the group of football players darting about the field, Chu Ming pondered. The Yi family claimed he wasn't home. Where could he possibly be? With Chu Kwang absent, Chu Ming felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He had nothing to occupy himself with for the entire morning. However, just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Brother Chu, I finally found you. Ji laughed heartily. You were quite the challenge to track down. What brings you here? Chu Ming frowned. Isn't class 6 of the 3rd year supposed to be in class? I skipped class. Ji chuckled mischievously. I was busy looking for you. What's the harm in missing a couple of periods? Skipping class? At the mention of those words, Chu Ming's expression darkened. He was the director of education. How could Ji dare to skip class in front of him? Was he courting disaster? It's been 5 minutes since class has started. You should head back or you'll face consequences. Chu Ming admonished. What's the big deal? Ji waved it off. The playground is filled with second-year students. There are no third-year classes around. Brother Chu, you must have also come out to wander instead of attending class. Right. That's where you're mistaken. Chu Ming reached into his jacket pocket and produced his Director of Education badge. Chapter 74. I will oversee you. Do you see this? Chu Ming displayed the badge to Ji. I am the Director of Education. The Director of Education. Ji took the badge, examining it closely. His eyes widened as he saw Chu Ming's photo affixed to it, with the title boldly inscribed beneath. Brother Chu, I must admit defeat. You've even forged a Director of Education badge. Ji continued to turn the badge over in his hands, his amusement growing. This is remarkably well done. It resembles my father's vice principal badge quite closely. How did you manage this? Chu Ming's expression suddenly stiffened. Did he not look the part of a Director of Education? What forgery? Chu Ming's face darkened as he snatched the badge back from Ji. I am the Director of Education. Ji, you are implicated in skipping class and fighting. You are liable for punishment, do you understand? Chu Ming glared at Gug. Had it not been for the need to conceal yesterday's incident, Gug would have been apprehended and punished long ago. How could Gug remain so audacious, skipping class right in front of him? This was unacceptable. All right, you do have a point. Gug laughed. If you really were the director of education, would you have helped me set up that fight with Chu Quan yesterday? Chu Ming suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If you were the director of education, how would you know about my feelings for Xiao Mingyu? If you were truly the director, how could you have allowed me to mention Chu Leota's name to threaten Zhao Nina? Impossible. Gug patted Chu Ming's shoulder. Brother Chu, your tricks might work on others, but not on me. Gug was confident that Chu Ming could not possibly be the so-called director of education. After all, last night, Jiu Hongxing had informed him that the director was a wealthy individual. The clothes Chu Ming wore did not appear to be of any notable brand. It seemed unlikely he possessed much wealth. Believe it or not, that's your choice. Chu Ming tucked away his badge and warned Gug. If you end up facing consequences, don't say I didn't warn you. Due to the involvement of Chu Kuang, Chu Ming did not intend to escalate the matter. If he could resolve the issue with Chu Kuang quietly, that would be ideal. Am I really going to face consequences? Gug laughed. No need to boast, my father is the vice principal. Skipping class is nothing to worry about. The teachers wouldn't dare intervene. Chu Ming shot him a look. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Return to class. Educating students on discipline is part of a director's responsibility. Skipping class is unacceptable. Are you serious? Brother Chu, Gug frowned. If you keep this up, I might just turn against you. You claim that teachers wouldn't dare handle you. Fine, I will handle it. Chu Ming promptly pulled out his phone. After a moment of searching, he found the contact for the disciplinary office. Hello, is this teacher Zhao? Good afternoon, Director Chu. This is Zhao Ping. The voice on the other end was warm and welcoming. Gug from Class 8 of the 3rd year is currently skipping class. Please issue a disciplinary notice and announce it to the entire school shortly. Chu Ming spoke coolly. Gug. That's not Vice Principal Gus. Teacher Zhao's sentence was cut short by Chu Ming's icy interruption. What? As the Director of Education, do I not have the authority to discipline a student? And no. You absolutely do. Of course you do. Teacher Zhao hurriedly replied from the other end. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively, knowing that his authority surpassed that of Vice Principal Jiu Hongxing. Plus, as this was not a matter of favoritism, she had no reason to worry about Jiu Hongxing's influence. Proceed with the arrangements. I want to hear the announcement in 3 minutes. Yes. I will contact the broadcasting room immediately. Teacher Zhao hurriedly hung up the call. Chu Ming smiled faintly as he put away his phone. Beside him, Gug burst into laughter. Brother Chu, you're putting on quite the performance. Gug remarked. If I didn't know you, I might have been fooled. What punishment? He was not the least bit afraid. After all, he was the son of the vice principal. What was the worst that could happen from skipping class? 3 minutes remain. Chu Ming noted. If you return to class within 5 minutes, I can pretend this never happened and withdraw the punishment. Here we go again. You're really into this act. Gug laughed, throwing an arm around Chu Ming's shoulder. Brother Chu, enough already. If you keep this up, I might just turn against you. Had it not been for Chu Ming's assistance, Gug would not have been so forgiving. 2 minutes left. Chu Ming raised 3 fingers. Are you finished yet? Gug's brows furrowed deeply. Are you trying to turn against me today? 1 minute remaining. Chu Ming shot Gug a glance and spoke softly. What's wrong with you, Gu? Gug could no longer suppress his anger. He shoved Chu Ming. Don't think just because you helped me that you can throw your weight around. I'll tell you this. In Linju No. 2 Middle School, no one can throw their weight around at me. The author was right. While you may be righteous, you are also quick-tempered, which will inevitably lead to your downfall. Chu Ming sighed. Today's punishment is merely a minor reprimand. I hope you can adhere to school rules and regulations. Don't give me that nonsense. Gug's forehead throbbed with anger. You want to punish me? Go ahead, show me what you can do. Just as Gug shouted, the school intercom suddenly blared to life. Attention all faculty and students, we are announcing a disciplinary decision regarding the misconduct of GUG from Class 6 of the 3rd year. Upon hearing those words, GUG froze in disbelief. His face turned to one of utter shock as he turned towards the loudspeaker. GUG from Class 6 of the 3rd year, on the afternoon of October 6 was absent without cause, causing a significant negative impact on school discipline. According to the Linju High School Student Misconduct Disciplinary Regulations, we hereby announce a public reprimand against GUG. We hope other students will take this as a warning and strictly adhere to school rules. Cultivating good behavior habits. The announcement quickly concluded. GUG was left in disbelief. He turned back to Chu Mingyu. How did you manage that? Was that phone call really made to the disciplinary officer's teacher? How could that be possible? The person before him, was he not just a student? If he were a teacher or the director of education, how could Zhao Nina speak to him so brazenly? Why would he assist in dealing with Chu Kuang? GUG's thoughts were a chaotic mess. Don't concern yourself with how I did it, Chu Ming replied coolly. Your priority now is to return to class. GUG had been running rampant at Linju High School. Relying on his connection to Jiu Hongxing, this was inappropriate. Chu Ming understood that GUG was not inherently bad. He was merely spoiled by Jiu Hongxing. Thus, as the director of education, it was his responsibility to intervene and assist. Chapter 75. There's a problem with the Chu family. The broadcast had echoed clearly in GUG's ears. He was utterly bewildered. No, how on earth did you manage that? He gazed at Chu Ming. Do you know the teacher from the disciplinary office? Did she help you? I told you, don't concern yourself with how I did it. Your primary task is to return to class. Chumming lifted his head and admonished Guoji, stating, as a student, it is inappropriate to skip classes. If you neglect your studies, the next consequence could very well be not just a reprimand, but expulsion. Upon hearing the word expulsion, Guoji's body trembled. He faltered. Chu brother, who exactly are you? Guoji pondered, gazing at Chumming's youthful visage, and asked in confusion, could it be that you are truly the head of discipline? In response to Guoji's bewilderment, Chumming merely smiled faintly. Will you attend class? If not, I shall make another call, and it won't be as simple as that. Chumming feigned picking up his phone. No. Guoji, now frightened, pleaded, Chu brother, let us talk this over. Since you seem to be in a foul mood today, I shall come another day. Guoji was utterly perplexed regarding Chumming's identity. He resolved to consult Guo Hongxing upon his return and then devise a plan. Observing Guoji's hasty retreat into the shadows of the stands, Chumming's lips curled into a slight smile. This Guoji was truly obstinate. No wonder the protagonist in the original work would resort to violence against him. However, he was not inherently malevolent. He simply required guidance to find the right path. Chumming murmured to himself, very well, as long as I remain at Linju No. 2 High School, I shall assist Guo Hongxing in mentoring him. Guo Hongxing, you ought to be grateful to me, Chumming said with a gentle smile. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Chunantian. Hello Chumming. Grandfather, what is it? Chumming inquired calmly. The Guo family has gone mad. Chunantian's voice trembled. It is reported that today over 30 elders from the Guo family besieged their stronghold, forcing the family head Guo Wushuang to exhume and conduct a DNA test. In their haste to obtain results, they spent a fortune and received the DNA verification report in merely 2 hours. Guess what? Hearing Chunantian's words, Chumming chuckled. So Guo Wushuang has no blood relation whatsoever to the previous head of the Guo family? Exactly. Chunantian exclaimed excitedly. Now, not only has Guo Wushuang erupted, but the entire Guo family is in an uproar. They have gathered 100 members, led by the eldest elder, to demand an explanation from the Su family. Oh, it seems the Su family is in for quite the commotion, Chumming laughed heartily. When providing Chunantian with this information, Chumming had anticipated such an outcome. As long as Guo Wushuang dared to verify his lineage, flaws would inevitably be revealed, even if Guo Wushuang himself remained oblivious to his true heritage. You have no idea. At the verification center, the moment Guo Wushuang saw the report, his face was a picture of despair. Chunantian continued to share the happenings in the capital with great enthusiasm. I heard that this verification was requested by Guo Wushuang himself. As a result, he is truly not a member of the Guo family. Ha ha ha, how absurd. Grandfather, you seem quite pleased, Chumming retorted. Isn't that so? The plan has succeeded. You truly have a knack for this. The troubles of the Guo and Su families had nothing to do with him. The head of the Chu family. He would not take pleasure in their misfortune, but he certainly found it amusing. I recall that the matriarch of the Guo family passed away not long ago. Chumming remarked nonchalantly. In that case, no one could possibly clarify this matter. Indeed, the entire discourse among the aristocratic families of the capital has shifted in favor of the Guo family, demanding that the Su family provide an explanation. What of Su Guoqin? How is he faring now? Chumming inquired casually. This recent covert maneuver against the Chu family by the Su family was undoubtedly orchestrated by Su Guoqin. Otherwise, it would be quite peculiar for the Su family to meddle in the affairs of the Chu family. Su Guoqin? He is not faring much better. The previously quelled discourse has resurfaced. Not only are there rumors about the Guo family's infidelity, but also allegations that the Su family has placed a green hat on their own family head. The events unfolding in the capital over the past few days were nothing short of earth-shattering, dragging both aristocratic families into turmoil. Should these two families engage in a fierce battle, the Su family will undoubtedly lack the capacity to target us. Perhaps the Chu family can seize this opportunity to flourish and escape the predicament of being at the bottom among the 9 great aristocratic families, Chunantian remarked with a smile. He remained the cunning old fox. Once he sensed an opportunity, he would never let it slip away. Quite intriguing, Chumming scoffed. Shall I leave the ensuing matters to grandfather? Leave it to me, Chunantian replied cheerfully. You have developed quite the prowess managing to unearth such information. I am truly impressed, Chunantian praised Chumming. Oh, it is nothing. It is all thanks to your teachings, grandfather. Chumming smiled. In terms of strategy, grandfather was indeed formidable. Oh, not at all. Chunantian laughed heartily. The two exchanged mutual compliments, understanding each other perfectly. By the way, there is one more thing, Chunantian suddenly recalled. What is it? Chumming frowned. You should refrain from returning to the capital for the time being. Should the Su family discover your whereabouts, I fear you may encounter unnecessary troubles. Why is that? Upon hearing this, Chumming's heart stirred with suspicion. You know, the Guo and Su families are currently at odds. If they find out that this information was leaked by you, it could lead to unwarranted complications, Chunantian explained. Is that so? A glimmer of insight flashed in Chumming's eyes. Preventing him from returning to the capital? That reasoning seemed rather flimsy. Chunantian, that old fox, undoubtedly had other matters concealed from him. Well, I am worried about you, Chunantian said earnestly. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents in the afterlife? I understand now. I will refrain from returning to the capital this month. Once the storm passes, I shall reconsider, Chumming replied without further inquiry. Yes, that would be best. Chunantian nodded. All right, grandfather, I have matters to attend to. So I shall end the conversation here. We will discuss further when there is news. Good. Chumming promptly ended the call. A glint of severity flashed in his eyes. It appeared that the Chu family was concealing something from him. Chumming was no fool. He had only relayed the information to Chunantian. How could the Su family possibly trace it back to him? Chunantian's insistence on preventing his return to the capital likely had ulterior motives. He swiftly opened his phone and dialed Tang Lin's number. Hello, young Master Ming, how may I assist you? Go and investigate the movements of the family, particularly those of my cousins. See what they are up to lately. Chumming stated calmly. Understood. I will get on it right away, Tang Lin affirmed, immediately arranging for personnel to conduct the investigation. As dusk fell, Linju High School commenced its evening self-study. Chumming sat cross-legged in a quiet corner of the playground. Meditating undisturbed, suddenly his phone vibrated. You have received a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. What? How could I receive a message? Chumming was taken aback and promptly opened his phone screen. Congratulations, you have successfully altered the original plot. Plot points 30. Reward. App function 1. Relevant items have been deposited into the user account. Please swipe to retrieve. I altered the plot. Chumming's eyes widened. He hastily opened the forum for the aristocratic families of the capital. Sure enough, it was reported that the Guo family had confronted the Su family, leading to a clash. A 100-person melee ensued. Guo Wushuang, the head of the Guo family, suffered severe injuries and fell into the river. His whereabouts unknown. Su Guoqin, the eldest elder of the Su family, was gravely injured and unconscious, with half of the Su family estate destroyed. The vitality of both families had been severely depleted. Chumming's heart raced upon reading these news items. The consequences far exceeded his initial plans. No wonder he was awarded so many plot points for merely changing the storyline. With Guo Wushuang missing and Su Guoqin in a coma, half of the Su family estate was gone. This was truly an unprecedented event in the capital. Su Guoqin, oh Su Guoqin, if you had not provoked trouble, would you have met such a fate? Chumming sighed. He merely wished for Su Guoqin to understand the gravity of the situation and willingly withdraw. However, he had not anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. The matter concerning the Su family secret letter must not be leaked under any circumstances unless absolutely necessary. Chumming resolved firmly. If he were to divulge even a hint more, the entire Su family could face annihilation due to his actions. While the Su family was despicable, it had not yet reached the point where Chumming would consider it worthy of destruction. Chumming's mindset differed vastly from that of the bloodthirsty Chu Kuan. Could a rational person resort to murder at the slightest displeasure? Previously, while reading Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King, Chumming often encountered critics in the comments lamenting that the protagonist was not ruthless enough. These critics believed that the protagonist should eliminate all antagonists, including the main villain himself. If I were Chu Kuan, perhaps I would take action. But I am not. Chumming took a deep breath and gazed at the Su family secret letter in the gallery of his phone. This was an atomic bomb, and he held the button in his hands. He could only hope that the Su family would recognize their place and refrain from provoking him. Chumming sighed once more and reopened the Urban Cultivation app. Earlier, he recalled seeing a rather peculiar reward likely located in the items section. Chumming searched through the items section and found a large question mark. Was this item represented by a question mark? Chumming was momentarily stunned. He clicked to view the description. App function. The benefits granted to users by app developers, allowing users to choose one of the following three features. 1. Recall items produced by the app. 2. Open the store in advance. 3. Exchange storyline points for currency. Ratio 1:10,000. Note: once a choice is made, it cannot be undone, so users should decide carefully. Which feature should I select? Chu Ming's gaze became fixed. This is a fortuitous opportunity. He scrutinized the three features with great care. His eyelids soon drooped. These three options are utterly useless. Taking a deep breath, disappointment flooded his eyes. The first function, recalling items produced by the app, implies that he can retrieve the items he has already given away. How could he possibly take back what he has relinquished? What a worthless feature. The second function, opening the store in advance, is indeed useful in the present moment. However, if he merely reverses the storyline once more, it should become accessible, rendering this choice a waste of an opportunity. The third function is even more pathetic. 1 storyline point for 10,000 Huaxia coins. Does Chu Ming really lack money? If only the exchange could be reversed, it might hold some interest. Yet, this urban cultivation app lacks any recharge portal. Making such thoughts mere fantasies. What to do? I must select one, but which one? Chu Ming hesitated for a long while. After much contemplation, the second and third functions proved to be even more useless than the first. The first option still holds some merit. Thus, I shall activate the first function, recalling items. Chu Ming tapped the prompt in the item bar. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the item recall function. Let me give it a try. Chu Ming retrieved the original copy of the Su family secret letter from the item bar. Return. Chu Ming tested the waters. The Su family secret letter remained inert. Useless. He furrowed his brow, wondering if he needed to stuff it back again. Let me try once more. After pondering for several seconds, he declared in a low voice, "Recall. Still ineffective. Go back. Snatch back." Chu Ming attempted a dozen times, yet the Su family secret letter remained utterly unyielding. Damn it! Chu Ming was furious. At that moment, the Su family secret letter suddenly vanished from his grasp. Chu Ming was left bewildered. Upon opening the app's item bar, he discovered that the Su family secret letter had indeed returned. Chu Ming was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that the incantation for recalling items is simply that phrase? Each time one recalls, one must utter, "Damn it! What a ridiculous setting!" Chu Ming's emotions were indescribable. He withdrew the Su family secret letter from the item bar once more. Damn it! The Su family secret letter promptly returned to the item bar. After several attempts, he realized that this phrase was indeed the only effective incantation. From now on, I shall manually return items, even if it is a bit laborious. Chu Ming sighed deeply. He felt utterly speechless regarding this function. Just then, his phone rang. It was Tang Lin. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Ming's eyes as he immediately answered the call. "Hello, have there been any updates? Young Master Ming, we have already uncovered the information." Tang Lin's voice came through the phone. "Oh, what is it?" Chu Ming had sensed that there was something amiss with the Chu family. But the old fox Chu Nantian had not disclosed anything to him. Fortunately, he had instructed Tang Lin to keep an eye on the Chu family, allowing them to gather intelligence. This matter was unknown even to Chu Nantian. Tomorrow night, the Chen family has invited the Chu family disciple who discovered the extreme blood blade to a banquet. Among the participants are the family head and your cousin, Chu Ci. What did you say? Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. If this news is true, it would mean that the old fox Chu Nantian has completely transferred his achievements to someone else. How can Chu Ming tolerate that? Chapter 77. The Chen Family Banquet. Young Master Ming. Should we return to the capital? Tang Lin suddenly inquired. Yes, we must return. Chu Ming replied with a somber tone. It seems Grandpa still doesn't trust me. He would rather believe in my uncle's son. This truly disheartens me. Chu Ming was well aware of the internal workings of the Chu family. Chu Nantian's eldest son, who is also Chu Ming's father, had perished in a border war many years ago. His mother, a scientist, had also sacrificed herself in that conflict. Without Grandpa Chu Nantian, Chu Ming might have been left homeless. For the past few years, Chu Nantian had treated Chu Ming well materially and in terms of status. But all of it was a FAA. He would not relinquish any power within the family to Chu Ming. In his heart, Chu Ming was merely someone who could live off his family's resources without any aspirations. Why should he strive and disrupt the plans in Chu Nantian's mind? Young Master Ming, the family head has gone too far this time. Tang Lin sighed. Too far? No, even without the extreme blood blade, he would still act this way. I have never been seen as a candidate for family head in his eyes. Chu Ming's voice was cold. What should we do then? Convey the orders. I will temporarily return to the capital for 2 days. A glint of determination appeared in Chu Ming's eyes. This time I must not be discovered by Grandpa. He will undoubtedly have precautions in place, knowing Chu Nantian's cunning nature. Once he learns that Chu Ming intends to return to the capital, he will surely try to obstruct him in every possible way. Therefore, Chu Ming needed to devise a scheme to make Chu Nantian believe that he was still in Linju City. Understood, young Master Ming. I will make arrangements immediately. Upon hearing Tang Lin's response, Chu Ming promptly hung up. This old fox Chu Nantian is truly amusing, pretending to be unaware of anything. A faint smile crossed Chu Ming's lips as he gazed at the bustling playground. A chill flickering in his eyes. Since the Chu family intends to treat me this way, I shall no longer hold back. Everyone in the Chu family hopes that Chu Ming will live a life of complacency, content to eat and wait for death, but he is unwilling. If he conformed to their wishes, would he still be the villain? Time flew by. The following evening, the Chen family manor was adorned with lights and decorations. All the servants were busy setting up lanterns and decorations required for the banquet. Those unaware of the situation might have thought there was a joyous occasion at the Chen family. Upon inquiry, they learned that a distinguished guest was arriving at the Chen family today. Who could this esteemed guest be that warrants such importance from the family? It is said that the young Master Chu Ci from the Chu family in the capital has returned a long-lost treasure to us. Young Master Chu Ci. I remember he is a genius from the Chu family. He is quite handsome and possesses great charm. Indeed, it seems destined that he and our Chen family are fated to cross paths. The family had mentioned that in addition to expressing gratitude, they are also preparing to marry their little princess to him. Heavens! That little princess has a capricious temperament. Can young Master Chu Ci handle that? The servants continued their discussions. Just then, several luxury cars drove through the gates of the Chen family. The Chu family has arrived, someone shouted, and the faces of the servants changed in unison as they turned their gaze toward the entrance. Among them was a white van that abruptly halted before them. From the vehicle emerged an elderly man and a younger one. The Chen family has truly gone all out for this occasion. Chu Nanqian laughed heartily, observing the grandeur of the Chen family manner, and immediately understood, Grandpa, the Chen family's lavish preparations must indicate their profound gratitude towards our Chu family. Chu Ci spoke gently, dressed in an expensive suit. He presented himself impeccably. He had even memorized how to explain the origins of the extreme blood blade. As per Chu Nanqian's instructions, little Ci, the head of the Chen family may introduce a marriage proposal for you today. You must hold your ground. Chu Nanqian spoke gravely. Rest assured, Grandpa. I am more adept at this than that. Chu Ci chuckled, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. It is indeed laughable. Despite having a marriage engagement with the Su family, he still dared to break it off and scurry to a small place like Linju City to scrape by. Enough, let us not speak of him. He has always been unworthy of trust and only resorts to underhanded tactics. A glint of vigilance shimmered in Chu Nanqian's eyes. Today, you must handle this matter, and in the future, our Chu family will naturally be under your leadership. Yes, I will not disappoint Grandpa's expectations. Chu Ci smiled at Chu Nanqian. Today only the two of them had come, fearing that too many people might inadvertently reveal the truth. Head of the Chu family. At that moment, as the two exchanged words discreetly, a portly elder in splendid attire suddenly emerged from the banquet hall. Head of the Chen family. Upon seeing the elder, Chu Nanqian instantly donned a courteous smile. It has been many years. I hope you have been well. Haha, I am doing quite well. The elder laughed heartily. Since we are old acquaintances, let us dispense with the formalities of addressing each other as family heads. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers. Chu Nanqian's heart jolted, and he immediately clasped his hands in salute, smiling. Brother Qian Jiyu. Haha, my dear brother Nanqian, please come this way. The head of the Chen family. Chen Changgu laughed heartily, leading Chu Ci and Chu Nanqian into the banquet hall. The individual behind you must be the junior who discovered the extreme blood blade, correct? Chen Changgu's gaze swept over Chu Ci. Nodding with satisfaction, indeed a fine young man. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa Chen. Chu Ci smiled politely, yet his heart was filled with joy. Who is Chen Changgu? He is the head of the foremost family in the capital. That he would actually commend himself is something Chu Ci could never have dreamt of. Speaking of which, he ought to express gratitude towards that good-for-nothing young Master Chu Ming. Had he not brought back the blood blade of extremity, he would not be here now. Brother Changgu, I do not mean to boast, but my grandson is truly exceptional. Chu Nanqian exclaimed. He has already attained the prowess of an internal force master, surpassing all other descendants of the Chu family. Moreover, it was by fate that the blood blade of extremity was discovered and brought back to the capital by him. Haha, indeed remarkable. Coincidentally, I have a granddaughter, aged 22. If your grandson is interested, why not? Chen Changgu winked at Chu Nanqian. Chu Nanqian immediately grasped Chen Changgu's intention. This Chen Changgu wishes to play matchmaker for Chu Ci. In the future, Chu Ci would become the head of the Chu family. And the Chen family's little princess would be the matriarch of the Chu family. The status of the Chu family would be unassailable. Brother Changgu, that depends on Chu Ci's wishes. I do not wish to impose. Chu Nanqian replied, casting a strategic glance at Chu Ci. Chu Ci smiled and said, if Grandfather Chen has such an intention, I shall certainly comply. Excellent. I shall have someone take you to her residence shortly. So you may meet her first, Chen Changgu said with a smile. You two can meet now, and I will arrange a program for the banquet later. Then I shall respectfully comply. Chu Xiai nodded with a smile. Chapter 78. Chen Xian. In the northwest corner of the Chen family estate lay the boudoir of the little princess. Chen Xian. Miss, it's bad. A maid rushed in, breathless. What is it that has you in such a tizzy? Chen Xian, seated on the sofa playing a game, frowned and inquired. The head of the family has organized a banquet today, originally to thank the person who found the family treasure, but it is being circulated among the servants that the head also intends to arrange a match for you at this banquet. The maid gasped. This revelation left Chen Xian momentarily stunned. Matchmaking? She was taken aback. Quickly shutting off her game, she asked, who is the suitor? It is said to be a young master from the Chu family in the capital. Named Chu Xiai. He is quite presentable, but we do not know his character. The Chu family. They are the smallest of families. What on earth is grandfather thinking, wanting to marry me off so casually to a young master of a minor family? Chen Xian was incensed. She had no desire to marry so thoughtlessly. Is there something wrong with the games or the television? Must I marry so early? Indeed, the head could have chosen the eldest young master of the Chu family instead. How could it come to this mere young master of the Chu family? The maid consoled. The eldest young master of the Chu family. I refuse to marry. Chen Xian retorted angrily, her face flushed with indignation. Making her even more beautiful, Shaolin, quickly prepare. I intend to escape for 3 days. Miss, you aren't thinking of what's wrong? It's not my first time fleeing from a matchmaking. Chen Xian huffed. It's called having policies above and countermeasures below. Grandfather can do nothing to me. Miss, what about the head? Will you help or not? But, will you help or not? Yes, I understand. Shaolin sighed, beginning to gather the essentials for Chen Xian's escape. Soon, she finished packing and led Chen Xian to the back courtyard of the Chen estate. It was a secluded area where Chen Xian had opened a hidden door, unnoticed by anyone. With her backpack slung over her shoulder and a pink cap atop her head, Chen Xian stepped through the door. Outside lay a verdant forest. Once she entered, she could find her way to the city and successfully leave the Chen estate. Miss, once you leave, remember to call me every day. Otherwise I will worry, the maid urged. I know. Chen Xian chuckled softly. I'll be back in 3 days. Miss, be careful. The maid carefully checked Chen Xian's belongings before waving her off. Chen Xian's figure quickly vanished into the greenery. At the same time, a helicopter landed a kilometer away from the Chen estate, within the forest. Young Master Ming, we have arrived, Tang Lin announced as she jumped from the helicopter and opened the rear door. A simple staircase was unfolded and Chu Ming slowly emerged from the cabin. This is the Chen family. He surveyed his surroundings. The area was desolate, shrouded by trees, with not a soul in sight. Young Master Ming. To avoid detection by the Chen family's guards, we could only land here, Tang Lin explained. Considering your intention to disrupt the banquet, there is a possibility of being pursued by the Chen family. Hence we must ensure a safe escape route. You've certainly thought this through, Chu Ming remarked, clearing his throat. He intended to sabotage the Chen family's banquet, but he did not wish to become enemies with them. He merely sought to teach Chu Xiai a lesson for stealing his credit. Young master, there is a small path ahead. Just walk about 1,000 meters and you will reach the Chen family's territory. You will need to scale the wall to enter. Are you certain you are prepared? Tang Lin inquired with concern. Of course. I've donned my prepared cloak, Chu Ming replied with a smile. This is within my capabilities. He refrained from disclosing his current strength. Since breaking through the 5th level of the Eternal Dark Path, his prowess had reached the realm of a master. This level far surpassed that of an internal force expert. The guards of the Chen family would not pose a challenge for him. Then I wish you all the best, Tang Lin said, casting a worried glance at Chu Ming but saying no more. All right, I'm off. Chu Ming donned his cloak, ready to slip into the hidden path. Just then, a girl wearing a pink cap emerged from the path. She struggled to climb out, and upon lifting her head, she froze in place. Chu Ming also stood there, equally dazed, their eyes locking in surprise. Is this someone from the Chen family? Was the thought racing through Chu Ming's mind. Goodness, is this the person my grandfather sent to fetch me back? Was what Chen Xian wondered. The two remained locked in a stare for nearly a minute. Ming squinted his eyes and stepped aside. Chen Xian mirrored his movement. What do you intend to do? Ming took a deep breath and suddenly questioned, What do you intend to do? Chen Xian frowned, coldly retorting, Get lost? You want me to get lost? Upon hearing this, a glint of menace flickered in Ming's eyes. I won't leave. What will you do about it? You won't leave? Chen Xian shot him a glare and promptly stepped on the back of Ming's foot. She twisted it fiercely. Ming's expression turned ashen. How could this girl possess such strength that even he, a master, felt a twinge of pain? Get out of the way. Don't make me say it twice. Chen Xian commanded coldly. Tang Lin. Ming called out immediately. Yes, young master. Tang Lin appeared at Ming's side. Upon seeing Tang Lin, Chen Xian suddenly realized that these two might not be from the Chen family. What do you intend to? Before Chen Xian could finish her thought, Tang Lin swiftly struck the back of her neck, causing her to faint immediately. Young master, how should we handle her? Tang Lin inquired, supporting the unconscious Chen Xian. She is likely a member of the Chen family. Bind her and stow her in the helicopter. Once I have completed my task, we will decide what to do next. Understood. Following Ming's command, Tang Lin promptly complied. Chen Xian was tightly bound and hidden away in the helicopter. For the time being, she would not awaken. With the banquet drawing nearer, time was of the essence for Ming. As he gazed at the darkening sky, he plunged into the hidden path within the forest. Chapter 79. The origins of Chen Yangran. What Ming did not know was that a jade pendant tied with a red silk thread silently slipped into the large pocket of his cloak. As night fell, the pendant lay in Ming's bag, jostling with each movement. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily infiltrated the Chen family estate. Meanwhile, in a private room of the Chen family banquet hall, Head of the family, the little princess has escaped. The little princess is too unruly. Strict supervision is imperative. Indeed, dismiss this batch of servants. How could they not keep an eye on a single woman? Many elders of the Chen family expressed their displeasure. Chen Changgu sat silently on the sofa, his expression dark as he tapped his pipe lightly against the coffee table. He then raised his head to gaze at the elders in the room. Have you finished speaking? The elders exchanged glances, falling silent. Now that you have finished, it is my turn to speak, Chen Changgu said calmly. You are all aware of Xian's situation. 20 years ago, a wise sage visited the Chen family and foretold that Xian would lead a life of solitude and despair, ultimately passing her days in loneliness. Yet, the family head, one of the white-robed elders, interjected, those are merely the prophecies of that man. Who knows where he hails from? Perhaps he is just a charlatan. His words cannot be trusted. Indeed, family head, the little princess's audacity is closely tied to your indulgence. I suggest. Before these elders could finish their thoughts, Chen Changgu raised his head slowly, casting a cold gaze upon them. The latter part of the elders' statement was promptly swallowed back. They could discern that Chen Changgu was somewhat incensed. The old man thought to himself, I possess my own judgment. I do not require your reminders. Chen Changgu spoke in a low tone. After all these years, not to mention marriage, Xian does not even have a suitor. She is already 22 years old, and if this continues, the Chen family will undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Family head, the little princess has no admirers. Is there not a reason for this? The white-robed elder sighed wryly, recalling that when she was 13, she had been harassed by two young men, and she had proceeded to break their third leg. Indeed, at 15, when she received a love letter, she went directly to confront and thrash the sender, causing that family to flee the capital. And at 17, many young scions from prominent families pursued her. Yet what transpired? They were lured to a hotel and faced chemical castration. And at 19, enough. Chen Changgu inhaled deeply. As Xian's grandfather, how could he be unaware of her temperament? Although Chen Xian possessed remarkable beauty, there was not a single soul willing to pursue her. Why? It was a matter of life and death. Among the young lords of the capital, who is not accustomed to luxury, who would wish to bring such a little demoness home? Thus, for years, no one dared to propose marriage to the Chen family because of Chen Xian. That sage had once left behind a jade pendant. Chen Changgu sighed, stating that as long as someone could soak the pendant in blood and make it glow, that person would be Xian's fated one. and the curse of her lifelong solitude would be lifted. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces turned extremely bitter. Family head, do not speak of soaking the pendant in blood. Over the years, we have no idea how many worthy men's blood we have tried, yet none have managed to make it shine. Indeed, in my view, that so-called sage is nothing more than a swindler. How could the pendant possibly glow? Family head, it would be best to find the little princess, persuade her to nod in agreement, and marry her off to the young master of the Chu family. The Chu family is on the decline. Even if the little princess is willful and headstrong, they will surely treat her well when bringing her home. The elder's suggestion infuriated Chen Tiangu. Nonsense. He slammed his smoking pipe down onto the coffee table with such force that it left spiderweb-like cracks in the tempered glass. It seems you all wish to casually send her away to rid yourselves of the trouble she brings. Chen Tiangu thundered. She is my granddaughter, the little princess of the Chen family. I have wronged her parents in my lifetime. Thus even in death I must ensure her happiness. Family head. The elders, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Given Chen Xian's temperament, can she truly find happiness? That is simply impossible. Without further ado, I will personally go to the Chu family to explain. Chen Tiangu picked up his pipe and spoke in a low voice. Arrange for an early banquet. We cannot let the esteemed guests of the Chu family wait impatiently. The elders sighed in unison. Acquiescing to his command, merely 20 minutes later, all guests had arrived at the banquet. The Chen family had prepared a grand feast, inviting numerous young scions from the capital's prominent families. Aside from the Jiyu and Su families, nearly all of the other 7 great families were present. Chu Nanqian and Chu Xi sat at the forefront of the banquet, their faces brimming with self-satisfaction. This is the main stage, the very place where Chen Tiangu is to be seated. I never expected that one day I, Chu Nanqian, could also occupy this place. Chu Nanqian's smile was exuberant. Grandfather, this is the first time I have been stared at by so many dignitaries. Chu Xi surveyed the surroundings and chuckled softly. I must admit, this feeling is exhilarating. My dear grandson, when the family head inquires, you must not falter. Chu Nanqian whispered. This extreme path blood blade was bestowed upon him by Chu Ming, and now he had sent Chu Xi to impersonate him. He needed to keep this matter under wraps, otherwise his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Grandfather, rest assured. I have memorized everything. Chu Xi smiled calmly. You can trust me. I shall ensure your satisfaction. Indeed, you have never let me down since childhood. Rather, it is your lazy cousin who causes me endless worry. Chu Nanqian sighed. To be cautious, he had even dispatched someone to investigate matters regarding Chu Ming in Linju City. Upon receiving the report confirming that Chu Ming was still in Linju, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had not seen the Chen family's little princess, if this plan succeeded, he could concoct an excuse to replace Chu Ming with you. Thank you, Grandfather. Chu Xi beamed with joy. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to Chu Ming for presenting the extreme path blood blade. Otherwise I would not have this opportunity. However, it is destined that Chu Ming cannot become the head of the Chu family. That position can only belong to him. Just as the grandfather and grandson were whispering to each other, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. The music ceased. A spotlight shone upon the stage. Esteemed guests, the white-robed elder suddenly appeared in the spotlight. I am Chen Fengming, the 6th elder of the Chen family. The purpose of inviting you all today is due to a momentous occasion for the Chen family. The white-robed elder Chen Fengming waved his right hand, and the spotlight once again illuminated a dagger glinting with cold light, presenting it before all. This is the extreme path blood blade, once wielded by our ancestor Chen Hongdao. Lost during the National Defense War, the Chen family has searched for its trace for 60 years without success. Chen Fengming laughed heartily. Until today, a fated individual has retrieved it and returned it to the Chen family. That fated individual is young Master Chu Xi of the Chu family. Chen Fengming's words resonated clearly throughout the entire venue. The spotlight fell upon Chu Xi. Taking a deep breath, his heart surged as he rose. Now, we invite young Master Chu Xi to say a few words. Chen Fengming handed the microphone to Chu Xi. Chu Xi's expression was tense as he gazed at the dignitaries and guests. Gently beginning, esteemed guests, to have found the Chen family's extreme path blood blade is indeed my fortune. I have endured many hardships for this. In my pursuit of cultivation, I have scaled lofty mountains and traversed vast oceans. Ultimately, I found the extreme path blood blade atop a snow-capped peak. I discovered it by sheer coincidence, but, just as Chu Ci was about to elaborate on his tale, the grand doors of the banquet hall were suddenly thrust open. You are lying, a harsh voice thundered from the entrance, cutting through the ear and overpowering Chu Ci's amplified voice. The words stunned Chu Ci into silence, his expression shifting to one of distress. All the guests turned abruptly. Standing at the entrance was a figure clad in a black robe, donning a Grim Reaper mask. Who is this? He just accused the young master of the Chu family of lying. What offense did the Chu family commit to provoke someone to challenge them in the presence of the Chen family? How absurd! What grudge could invoke such fear from the Chen family? All eyes were fixed upon the masked figure. This is the Chen family. Do not act recklessly. The head of the Chen family's security team immediately rushed forward, preparing to apprehend the black-clad figure. Do you dare cause trouble here? Do you not know that the Chen family is the foremost family in the capital? Even those dignitaries would not dare to act recklessly here. The masked figure regarded the advancing security personnel with indifference. He suddenly waved his hand and a wave of master-level energy erupted forth. Boom! An invisible shockwave struck the chests of the security guards like a hammer. 7 security personnel were sent hurtling backward. Crashing onto the banquet table, the guests screamed in alarm, hastily retreating. The entire banquet hall descended into chaos. Chen Changgu, the family head, abruptly stood up from the feast, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" "I." The masked figure scoffed. "You may call me the Grim Reaper." "The Grim Reaper?" Chen Changgu furrowed his brow. He had never heard this name before. "What brings you to the Chen family?" Chen Changgu inquired cautiously. "Nothing more than to restore order." The masked figure chuckled. He was Chu Ming, who had been lurking at the entrance for some time, intent on witnessing Chu Ci's shameless impersonation. "What chaos is there to restore?" Chen Changgu questioned with furrowed brows. "What disorder do you intend to rectify?" The extreme path blood blade of the Chen family was entrusted to the Chu family's eldest master, Chu Ming. Why then is this unrelated person here to claim credit? Chu Ming's words rang clear throughout the venue. All present held their breath. The expressions of Chu Ci and Chu Nanqian turned ashen in an instant. It is over. They had never anticipated that Chu Ming had such formidable backing. Could such a thing truly exist? Chen Wugu furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed upon Chu Nanqian and Chu Ci. "Gentlemen, is there any truth to this matter?" "Absolutely not," Chu Ci retorted immediately, her face flushed with indignation. "He bears a grudge against our Chu family and has deliberately come to stir trouble for the Chen family. Grandfather Chen, you must not believe him." Indeed. Chu Nanqian nodded vigorously, adding, "This incident is entirely my fault. It is I who failed to resolve our enmity, causing Brother Changgu to be embarrassed." Their words reached Chu Ming's ears, eliciting a cold smile from him. He had anticipated that the two would not concede so easily. "You claim that the extreme Dao blood blade is in your possession. Do you have any proof?" Chu Ming inquired dismissively. "Proof?" Chu Ci was suddenly taken aback. This item was not something she had discovered. What proof could she possibly provide? Yes, since it is the young master of the Chu family who found it, there should be evidence, right? Surely, when something is found, there would be photographs or videos. Did the young master of the Chu family possess such evidence? Was it true, then, that the man in black had spoken the truth and that the young master of the Chu family had no proof? Below, numerous guests began to murmur among themselves, their skepticism towards Chu Ci's claims growing. "Here is the proof," Chu Nanqian declared, retrieving a photograph from his bosom. "This is a picture taken when Xiao Ci discovered the extreme Dao blood blade right on the snowy mountain." Chu Nanqian handed the photograph to Chen Changgu. Chen Changgu examined it closely, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, it is the extreme Dao blood blade of the Chen family. This item serves as valid proof." With this proclamation, the crowd unanimously nodded in agreement. It appeared that the young master of the Chu family truly had a connection to the extreme Dao blood blade. The man in black must be an enemy of the Chu family to dare make such accusations. Once the elders of the Chen family arrived, he would be in for a reckoning. The guests' opinions shifted once again. Chu Nanqian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to fabricate a photograph. His intention was to blur the lines of truth. He had not anticipated it would actually come into play. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xi burst into laughter, countering Chu Ming. Then you claim this item is yours. Do you have any proof? He currently possessed proof, but he did not believe that the man in black would have any proof. Chu Ming chuckled, slowly extending his right hand. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he softly muttered, "You old bastard." These 4 words abruptly silenced the hall, but in the next moment, the extreme Dao blood blade flew through the air and landed in Chu Ming's hand, shocking everyone present. What? Not only the onlookers but even Chen Wugu sprang to his feet, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How could it be that, aside from the legendary ancestor Hong Dao, someone else could wield the extreme Dao blood blade? This was inconceivable. The elders of the Chen family were utterly astonished. This was an occurrence that seemed impossible. That was a treasure of the Chen family. How could it be controlled by an outsider? Chu Xi and Chu Nanqian were left dumbfounded. This man in black had refined the extreme Dao blood blade. Even the cunning Chu Nanqian had not foreseen this development. It was over. They were truly finished. Chu Nanqian collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. The fact that the extreme Dao blood blade had flown into the hands of that man spoke volumes. This proof was infinitely more credible than his mere photograph. Chapter 81. I am the king of the underworld. Now the extreme Dao blood blade is in my possession, Chu Ming declared coldly. Is there anyone else who wishes to question my proof? You may step forward. Chu Ming's deep voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, met with an oppressive silence. No one could muster any counter-arguments. To command the extreme Dao blood blade without prior contact was not just a matter of fate but also required immense strength. Even these 2 factors alone were enough to persuade the onlookers. As Hong Dao had stated, Chen Changgu drew a deep breath. To be able to control the extreme Dao blood blade is a feat achieved by 1 in a million. May I inquire as to your identity? Esteemed sir, I have already stated I am the king of the underworld. Chu Ming replied solemnly. I have come to the Chen family today solely to rectify the chaos. I have no interest in other matters. Nor do I wish to engage in them. Chen Changgu was momentarily speechless. The aura radiating from this masked figure was overwhelmingly powerful. Even he, the head of the Chen family, felt a sense of pressure. This was undoubtedly a formidable expert. It was my error in judgment, Chen Changgu said gravely as he stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. This gesture left everyone astounded. What were they witnessing? The head of the Chen family was bowing to the man in black. Family head. The elder in white, Chen Fengming, exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be foolish, Chen Changgu admonished sharply. Get these 2 swindlers from the Chu family out of my sight. At these words, Chu Nanqian and Chu Xi collapsed to the ground, utterly disheartened. This was not an alliance with the Chen family. Rather, it was an outright offense. Chu Nanqian had meticulously planned, yet he had not anticipated this outcome. Yes, family head. Chen Fengming hesitated for a moment before respectfully complying. Seize this old man and young lady of the Chu family and throw them out of the grand doors of my Chen family. Wait, Chu Ming interjected calmly. Chen Changgu was taken aback and quickly inquired, might I ask, esteemed king of the underworld, what is your opinion? This extreme Dao blood blade is a gift I have bestowed upon the young master of the Chu family. Chu Ming intended to facilitate an alliance with your Chen family. Simply ask the impostor and allow Chu Nanqian to remain. Should the Chen family and the Chu family become adversaries, it would disrupt Chu Ming's plans. Thus, he sought to leave a sliver of hope. It was a small concession for Chu Nanqian. I understand now, Chen Changgu thought, enlightened. Seize this Chu Xi and expel him from our Chen family. From now on, he is forbidden from stepping foot inside. Chen Changgu issued the command immediately. Chu Xi's face turned a ghastly shade of white. Grandfather Chen, there must be some misunderstanding. You cannot take his words seriously. All talk of climbing the social ladder, of soaring ambitions and of the position of young master had vanished. All that mattered to Chu Xi now was to leave the Chen family safely. Enough. Chu Nanshan's quick reflexes enabled him to slap Chu Ci across the face, roaring, "You wretched child, you have kept me in the dark. Apologize to Grandfather Chen," in the face of the Chen family's intimidation. Chu Nanshan promptly altered his tone. Chu Ming observed coldly, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips at the sight of Chu Nanshan's cunning maneuvering. The old fox was indeed adept at adapting to circumstances. Even willing to sacrifice Chu Ci, this way, he could preserve his own dignity. Poor Chu Ci, so young and naive, utterly bewildered by the intricate dynamics at play, was left dazed by Chu Nanshan's slap. "Grandfather, but you told me to, beast." Chu Nanshan's expression shifted dramatically as he slapped Chu Ci once more, silencing him. "Do you wish to drag me down with you? How could the Chu family have produced such a wretch like you?" "One must act the part in its entirety." Chu Nanshan's two slaps elicited a sarcastic smile from beneath the mask of Chu Ming. This old fox was indeed impressive. To strike his most beloved grandson without hesitation was no small feat. Had it been Chu Ming lying on the ground instead of Chu Ci, it was likely that Chu Nanshan would have dealt him a few more slaps. Enough. Chen Changgu had already grasped the truth behind the events. But he glanced at the masked Chu Ming. In deference to the king of the underworld, he decided to temporarily spare Chu Nanshan, drag this Chu Ci away, ensure he does not disrupt the banquet. Yes, Elder Chen Fengming promptly led the guards to apprehend Chu Ci. On Chu Ci's left, two black-clad guards. On his right, two black-clad guards. "Grandfather, it is not as you think. I truly did not," he pleaded desperately. But he was quickly dragged away, leaving the banquet hall in a state of disarray. Chu Ci's cries of despair pierced through to Chu Nanshan's heart, twisting it in agony. How could he have anticipated that the so-called worthless young master, Chu Ming, had such a powerful backing? "Now that the troublemaker has departed, are you satisfied, esteemed sir?" Chen Changgu inquired, looking toward Chu Ming. "Acceptable," Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. With a swift motion, he thrust the extreme Dao blood blade deep into the ground, just inches from Chu Nanshan's leg. The blade, embedded in the floor, sent a chill down Chu Nanshan's spine. "Let today's events be forgotten. Should you dare repeat this transgression in the future, this blade shall become a harbinger of death." With that ominous statement, Chu Ming dramatically swirled his robes, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung shut. An elder with long, flowing hair clad in azure appeared at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the masked Chu Ming. "Esteemed sir, it seems rather inappropriate for you to create chaos in my Chen family and then simply leave without consequence." The elder narrowed his eyes, locking onto Chu Ming. "The fourth elder," Chen Changgu exclaimed, rising in surprise. "What brings you here? I heard that an outsider has intruded upon my Chen family estate today, so I came to investigate." The elder replied with a serene smile. His cold, piercing gaze swept over Chu Ming. "Is it you, esteemed sir? How can you come to my Chen family as a guest and not partake in a meal before departing?" Upon seeing the elder's presence, Chu Ming's breath suddenly grew heavy. The aura emanating from this individual was strikingly similar to that of Zhuangji from the Longyin Temple. A Grandmaster. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed in alarm. This was truly dire. He had only unlocked the fifth layer of the underworld path, his strength comparable to that of a martial master. To confront a grandmaster would surely prove insufficient. Chu Ming took a deep breath and feigned calmness as he said, "What is this? The Chen family has regained the extreme path blood blade thanks to me, and now they intend to turn against its discoverer. Your Highness the King of Hell, how could you say such a thing?" Chen Changgu immediately interjected, addressing the elder in the green robe and long hair. "Elder 4, this man is not our enemy. Do not offend him." In response to Chen Changgu's words, Elder 4 scoffed dismissively. "Is it merely the finding of the extreme path blood blade? How trivial," he coldly remarked. "As it happens, I have just emerged from seclusion, and my skills are itching for a challenge. Why not let this friend entertain me?" "Elder 4, you must not," Chen Changgu warned. "He is a distinguished guest and benefactor of our Chen family. We must not violate our family's etiquette." "Not to worry, I merely wish to spar with this friend." "It is no trouble at all," Elder Four paid no heed to Chen Qiangu's words. In that instant, his figure suddenly flickered and he swiftly approached Chu Ming. There is no other way. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and pressed the button on the black phone in his pocket. Skill level upgrade successful. Eternal Hell Path Technique Cultivation Stage. First volume, 6th layer. Remaining plot points, 274. Sensing the vibration of his phone, Chu Ming took a deep breath. He could feel his power significantly increase with this breath. He suddenly swung his fist, striking Elder Four's palm. Boom. The shockwave erupted instantly. The tables and chairs nearby were all overturned and the crowd recoiled in shock. Elder Four, restrain yourself. Chen Qiangu exclaimed anxiously, these are the nobility and family members of the capital. How can Elder Four dare to attack our benefactor in front of so many? As Chen Qiangu spoke, the raging winds began to calm. Both Chu Ming and Elder Four retreated a step. The right side of Chu Ming's black robe suddenly tore, and a trickle of blood flowed from the torn fabric, dripping into the broken pocket of his robe. He was injured. A hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Chen family members. Even though the black robe concealed the blood, they could still sense the unstable aura emanating from Chu Ming. At this moment, Chu Ming's breathing was heavy, yet his cold gaze, through the King of Hell mask, was resolutely fixed upon Elder Four. Elder Four laughed heartily. My friend, it seems you wish to cause trouble in our Chen family, yet you still lack the necessary skills. Is that so? Chu Ming retorted coldly. Is it not true? I merely exchanged one palm strike with you, and yet you... Before Elder Four could finish his words, his eyes widened in disbelief. Puff! Elder Four suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, causing an uproar among the guests. Elder Four was injured. I remember he just became a Grand Master. How could he be hurt by this man in the black robe? How is that possible? Not only the guests but even the Chen family members were taken aback. Elder Four's strength was beyond doubt. To be injured after just one exchange with the masked man? Impossible. Elder Four stared incredulously at the blood on the ground. His eyes filled with disbelief. He was a Grand Master, with inner power protecting him. How could he be injured by a single punch? Elder Four of the Chen family, a Grand Master. Chu Ming coldly smiled beneath the mask. It appears that you are not as formidable as you claim. Despite being significantly injured, Chu Ming was confident that Elder Four was not in a much better state. The sudden enhancement of the Eternal Hell Path technique to the 6th layer granted him the power to rival the pinnacle of Grand Masters. Elder Four, underestimating him, had taken a full-force punch and was bound to suffer. He actually dares to say that Elder Four of the Chen family is nothing special. Heavens, who would dare to utter such words within the Chen family? He must be the first. This man is reckless. The Chen family does not have only one powerful elder. The guests murmured amongst themselves, but more than anything, they were astonished by Chu Ming's strength. They found it hard to imagine the face concealed beneath the mask. Impudent! I will not rest until you are dead. Elder Four furiously wiped the blood from his mouth. This man in the black robe had humiliated him in front of so many. He would never let Chu Ming go. In that instant, he suddenly moved. Chu Ming took a deep breath, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Elder Four. The strange movement technique from the Eternal Hell Path technique was executed with remarkable proficiency. He struck out with a thunderous force. Elder Four, already unstable, was hit from behind by Chu Ming's punch and spat out another mouthful of blood. In the midst of this chaos, a blood-stained jade pendant fell from the torn pocket of Chu Ming's robe. Unbeknownst to him, today, this strike I will remember. Chu Ming coldly declared, one day, I shall repay this blow in full. A whirlwind surged around him. The doors burst open and the guests were blown back, unable to open their eyes against the gust. Amidst this tempest, Chu Ming's figure melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Impudent, do not flee. Elder Four, furious, turned to pursue Chu Ming, only to find that he had left not even a trace behind. Elder Four, do not pursue. Chen Qiangu looked towards the direction Chu Ming had departed. His expression was grave. This man is fated with the extreme path blood blade. Our Chen family cannot afford to make an enemy of him. Lest we go against the wishes of our ancestors. Chen Qiangu spoke solemnly. Surely you have not forgotten the words of our ancestors. Elder For's expression darkened, and he reluctantly nodded. Of course I remember. That is good to hear, Chen Changgu replied. Our ancestor once said, anyone destined to be connected with the extreme path blood blade is undoubtedly a benefactor to our Chen family. If our family finds itself in dire straits, and this benefactor does not lend their assistance, it could lead to our clan's annihilation. Elder For took a deep breath. This man's strength is definitely no more than that of a grandmaster. How could he possibly aid our Chen family? Elder For was unconvinced. Today, he dared to intrude upon our Chen family estate and injure our kin. He will undoubtedly dare to strike again, bringing shame upon our descendants. You speak too harshly. If you do not provoke him, how could he possibly act in such a manner? Chen Changgu cast a sharp glance at Elder For. Just as he was about to say more, a sudden golden streak of light shot up from the ground. The appearance of this light left everyone momentarily stunned. The radiance lasted only 3 seconds. Could it be? Chen Changgu clenched his fists and personally began to clear the debris of the broken tables and chairs. Beneath the wreckage, he discovered a jade pendant. This is Jiang's pendant. How did it end up here? Chen Changgu was taken aback. He would not mistake it. This was undoubtedly Chen Jiang's pendant, and it was glowing. Could it be that the prediction of that eminent figure has come true? Chen Changgu stared intently at the blood-stained pendant in his palm. Suddenly, he looked up. Someone is coming, he exclaimed excitedly. Master, I am here. Behind him, more than 20 guards bowed in unison. Quickly, go and bring that king of hell back. Chen Changgu's voice trembled slightly. After so many years, he had finally found the true fated person. Master, do you wish for us to find the one who calls himself the king of hell? Why? The elder in white Chen Fengming asked in confusion. Do not question why. Just go. Chen Changgu snapped. If you delay, you will be the ones to answer for it. Understood. Chen Fengming's eyes revealed a serious expression as he hurriedly led the group away. After over 20 years, I hope he is the fated one I have been searching for all along. Chen Changgu gazed towards the quiet night sky beyond the door, his eyes filled with anticipation and joy. Chapter 83. I command you to descend. Chu Ming had just exited the banquet hall of the Chen family. Fortunately, these people did not discover my true identity. His figure slipped through the shadows. He exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Elder For's strike had nearly shattered his spiritual power. Had he not been prepared, activating the app to enhance the power of the Eternal Hell Path technique, he might have truly been knocked down by that old monster's strike. Chu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he had sustained considerable injuries. The Chen family was indeed a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chu Ming pondered gravely. In the original story, the Chen family was the most powerful clan. Just one elder For possessed the strength of a grandmaster. With so many experts in the Chen family, it would be wise to leave sooner rather than later. Lost in thought, Chu Ming quickened his pace. But just then, footsteps echoed behind him. Chu Ming turned in confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief. Behind him, there were nearly 100 shadowy figures in black closing in on him. The Chen family had sent people to capture him. Could it be? Had the Chen family gone mad? They were determined to bring him back. Chu Ming's heart raced. This group of over 100 figures, the weakest among them was at least at the level of inner power mastery, with more than 100 inner power masters. Even if each delivered a single punch, it could cost Chu Ming his life. No, I must run. Chu Ming's face paled in fear. If he were captured by the Chen family, he would not only be unable to deal with the protagonist, but he, the great villain, would also meet his demise today. Under the moonlit night, Chu Ming quickened his pace. Seeing him accelerate, the leading figure, Chen Fengming, suddenly froze. Sir, please do not run. We are not here to capture you, he shouted. Chen Wugu has instructed us to bring this king of hell back. Why is that Pluto running even faster? These words fell into Chu Ming's ears, causing his steps to quicken once more. Aren't they here to capture me? Then why dispatch so many people? Do they take me for a fool? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ming summoned all the spiritual energy within him, aiming to break free from the Chen family's rear courtyard. His sudden burst of speed alarmed Chen Fengming, who cried out in desperation, "My lord, please do not flee. We truly are not here to capture you." Chen Fengming's voice echoed throughout the brightly lit Chen estate. Yet Chu Ming did not look back as he slipped into the shadows, heading towards the grove behind the Chen residence. That Chen Changgu really is a scoundrel. I helped them locate the extreme Dao blood blade. Yet they still send people to apprehend me. And over 100 at that. Chu Ming's complexion turned ashen. The intense sprint left his legs feeling numb. Meanwhile, behind him, the relentless Chen Fengming also felt his legs growing heavy. However, Chen Changgu had ordered that Chu Ming must be brought back or else he would be held accountable. How could Chen Fengming dare to stop? Elder, if he runs any further, he'll leave our Chen family grounds. What do we do? Indeed, he runs far too swiftly. We are not here to drag him back for punishment. We merely wish to invite him as a guest. Why is he fleeing? The black-clad guards were utterly perplexed by Chu Ming's frantic escape. Enough chatter. If we cannot bring him back today, we will all face the master's wrath. Chen Fengming was on the verge of tears. What could have possessed Chu Ming to run so desperately? Just as over 100 individuals were at a loss for words, Chu Ming successfully leaped into the grove. He dared not take the small path any longer, and instead relied on his speed to bound from tree to tree. Having escaped the Chen family, surely they would not pursue him any further. Chu Ming reassured himself, glancing back unintentionally. His eyes widened in disbelief. These people had formed a human ladder, directly vaulting over the courtyard wall. Damn it! Chu Ming's expression turned grim. These individuals were truly relentless. Was it just for injuring a fourth elder? Chu Ming felt utterly distressed. It appeared the Chen family was determined to capture him and hold him accountable. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Tang Lin Mingxiao. What's wrong? Quickly scramble the helicopter. No questions asked. What? Tang Lin was taken aback. Sitting at the helicopter door, she spotted the moving black figures in the distant grove. A chill ran down her spine. Mingxiao, what have you done for the Chen family to pursue you? I told you not to ask. Hurry and get the helicopter ready. It'll be too late otherwise. Chu Ming urged, anxious. Oh right. Got it. Tang Lin suddenly snapped back to reality, immediately urging the pilot to start the engine. The propellers began to spin, creating a whirlwind. Half a minute later, a figure leaped from the grove. Mingxiao, hurry! Tang Lin shouted anxiously. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and leaped onto the helicopter. It soared into the sky. This is bad. Chen Fengming, witnessing the scene, felt as if his breath had been stolen. He howled towards the heavens. Veins bulged on his forehead. In that split second as the helicopter ascended, he leaped up and grasped the helicopter's landing gear. Damn it! Chu Ming's heart nearly stopped at that sight. Chen Fengming's eyes widened, quickly explaining, My lord, please don't be alarmed, I am. Without a word, Chu Ming extended his right foot and stomped on Chen Fengming's face. Get down! As that foot descended, Chen Fengming could barely hold on. My lord, I only... He stammered in a panic. I told you to get down. Chu Ming exerted force with his right leg. Chen Fengming's joints whitened as he abruptly released the landing gear. He plummeted from a height of several meters. Landing among the crowd, elder. Over 100 black-clad individuals surged from the grove. Chen Fengming fell into their midst, unscathed but filled with tension and frustration. It's over. He got away. Elder, what are we to report to the master? Indeed, why did he have to run? We wouldn't do anything to him. Now that he has fled, we're doomed. The black-clad guards wore expressions of despair. There is nothing we can do now. Chen Fengming sighed heavily. Gazing at the helicopter vanishing into the night sky, this person shares a bond with our Chen family. Now that he has left, it's likely. No worries. Just then, a deep voice emerged from the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a portly elder striding forward. Master. Chen Fengming was taken aback. You have done your utmost, Chen Changgu said calmly. Perhaps I have been too demanding. That esteemed individual mentioned that the ties of fate in this world must be allowed to flow naturally. Not forced, master, do you mean? This person is not done with our Chen family. Since he has awakened Xian's jade pendant, we shall surely meet him again. Chen Changgu lifted his gaze to the inky night sky. A hint of profoundness in his eyes. Chapter 84. Refinement of the mortal body on the helicopter. Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief, yet a flicker of worry lingered. Before boarding, he had deliberately removed his mask. Uncertain whether Chen Fengming had glimpsed his true face, Ming Xiao, what on earth did you do to provoke the Chen family into sending so many skilled fighters after you? Tang Lin gazed at the densely packed figures below. Her complexion paling. If she was not mistaken, those individuals were the guards of the Chen estate, indicating that they were at least martial experts. I didn't do anything. I merely injured their elder. Chu Ming gasped for breath. Injured their elder? Tang Lin was taken aback, immediately inquiring, which elder did you injure? From what they said, it seems to be the fourth elder. Chu Ming replied casually. The fourth elder? A flicker of horror crossed Tang Lin's beautiful eyes as she exclaimed. Ming Xiao, how could you possibly injure the fourth elder of the Chen family? What's the big deal? It's just a fourth elder. Chu Ming was perplexed by Tang Lin's tone. He had little impression of this fourth elder. As the author had barely written about him, the fourth elder of the Chen family recently attained the Grandmaster realm, and he is notoriously protective and vindictive. Tang Lin trembled, cautioning, if he finds out it was you. Is that so? Chu Ming's heart raced as he replied, fortunately I was masked. He won't recognize me. That's a relief. Tang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly she sensed something was amiss. Ming Xiao. You said you injured the fourth elder. Tang Lin finally realized what was wrong. What strength did Chu Ming possess to injure the fourth elder and still escape unscathed? How could that be possible? Well, that old fellow is indeed formidable. Chu Ming sighed, revealing his right arm, which bore a wound that had stopped bleeding but still showed the gruesome bloodstains. Shocking Tang Lin, she hurriedly took out medical supplies. Disinfecting and bandaging his injury. The fourth elder is a grandmaster. If you weren't gravely injured after his blow, he must have held back. Tang Lin said earnestly, please refrain from engaging in such dangerous acts in the future. Are you worried about me? Chu Ming looked up, a playful smile on his face. Tang Lin's cheeks flushed instantly and she deliberately averted her gaze. Ming Xiao, as your subordinate, it is only natural for me to be concerned for your well-being. Tang Lin quickly composed herself and spoke. So that's how it is. Chu Ming nodded, falling silent. Within the cabin, an unspoken understanding settled between the two. Tang Lin's face was flushed. She could feel the warmth radiating from Chu Ming. While he caught the fragrance of her hair, they unconsciously drew closer. Just then, Chu Ming's black phone vibrated violently in his pocket. This tremor was stronger than any previous one, jolting Chu Ming awake. He quickly retrieved his phone. You have received a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. Oh, there's a reward this time too. Chu Ming was taken aback by the message, promptly opening the Urban Cultivation app. Congratulations, you have successfully altered the original plot. Plot points 10. Reward. Refinement of the mortal body 1. Relevant items have been credited to the user account. Please swipe to collect. As expected, it was related to changing a subplot. Chu Ming contemplated, frowning slightly. This refinement of the mortal body, I remember it being. He then clicked to view the item. A yellowed scroll appeared in his inventory. Refinement of the mortal body. Legend has it that this is a technique studied by the master of the realm of the uncreated. Possessing characteristics of easy entry and rapid cultivation. Note: great power must be matched with a robust mindset. If one's mindset is insufficient and one forcibly enhances their strength, they will inevitably fall into madness. Remember. Indeed. Chu Ming's face broke into a smile. He had a faint recollection of this refinement of the mortal body. In the original text, the red dust body refinement is a technique presented by the protagonist. Chu Quan bestowed it upon several supporting characters, including Xiao Mingyu and his parents. This technique is formidable, capable of transforming an individual into a powerful warrior overnight, albeit with significant side effects. Chu Ming wore a grave expression as he gazed at the book lying in the inventory. Without a compatible mindset, one would succumb to madness and fail to transcend. To his astonishment, this peculiar item had been granted as a reward at such a moment. Xiao Mingyu possessed a strong mindset, making her a suitable candidate. As for the others, Chu Ming cast a glance at the blushing Tang Lin across from him. Perhaps Tang Lin could also manage it. Her mindset should surpass that of an ordinary warrior. If it weren't for the lack of resources throughout her upbringing, she might have already transcended into an inner force master. Should he let Tang Lin try the red dust body refinement? A glimmer of hope appeared in Chu Ming's eyes. Indeed, Tang Lin's current strength was lacking, not even reaching the level of a warrior. By the story's midpoint, protagonists would encounter inner force masters casually strolling the streets. With her current capabilities, Tang Lin would undoubtedly be eliminated. Thus, he decided to allow her the opportunity. Chu Ming took a deep breath, however, just as he intended to retrieve the red dust body refinement from the inventory. A thick rope suddenly tightened around his neck. Huh? Chu Ming was taken aback. The rope constricted abruptly. He widened his eyes in shock. What was happening? Was someone attempting to kill him on the plane? Preposterous. Tang Lin, witnessing this scene, shouted in anger. Chu Ming struggled to turn around. He found a girl standing behind him, wearing a pink jacket and a cap. That was Chen Xian. What are you doing here? Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. How could the girl he was knocked out by in the forest still be on the plane? It seemed he had instructed Tang Lin to throw her off the plane. Chu Ming's recollection sharpened. His expression turned grim. He had been pursued too closely by Chen's group earlier, causing him to forget about this matter. Now, this bizarre girl had awakened, with her temper. It was indeed plausible for her to do something like this. Let go of me. Tang Lin seized a nearby wooden stick, threatening Chen Xian. If you don't release him, it won't end simply with a knockout. HMPH, you've taken me hostage and still expect me to set him free. Chen Xian tightened her grip around Chu Ming's neck, declaring, if you let me down, I will release him. Chapter 85. Let her down. Chen Xian had initially intended to escape from the Chen family. However, she never anticipated being knocked unconscious and left in this helicopter. Upon waking, she found herself at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Hurry, instruct the pilot to descend. Otherwise, I'll strangle him. Chen Xian's words made Tang Lin grit her teeth. Hesitating, she could die, but Chu Ming must not. You're taking me hostage. Release Ming Xiao. Tang Lin spoke calmly. Do you think I'm foolish? Chen Xian scoffed. You must be skilled in martial arts, right? If I release him, I won't be able to restrain you. Hearing this, Tang Lin's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, if she exchanged herself for Chu Ming, she had plenty of ways to break free from Chen Xian's hold. But in that instant, Chu Ming spoke up. Are you implying you can control me? Chu Ming's calm words elicited a sudden cold laugh from Chen Xian. Otherwise, given your appearance, you hardly seem like a martial arts master. Capturing you should be simple. Is that so? Chu Ming smiled serenely. He grasped the rope tightly. With a swift twist, he declared, you think you can break free? Impossible this is. Before Chen Xian could finish her sentence, she felt her hands loosen. She was taken aback. Chu Ming had effortlessly snapped the rope with his bare hands. This was a thick hemp rope several centimeters in diameter. How had he achieved that? This defied logic. Chen Xian was utterly astonished. She never expected Chu Ming to escape her grasp so easily. Surprised, Chu Ming chuckled, discarding the broken rope and turning his gaze toward Chen Xian. He twisted his neck. To be honest, Chen Xian's actions had startled him. Yet, with his extraordinary strength, how could a mere hemp rope bind Chu Ming? That was utterly impossible. Now, I present you with two choices. Point 1. Remain obediently here. We won't harm you. 2. We knock you out again and then… Heh. Chu Ming regarded Chen Xian with a smile that was neither here nor there. We are at an altitude of 1,000 meters. He had no desire to act recklessly. A misstep could result in death for all involved. You are indeed kidnapping me. Chen Xian retreated a few steps, pressing against the helicopter's door. She glanced at the white expanse of clouds outside the door. A hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Regardless of whether it was kidnapping or something else, you are now within my domain, and you will heed my words. Chu Ming smiled, advancing step by step toward Chen Xian. With gritted teeth, she suddenly kicked at Chu Ming's groin. Having learned self-defense, she knew this move was particularly effective against men. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Ming raised his right knee sharply, bending it suddenly. He extended his right hand, seizing Chen Xian's calf. That move is indeed quite vicious. Chu Ming chuckled, but it won't work against me. Let go of me. Chen Xian's calf was firmly gripped by Chu Ming, rendering her immobile. You wish to go down? Chu Ming smiled slowly, gazing at Chen Xian. Since that's the case, let me help you with that. Tang Lin, present, open the door behind this young lady and let her down. Ha! Tang Lin was taken aback by this command. At this altitude, jumping down would likely turn a person into a mere splatter. Ming, shout this. She hesitated. Do I need to repeat myself? Chu Ming asked coldly. Tang Lin gritted her teeth and finally bowed respectfully. Yes. She stepped forward, her right hand resting on the door handle. What are you doing? Chen Xian's face turned pale in an instant, with her calf trapped by Chu Ming. If the door opened, a gentle push from him would send her tumbling backward into the sea of clouds. Survival would be nearly impossible. Since you don't wish to choose, I'll assist you in selecting a third option. Chu Ming smiled lightly. Tang Lin, why haven't you opened the door yet? Chu Ming urged. A hint of hesitation crossed Tang Lin's face, but she complied. The door creaked open slowly. The fierce wind from several thousand meters above surged into the helicopter. Chen Xian panicked. She truly panicked. Feeling the wind at her back, her calves turned to jelly. No. I choose one. I choose one. Even the headstrong Chen Xian at this moment crumbled under Chu Ming's tactics. Forget about kidnapping, revenge or plotting against Chu Ming. Her mind went blank and all she desired was to survive. Too late, Chu Ming scoffed. Remember to make better choices in your next life. Gradually, he released his grip on Chen Xian's calf. Chen Xian, terrified, turned pale. I beg you. Don't let go. Chen Xian's voice trembled. She did not want to die. Chu Ming released Chen Xian's calf. Just then, the cabin door slammed shut. Chen Xian stumbled heavily against the door. She felt utterly weak, gasping for breath and unable to speak. Stimulating, isn't it? Chu Ming crouched down, observing Chen Xian's delicate features. Would you like to experience it again? Chu Ming and Tang Lin shared an unspoken understanding. The moment Chu Ming mentioned opening the door, Tang Lin comprehended his intent. Together, they had frightened Chen Xian considerably. You're toying with me? Chen Xian's face flushed with fury upon hearing Chu Ming's words. However, due to fear and terror, she had completely lost her strength to confront him. Ha ha ha, indeed, I'm toying with you. What will you do about it? Chu Ming laughed heartily. He suddenly found the act of scaring this headstrong young lady quite amusing. You finished? Chen Xian retorted angrily. My grandfather is Chen Changgu, the head of the Chen family. Offending me is tantamount to offending the entire Chen family. You will find no refuge in all of Huaxia. Hearing this, both Chu Ming and Tang Lin were momentarily stunned. What did you say? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, looking at Chen Xian. Your grandfather is Chen Changgu, the head of the Chen family? Yes. Are you scared now? Chen Xian grinned through gritted teeth. Once he finds me, I will ensure he destroys you both. Hiss. Chu Ming hesitated slightly. It wasn't due to fear of Chen Changgu. Rather, it was because Chen Changgu had a granddaughter who was a female antagonist in the original text. If he recalled correctly, that antagonist's name was indeed Chen Xian. Your name is Chen Xian? Chu Ming inquired cautiously. You know me, yet you dare to kidnap me? Chen Xian's arrogance surged even more at these words. Listen carefully, fly back to the Chen family immediately and return me. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might consider showing you leniency. It truly is you, the unfortunate young lady. Chu Ming took a deep breath. In the original narrative, this Chen Xian had offended the protagonist Chu Kuang and was subsequently expelled from the family by Chen Changdu himself. Chapter 86. The Fated Great Antagonist. Not only that, but her beauty was also personally destroyed by Chu Kuang. Even her legs were broken, due to Chen Xian's offense towards the protagonist. None among the 9 prominent families of the capital dared to extend their assistance to her. It can be said that her petulant and willful nature has led to a tumultuous latter half of her life, ultimately resulting in her solitary demise, for no one dared to oppose the wishes of the protagonist, Chu Kuang, by forcibly marrying her. In the original narrative, Chen Xian's fate was as tragic as that of Chu Ming. Alas, rise now, Chu Ming let out a long sigh. Why should the antagonist torment another antagonist? We are all villains and should thus unite. What is this attitude? Chen Xian expressed her confusion and astonishment at Chu Ming's sudden lamentation. Upon hearing her name, he displayed such a sympathetic and complex expression. His gaze was akin to that directed at a beggar. This was intolerable for Chen Xian. "Speak. What is it that you wish from me?" Chen Xian furrowed her delicate brows. Never mind, I shall not press you further." Chu Ming sighed, suggesting that once they found a place to land, he would return her home. "What?" Chen Xian was instantly taken aback by Chu Ming's words. Why? Was there such a drastic shift in his attitude? "Wait." Chen Xian gritted her teeth and rose from the ground, seizing Chu Ming's garment in anger, declaring, "You must clarify this for me, or else I shall remain here and refuse to leave." "It's nothing, truly nothing." Chu Ming regarded Chen Xian's bewildered expression and sighed once more. Once the protagonist Chu Kuang arrives in the capital, it is certain that Chen Xian will be the first to suffer. "I will return you home, let it be that way." Chu Ming cast a regretful glance at Chen Xian's exquisite visage. Indeed, the foolish author had penned it well. Chen Xian was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a playful, charming allure that did not forsake purity. Alas, such beauty would soon be obliterated by Chu Kuang. In response to Chu Ming's demeanor, a flicker of indignation crossed Chen Xian's face. "Are you pitying me? As the esteemed young lady of the Chen family, do I require your pity?" Chen Xian had never endured such humiliation. After scaring her, Chu Ming dared to wear such an expression. "Do you not wish to return?" Chu Ming furrowed his brow. "Listen well, if you do not explain yourself today, I shall not return." Chen Xian released her grip on Chu Ming's clothing and plopped down in her seat on the plane. "I shall remain here and see how you handle it." Witnessing this scene, Tang Lin and Chu Ming exchanged glances. Tang Lin shot Chu Ming a piercing look, implying that he ought to knock Chen Xian unconscious. Chu Ming, with a sense of resignation, glanced at Tang Lin and then blinked, indicating his agreement. Their silent communication ended abruptly. Tang Lin suddenly advanced, delivering a swift chop to Chen Xian's back. "You!" Chen Xian had not anticipated Tang Lin's sudden action and collapsed before she could react. "Bind this girl and do not allow her to escape again." Chu Ming spoke softly. "Yes, young Master Ming." Tang Lin procured 2 thick ropes, binding Chen Xian tightly. To be cautious. She even shackled Chen Xian's hands with iron chains. Alas, what a fine young lady she is. How could that foolish author bear to write such a fate for her? Chu Ming gazed at the unconscious Chen Xian, sighing gently, despite her willful and headstrong nature. She had not committed any heinous acts in the original narrative, yet the protagonist had cast her into the depths of despair to end her wretched life. "Young Master Ming, what shall we do next?" Tang Lin suddenly inquired. "There is no returning to the Chen family. We can only take her to Linju City and devise a plan from there." Chu Ming contemplated with clarity. Should he return to the Chen family now? It would not be an act of delivering her home, but rather a sentence of death. Hundreds of masters from the Chen family awaited his self-surrender. "Very well," Tang Lin nodded. Just then, Chu Ming's phone vibrated once more. "You have a new message from the Urban Cultivation app, please check." Surprised by the notification, Chu Ming paused. Hadn't the plot just taken a turn? Why was there another message? "Congratulations, you have unlocked the fated great antagonist Chen Xian character card. The character card has been stored in your inventory. Please swipe to read the relevant information." Note: as the plot progresses, different levels of antagonist character cards will be unlocked. The currently available level is Fated Great Antagonist. Possessing antagonist character cards grants greater fortune, aiding in the advancement of the plot. Users are advised to collect them. What? Staring at the notification, Chu Ming's expression turned blank. A character card for Chen Xian. He swiped the icon and located the card in his inventory. It was a red card adorned with a comic illustration of Chen Xian. Character: Chen Xian. Gender: female. Identity: one of the 9 prominent families of the capital. Granddaughter of the Chen family patriarch. Favorability: -100. Cultivation level: mediocre. Combat power: there's even a favorability rating, and it's -100. Chu Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at this revelation. Indeed, he had frightened Chen Xian half to death earlier. If she had any fondness for him, it would indeed be a miracle. This particular feature is somewhat intriguing. I never anticipated that as a major antagonist. I could also collect antagonist character cards. Chu Ming pondered the implications. So the previous antagonists I encountered, such as Zhao Dongqing and Zhao Nina, were merely minor antagonists? Only Chen Xian qualifies as a fated great antagonist? Could it be that this hierarchy is determined by status, power, and cultivation level? Chu Ming was suddenly enlightened regarding the levels of antagonists. Although Zhao Dongqing and Zhao Nina were antagonists, their strength and status paled in comparison to Chen Xian's. Thus the APP had not provided notifications for them. Now that Chen Xian appeared before him, the notification was triggered, revealing much about the situation. What level of antagonist could I possibly be? A self-deprecating smile crept across Chu Ming's lips. He should at least be classified as a fated great antagonist, if not higher. As fellow antagonists, it appears that persuading Chen Xian to ally with him is imperative. Chu Ming's gaze fell upon the corner where Chen Xian was bound. A newfound clarity dawning upon him. Yet, how would he convince her? Chu Ming felt a headache approaching. Chen Xian had grown accustomed to her willfulness. Persuading her would likely prove challenging, however, given the protagonist's overwhelming fortune. Eradicating him in the short term seemed impossible. Chu Ming had exhausted various methods and achieved no success. With Chen Xian's assistance, perhaps the task of eliminating the protagonist could transition from impossible to probable. Yet, perhaps it was best to let this idea go. Chen Xian was far too perilous. Returning her to the capital would be the wisest course. Chu Ming contemplated as the helicopter soared at an altitude of 1,000 meters. With Linju City appearing on the distant horizon. Chapter 87. Regretful Chu Nantian. The wind howled and the rain poured. Linju City was besieged by a torrential downpour. The windows trembled under the assault of the tempest outside. It was now 2 in the afternoon, yet the world outside was shrouded in darkness. Chu Ming awoke, stifling a yawn. The injury sustained at the Chen family had nearly healed, likely due to the influence of the eternal underworld path technique. Chu Ming examined the torn wound on his right arm, unwrapping the bandage to discover it had healed perfectly, leaving no trace behind. After a night's journey back from the capital, he had fallen into a deep slumber. And upon checking his phone, he realized it was already afternoon. He had skipped school today. He wondered if Tang Lin had arranged for his absence. Chu Ming had not attended Linju No. 2 High School today. If Chu Kuang had caused any trouble at school, it would be disastrous. Perhaps he should call Tang Lin to inquire. As he pondered, he opened his contacts. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Chu Nantian was calling. "Grandfather?" A glint of intensity flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. The old man was calling, likely regarding yesterday's incident at the Chen family. Chu Ming answered the call leisurely. "Hello, grandfather. What is it?" "My dear grandson." Chu Nantian's tone was unusually amiable. "Have you been well lately?" Hearing the warm inquiry from Chu Nantian, Chu Ming's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. After all these years, it was the first time the old man had shown such concern for his well-being. "Quite well. What's the matter?" Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. "Haha, that's splendid." Chu Nantian's laughter was awkward, and after hesitating, he continued. "Xiao Ming, did you hear about the incident involving the Chen family yesterday?" "The Chen family?" Chu Ming inquired blandly. "What incident? You do not know?" Chu Nantian was taken aback. "I am not in the capital. How would I know?" Chu Ming replied calmly. Even if he were aware of the happenings within the Chen family, he would certainly not confess to such knowledge. Let the old fox Chu Nantian speculate as he wished. "You may not be in the capital, but the Underworld King is present." Chu Nantian hesitated for a lengthy moment before tentatively broaching the subject. "He hasn't mentioned anything to you, Underworld King?" Chu Ming frowned, countering. "Who is that?" "The one who provided you with the extreme Dao blood blade." Chu Nantian grew anxious, feeling that Chu Ming was deliberately playing coy. Yet, he could not afford to confront Chu Ming. "Oh, you mean my master?" Chu Ming fabricated an identity, claiming that the old man had yet to return. "What of it? That Underworld King is your master?" Chu Nantian was taken aback. He was stunned. When had Chu Ming acquired such a formidable master? How was he unaware? Indeed, Chu Ming casually remarked, "Grandfather, have you met him?" "I have," Chu Nantian replied, taking a deep breath. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He pondered why Chu Ming would abruptly expel the eldest daughter of the Su family from her home, and why he insisted on leaving the capital to journey to Lingzhou. He could hardly believe that the wasteful young master, who merely lived off others, could muster such audacity. It turned out that Chu Ming had someone backing him. "My dear grandson, grandfather is curious about the identity of your esteemed master." Chu Nantian inquired cautiously. "Our Chu family currently lacks powerful guest elders. What do you think?" "Ha, grandfather, you flatter me," Chu Ming replied with a laugh. The old fox had indeed come seeking him due to the display of strength he exhibited at the Chen family's residence yesterday. Being able to injure the fourth elder of the Chen family truly indicated significant prowess. My master is rather elusive, a free spirit accustomed to wandering, so he may not agree to this matter. Chu Ming responded nonchalantly. "However, I can discuss it with him for the sake of the Chu family." Chu Nantian's spirits lifted immediately. Yes, first discuss it. That would be wonderful," he answered eagerly. By the way, my master dislikes being offended. Our Chu family hasn't done anything to provoke him, have we?" Chu Ming suddenly asked. On the other end of the line, Chu Nantian's face turned a shade of deep purple. After yesterday's incident with the Chen family, how could he not have offended this formidable figure? Not only had they offended him, but the Chu family had likely made a mortal enemy of him. At this thought, Chu Nantian felt an urge to slap himself. He regretted allowing Chu Ming to go to the Chen family, as it could have fostered goodwill with both the Chen family and such a strong ally. Now, not only had they offended this powerful figure, but they had also earned the Chen family's disdain. Had it not been for the face of this formidable figure, the Chen family might have already taken action against the Chu family. The Chu family had lost face among the noble families in the capital due to yesterday's events, and young Master Chu Ci's reputation had also been tarnished. "What's the matter, grandfather?" Chu Ming thought to himself. Suppressing a laugh, however, he feigned surprise and said, "You haven't already offended him, have you?" "No." Chu Nantian's expression darkened. He was filled with regret to the utmost degree. Had he known today would turn out like this, he would have acted differently. Why did he allow himself to be beguiled into supporting Chu Ci? "My dear grandson, I have quite a few valuable items here, which could serve as a meeting gift for your master. In a few days I can send someone to deliver them. What do you think?" Chu Nantian said amiably to Chu Ming. "That sounds splendid." Chu Ming did not refuse. Knowing his master had no interest in money but rather cherished rare treasures that could aid in cultivation. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. He indeed needed such items. In the past, Chu Nantian would never have shared his limited cultivation resources with him, as he had secretly allocated them to his cousins. As a result, this eldest grandson had not even reached the level of a Qi warrior for many years. It was fortunate that Chu Ming had money and had previously contributed 2 billion to the Chu family. Chu Nantian then took Chu Ci along to the Chen family to leverage Chu Ming's accomplishments. Throughout the entire time, he had never regarded him as the family's eldest grandson deserving of proper nurturing. Since Chu Nantian had shown no kindness, Chu Ming felt justified in being ungrateful. He would extract his due from Chu Nantian. Rare treasures? Chu Nantian gasped. He indeed possessed a recently acquired valuable item. However, that item had already been secretly given to Chu Ci, as he hoped Chu Ci would become a master of internal strength before turning 30. But now that Chu Ming wished to present a gift, he would have to provide. "I understand," Chu Nantian sighed. "Give me a few days. Once your master arrives, I will send someone over." Chu Nantian felt helpless. At this point, he could only retrieve the items from Chu Ci. "Is that so? Then I shall await good news from you, grandfather." Chu Ming chuckled. "My master should return within 3 days. At that time, you can send someone over early." "Very well." After concluding the conversation, Chu Nantian hung up the phone. In the bedroom, Chu Ming put away his phone and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Judging by Chu Nantian's tone, there would undoubtedly be further complications. Just then, a sound of shattering came from outside the door. Subsequently, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Chapter 88. The faceless man. "Don't run. Quick, chase her. Don't let her escape." The cacophony echoed from the entrance. Chu Ming furrowed his brow and stepped out of the bedroom. Opening the door to the suite, suddenly a soft body collided with his chest, the door slammed shut, and Chu-Ming fell to the ground, pinned beneath this unexpected weight. What in the world? Chu-Ming winced at the pain in his backside. Looking down to see who it was, coincidentally the person in his arms also lifted her head to gaze at him. Their eyes met, and they both widened in shock. "What are you doing here?" they exclaimed in unison. "Why are you here?" Chu-Ming frowned. The person who had burst in was none other than Chen Xian. He recalled instructing Tang Lin to arrange for her to be sent back to the Chen family once she awoke. Why had Chen Xian suddenly appeared at his doorstep? "I was going to ask you the same thing," Chen Xian retorted angrily. She had used the excuse of needing to use the restroom to escape from the watchful eyes of the servants. Upon seeing someone open a door, she instinctively rushed in, only to realize that this room belonged to Chu-Ming. "Could you please get off so we can talk?" Chu-Ming felt a faint fragrance emanating from Chen Xian, causing him to feel a slight heat rising within him. HMPH. Chen Xian pushed Chu-Ming aside and quickly got to her feet. She was now only wearing a sweatshirt after having taken off her outerwear. After colliding with Chu-Ming, she felt a bit dazed, as his muscles were surprisingly firm, like iron. "All right." Chu-Ming also stood up, straightening his clothes, and frowned as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" "That question is for me to pose to you," Chen Xian replied, her anger barely contained. "You've brought me here. What do you intend to do?" "I have no intentions at all. You can leave now," Chu-Ming responded coolly. "I'm quite busy, so please don't bother me." He turned and returned to the living room, sitting down directly. This action left Chen Xian momentarily stunned. She glanced at the doorway and then at Chu-Ming. She also walked into the living room and sat down opposite him. "No. You must apologize to me, or I will refuse to leave." Upon hearing Chen Xian's seemingly unreasonable demand, Chu-Ming's brow furrowed sharply. "Do you even know where this is?" Chu-Ming inquired. "I don't care where it is." Chen Xian boldly sat on the sofa commanding, "If you don't apologize, I want to leave." "This is Lingju City," Chu-Ming replied with a cold glare, "over 1,200 kilometers away from the capital." Hearing Chu-Ming's words, Chen Xian suddenly froze. "What did you say?" Just waking up, her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape, and she had not realized that she was no longer in the capital. She anxiously rose and looked out the window. The wind howled and heavy rain poured down. The rain here was unlike the cold rain in the capital. "I'm really not in the capital." Chen Xian's expression turned astonished, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of panic. She had never left the capital in her life. Now she found herself in such a distant place. This location was over 1,000 miles away from the capital. She hadn't brought anything with her. How was she supposed to return? "Are you beginning to feel scared?" Chu-Ming laughed heartily. Who is scared?" Chen Xian responded, her eyes flitting nervously but facing the mocking expression of Chu-Ming. She gritted her teeth and denied it. "So what if it's Lingju City? It's not like I'm starving." "Is that so?" Chu-Ming calmly countered. "Just wait. When the Chen family arrives in Lingju City, you'll all be in trouble." Chen Xian retorted angrily. "If you treat me well, I might even speak a good word for you in front of them, allowing you to keep your life." "Look at this." Chu-Ming pulled out a phone from his pocket. "This is your phone." Chen Xian was taken aback. She quickly checked her sweatshirt pocket and realized her phone was missing. It had run out of battery before she woke up, rendering it black. "My phone, how did it end up with you?" Chen Xian's expression darkened. It contained the Chen family's contact numbers. Without it, she had no way of returning. It must have fallen out just now. Chu-Ming explained, looking up with a gentle smile. "Now I'll give you two options. 1. I can call the Chen family and have them come to take you back. 2. I can knock you out and let them take you away. Choose." Chu-Ming placed the phone down, gazing at Chen Xian indifferently. Chen Xian bit her lip, her gaze shifting between Chu-Ming's expression and the phone. Suddenly she made a bold move. She attempted to snatch the phone from Chu-Ming's grasp. Chu-Ming remained unfazed. Chen Xian successfully grasped the phone in her hands. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she provocatively looked at Chu-Ming. "Now the phone is in my possession. I command you to bring delicious food and entertainment from Lingju City here immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the Chen family and you'll all be in for it." "Are you serious?" Chu-Ming stood up. slowly asking. Of course I'm serious. As Chu-Ming approached Chen Xian's eyes filled with wariness, she tightly clutched the phone, demanding, "What are you planning to do?" "There is no way around it." Chu-Ming narrowed his eyes, wiping his face. Suddenly, his visage transformed, taking on the appearance of Chen Qiangu. "What?" Upon witnessing Chu-Ming's form, Chen Xian almost had her eyes pop out. "Chu-Ming has turned into Chen Qiangu. How could this be possible?" HMPH. Chu-Ming let out a cold chuckle and wiped his face once more, this time morphing into Chen Xian. Faced with this bizarre scene, Chen Xian felt her heart stop in terror. She glanced at her reflection in the window and then at Chu-Ming. The two faces were identical. This. Chen Xian took several steps back, her eyes filled with panic. What on earth has Chu-Ming done? How could this happen? I hadn't intended to go this far. But some individuals simply do not know their place. Chu-Ming sighed, wiping his face again. This time, he did not change into anyone. For now, all of Chu-Ming's features had vanished. He had become a complete faceless entity. The sight of him left Chen Xian aghast, her face paling in an instant. Suddenly a flash of lightning struck outside, thunder rumbled. Chen Xian was so frightened that her complexion faded, rendering her speechless. She backed into a corner, curling up and murmuring to herself, "Don't come over, don't come over. This isn't real, this isn't real. How can it not be real?" Chu-Ming crouched down and patted Chen Xian's shoulder. She screamed in fright and promptly fainted just like that. Chu-Ming frowned, sweeping his right hand across his face, restoring his original appearance. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. "You have a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check it." Chapter 89. The Zhao family incident. What has happened now? Chu-Ming took out the black phone from his pocket and opened the Urban Cultivation app. "Regrettably, we inform you that your favorability rating with the archnemesis Chen Xian has dropped to -300 points. Notice: increasing the favorability rating of the antagonist may yield unexpected rewards." Chu-Ming paused for a moment. He glanced at the unconscious Chen Xian and then at the notification on his phone. A sudden realization dawned upon him. It seems I frightened her too much, resulting in a loss of 200 points in favorability. Chu-Ming smiled wryly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of indulging Chen Xian's spoiled demeanor. But it mattered little. This was not a nurturing game, and he need not concern himself with favorability. He held no particular feelings for Chen Xian, only a shared sympathy for being fellow antagonists. They were destined to be slain by the protagonist. If Chen Xian were wise, he would lend her a hand. If not, he couldn't be bothered. At that moment, Chu-Ming's phone rang again. It was Tang Lin. Chu-Ming frowned and promptly answered, "Ming Xiao, it's bad. 3 minutes ago, Zhao Dongqing reported that a person resembling Chu Kuang has invaded the headquarters of the Chu Corporation, injuring over 20 security guards." Tang Lin's anxious voice came through the phone. Upon hearing this, Chu-Ming's breath hitched. The protagonist has taken action against Zhao Dongqing. If memory serves, according to the original storyline, the protagonist Chu Kuang, after reaching the Master Realm, directly infiltrated the Zhao Corporation and, in front of everyone, slapped Zhao Dongqing twice, crippling his legs. Now, this scene was unfolding right before his eyes. Could it be that Chu Kuang has already broken through to the Master Realm? How is that possible? Chu-Ming's mind raced, quickly dismissing the notion. With Chiyu Lake under his control and Longyan Temple closed to Chu Kuang, he had seized all the opportunities available in Linju City. In just 2 days, there was no way Chu Kuang could have progressed from a Qi warrior to the Master Realm. "Ming Xiao, how should we respond?" Tang Lin's voice came through again. "If we leave this unchecked, Chu Kuang may pose a threat to Zhao Dongqing. You must not intervene in this matter," Chu-Ming replied gravely. "Send me the location of the Zhao Corporation, and I will dispatch someone there." After a moment of hesitation, Tang Lin replied softly, "Understood." Chu-Ming hung up the phone, glancing at the fainted Chen Xian. Out of a sense of chivalry, he lifted her and placed her on the sofa. Covering her with a blanket, outside, the rain poured incessantly. Chu-Ming retrieved a large black cloak from the drawer, donning the King of Hell mask. The window suddenly burst open, rainwater splashing into the room. The wind billowed his black coat. This battle would undoubtedly claim the protagonist's life. Chu Ming spoke in a deep tone. Thunder and lightning raged from above. Amidst the brilliant flashes, Chu Ming's figure vanished into the downpour. Linju City, approximately 2 kilometers from Chiyu Lake at the headquarters of the Zhao Corporation, heavy rain relentlessly pelted the 18-story floor-to-ceiling windows. The sound of the raindrops heightened Zhao Dongqing's anxiety. "Director Zhao, we have news." A black-clad subordinate rushed in. "Quickly, what news did Master Chu provide?" Zhao Dongqing abruptly stood, looking at the black-clad subordinate. He had instructed his men to call Tanglin, and now 15 minutes had passed. That Chu Kuang had managed to incapacitate 2 security teams at the headquarters. He believed that within 10 minutes Chu Kuang would arrive at their door. "Master Chu informed us that they have sent someone over and we need to wait a moment. The journey from Chiyu Lake to here took merely 10 minutes by car, so they should arrive soon." Hearing this, Zhao Dongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the chairman of the Zhao Corporation. If someone were to storm in and he fled in disgrace, it would be utterly humiliating. Just dealing with the shareholders alone would be difficult. He hadn't expected that Chu Kuang was indeed as formidable and vengeful as Master Chu had said. Zhao Dongqing regretted his decisions deeply. He had initially thought Chu Ming's warnings were mere exaggerations. How could a high school student possess such immense power? Although Zhao Dongqing respected Chu Ming, he had never truly taken the matter to heart. Now that high school student had come knocking. He realized that everything Chu Ming had said was correct. He regretted not heeding Chu Ming's advice sooner and dispatching the skilled fighters from the branches. Now he was left in this embarrassing predicament, resorting to seeking help from Chu Ming. "Quickly, find out where Chu Kuang is right now." "Yes." The black-clad subordinate immediately took command and turned to leave. But at that very moment, his expression suddenly froze. The black-clad subordinate trembled, stepping back 2 paces. "What's wrong? Hurry up," Zhao Dongqing urged, his brow furrowed. The black-clad subordinate collapsed to the ground, unable to move. "Director Zhao." He stuttered, struggling to articulate his words. Zhao Dongqing felt puzzled, moving towards the door, his breath caught in his throat. In the shadow by the entrance stood a youth in a school uniform, seemingly lost in thought. The youth looked up, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Chu Kuang." Zhao Dongqing's eyes widened in horror. How could this be? Just 5 minutes ago, that Chu Kuang was still entangled with the security guards of the Zhao Corporation. And now he had appeared here. Could it be? Zhao Dongqing quickly retreated, opening his computer. The surveillance footage displayed security guards sprawled across the ground. 2 teams, a total of 64 capable fighters, had all been rendered incapacitated by that Chu Kuang. Why was Chu Kuang so terrifying? "Zhao Dongqing, it's been a long time since we last met." Chu Kuang stepped forward from the doorway. Zhao Dongqing staggered back in fear, gritting his teeth in response. "This is our first meeting." "Isn't it? Indeed, for you it is the first meeting, but for me, it has been an eternity." Chu Kuang had no intention of concealing his rebirth. Today, Zhao Dongqing would meet his end here. The rain outside intensified. Lightning flashed across the sky. Zhao Dongqing glared at Chu Kuang. "What do you want in my Zhao Corporation?" "Nothing but to kill." Chu Kuang slowly extended his right hand. His figure flickered and appeared before Zhao Dongqing. In the midst of Zhao Dongqing's astonished gaze, his neck was firmly grasped by Chu Kuang. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. You're a master of inner strength." Zhao Dongqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to speak. He had experienced such overwhelming energy from a martial arts master before, but how could such an aura emanate from a high school student? Chapter 90. Are you happy? You guessed it right. A sanguine smile crept onto Chu Kuang's lips. He hadn't attended school for 3 days because he had absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones beneath Shaoran Lake. With this energy, Chu Kuang's cultivation had successfully leaped from the 2nd layer of the underworld path to the 4th. A 2-layer increase in cultivation had greatly enhanced his power. Thus, he was eager to seek vengeance against Zhao Dongqing. Zhao Dongqing's face turned crimson, struggling to breathe. Chu Kuang's grip was tightening around his neck and he was finding it increasingly difficult to draw breath. Die! Chu Kuang laughed cruelly, exerting force with his right hand. At that instant the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office shattered violently. A dark figure surged in with the wind. A powerful kick struck Chu Kuang's shoulder. What? The immense force of the kick sent Chu Kuang flying backward in astonishment. Crashing into the office desk, boom. The mahogany desk lay shattered under the weight of this force. As dust and smoke swirled into the air, Zhao Dongcheng collapsed onto the ground, breathless, nearly convinced he was about to be crushed by Chu Kuang. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld a figure draped in a long black cloak adorned with a mysterious mask. "Who are you?" he inquired. "You may call me the king of the underworld," replied Chu Ming. His voice calm beneath the mask. "It was Chu Ming who summoned me here." A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhao Dongcheng's eyes upon realizing that a master sent by Grandmaster Chu had arrived. However, as he glanced at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, he was momentarily taken aback. The one who claimed to be the king of the underworld had flown in through the window. This place was on the 18th floor. Could this person's abilities have reached such a level that he could traverse walls? "Leave this to me. You may depart first," Chu Ming stated placidly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Dongcheng limped away from behind Chu Ming. If his guess was correct, this individual's strength likely rivaled that of Master Zhuangji from Longyan Temple. Thus, he left, feeling at ease. After sending Zhao Dongcheng away, Chu Ming's gaze shifted to the figure sprawled amidst the pile of wood. "Chu Kuang. We meet again." Chu Ming spoke softly. "It's you again." Chu Kuang snarled, rising from the ground with gritted teeth, his eyes fixated on Chu Ming. He had been so close to eliminating Zhao Dongcheng. Every crucial moment, this self-proclaimed king of the underworld always intervened. "The king of the underworld should be me." "Indeed, it is I," Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. "Are you pleased?" Upon hearing this, the veins on Chu Kuang's arms bulged as he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. If you think I possess the same strength as before, you are sorely mistaken." A glint of mockery danced in his eyes. "To be frank, I have already reached the 4th level of the underworld path. And you, I presume, remain at the 3rd level." During his time in the underworld, Chu Kuang had been the sole practitioner of the eternal underworld technique. His perception of the powers of the underworld was remarkably acute. Having clashed with Chu Ming several times, he had discerned the extent of Chu Ming's abilities. He was confident that Chu Ming's cultivation would not surpass the 3rd level. "I do not know where your techniques originate. Nor do I care." Chu Kuang's smile turned frigid. "Today is your day of demise." Lightning struck outside, illuminating the side of Chu Kuang's face and casting light upon Chu Ming's mask. Chu Ming smiled. "Is that so? In that case, you may attempt to prove it." His deep voice resonated within the confines of the office. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes, his pupils tinged with crimson. "You will come to regret this. The underworld path, an ancient nightmare, calamity for the masses, the transformation of exterminating immortals, the intent to slay deities, the cycle complete, the ages revealed." The techniques of the underworld surged violently within Chu Kuang. His spiritual energy exploded forth, a formidable presence radiating from him in all directions. Chu Kuang had immediately assumed a killing form. "Interesting." Chu Ming also narrowed his eyes. "Then let it be as you wish." With a tremor, Chu Ming's body surged, his pupils reflecting a bloody hue. The power of the underworld flowed within him as well. The underworld path, an ancient nightmare, a calamity for the masses. The transformation of exterminating immortals. The intent to slay deities, the cycle complete, the ages revealed. Chu Ming uttered softly. A tempest arose. The energies of the two clashed in midair. Chu Kuang suddenly struck, his claw descending fiercely upon Chu Ming's neck. Intent on shattering his throat, Chu Ming smirked, extending his right hand to strike Chu Kuang's arm. He circled around, using force against force, directly hurling Chu Kuang away. Chu Kuang's gaze sharpened as he miraculously countered. His palm crashing against Chu Ming's chest. "You let your guard down." A cold smirk graced Chu Kuang's lips. He was confident that this strike would at least disperse Chu Ming's spiritual energy. Yet the next moment, the scene he envisioned did not unfold. Chu Ming's chest vibrated, directly rebounding the power of his palm. "What?" Chu Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? His strike had failed to injure this masked figure. Who called himself the king of the underworld? The one who underestimated is you. Chu Ming chuckled softly beneath his mask. His right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a punch straight to Chu Kuang's face. This punch was exceedingly forceful and brutal. Chu Kuang flipped twice in the air before crashing violently against the wall. How could this be? Chu Kuang spat blood, laboriously lifting his gaze to Chu Ming. His eyes filled with terror and astonishment. Your cultivation is at the 6th level. Surprised? Chu Ming replied calmly, smiling. Indeed. He advanced step by step towards Chu Kuang. You, at the 4th level, dare to challenge me? How absurd. How could you possibly cultivate faster than I? Blood trickled from the corners of Chu Kuang's mouth as he trembled, gazing at the eerie mask of the king of the underworld on Chu Ming's face, his expression one of sheer horror. Curious to know? Chu Ming inquired softly. It's a pity you will never find out. Chu Ming slowly clenched his fists, towering above him. He regarded Chu Kuang with disdain. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch. Boom. The entire wall shattered, and Chu Kuang was forcefully propelled through it. The power of the 6th level. Before Chu Kuang could utter another word, his throat tightened, and he spat out more blood. Had it not been for the spiritual energy within him sustaining his life, he would have perished. How could this masked figure, claiming to be the king of the underworld, possess such strength? Chu Kuang racked his brain, utterly confounded. How are you still alive? Chu Ming frowned. He had exerted his full strength in that punch. How could this protagonist, Chu Kuang, still be standing? Was it luck that allowed this protagonist to endure, like a cockroach that refuses to die unless utterly obliterated? If so, it would prove exceedingly challenging for Chu Ming. The Villain. Chapter 91. The King of the Underworld. It is you. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, gazing at Chu Kuang behind the wall. Very well, if anything cannot be resolved with one punch, then let it be two. Chu Ming spoke with indifference. His spiritual energy suddenly coalesced in his right hand. Gradually, he approached the fallen Chu Kuang. Perhaps this time, he could truly gamble on eliminating the protagonist. Excitement coursed through Chu Ming. Blood stained the corners of Chu Kuang's mouth as he fixed his gaze on the advancing figure of Chu Ming. Who are you? The mask of the king of the underworld gleamed ominously in the lightning's glow. Chu Ming offered no reply, instead delivering a powerful punch. The storm ceased. A tremendous force collided with the wall, piercing through. Chu Kuang was struck with unparalleled terror. Gritting his teeth, he shattered the floor-to-ceiling window and surged out. Boom! Half the wall crumbled and the tremors resonated through the 2 floors above. Fleeing, Chu Ming's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dashed to the window. Peering down, he noted that the headquarters of the Zhao Corporation was shaped like a trapezoid, with a small platform on the 12th floor for resting. Jumping down from there would lead one to that platform. Chu Ming had also ascended via this platform earlier. However, Chu Kuang was clever. He did not leap but instead descended 2 floors, entering the 16th floor. Was this Chu Kuang? Chu Ming's expression grew grave, and he promptly jumped from the window, using the pipe to access the 16th floor. This area served as a small internal plaza for Zhao Corporation employees to rest and dine. As Chu Ming made his way, he arrived at the entrance of the plaza, only to find it bustling with people. And Chu Kuang's figure had vanished. Whether by design or coincidence, Chu Kuang had slipped into this space, blending with the crowd. The plaza was expansive, connecting 2 large buildings of the Zhao Corporation. Why had Zhao Dongqing not evacuated everyone? Chu Ming gritted his teeth. Searching for Chu Kuang amidst this throng would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, as the king of the underworld, Chu Kuang possessed myriad methods, particularly for escape. Chu Ming recalled at least a dozen. He could not possibly detain all these individuals for questioning. By the time he apprehended them, Chu Kuang would have long fled. He needed to make a call to Zhao Dongqing, urging him to seal off the corporation's entrances and exits. He must not allow Chu Kuang to escape. Chu Ming's mind raced with the thought, but just as he reached for his phone, the employees of the Zhao Corporation, who had been resting in the plaza, suddenly swarmed around him. Look, this person is wearing a terrifying mask. Is he in costume? Did the company hire actors today? But he's the only one. What's going on? The young employees were immensely curious about Chu Ming's current appearance. Chu Ming reluctantly returned his phone to his pocket. He could not risk revealing his identity by calling Zhao Dongqing in such a public place. Clenching his fists, he resolved that his identity as the king of the underworld must remain a secret. He had not even informed Tang Lin should this information leak and reach Chu Kuang. The consequences would be dire. I must leave this place. Casting a glance at the gathering crowd, Chu Ming stepped back a few paces. Blending into the shadows. He resolved to retreat to a safer location before devising his next move. The throng made it difficult to act. After all, he was not the protagonist. He lacked the passive skills that would lower the crowd's intelligence. Chu Ming slipped into a dark data room. There was no one here. Chu Ming immediately took out his phone and dialed Zhao Dongqing's number. The call was quickly connected. Master Chu. Zhao Dongqing's tone was notably respectful, far more so than during their previous encounters. Hurry and send someone to seal off the entrances and exits. Do not let Chu Kuang escape. Chu Ming spoke urgently, in a severely injured state, confident that he could keep him here. On the other end of the line, Zhao Dongqing was taken aback. He replied bitterly. Master Chu, I wish I could, but the security forces here have already been completely defeated by that Chu Kuang. The Zhao Group's 2 security teams, totaling 6 to 4 members, had all been obliterated by Chu Kuang. Zhao Dongqing had just finished tallying the results. 12 lightly injured, 50 severely injured, and 2 in critical condition. How could they possibly seal off the entrances now? How could this happen? Chu Ming was also stunned. Was it truly fate that favored that Chu Kuang? This damned protagonist's luck. Chu Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. It was just one punch away. If that punch had landed, even if Chu Kuang survived, he would be rendered immobile. And now he had escaped. Chu Ming sighed heavily. He was desperate to eliminate the protagonist. This was his lifelong ambition as the great antagonist. Master Chu, I've called in security reinforcements from other locations. But they won't arrive for another 20 minutes. Zhao Dongqing hurriedly continued, seemingly aware of Chu Ming's displeasure. As soon as we spot that damn Chu Kuang, I will notify you. Chu Ming did not engage in further conversation and abruptly hung up. 20 minutes was ample time for Chu Kuang to make his escape. By then, it would be too late. Another opportunity squandered. Chu Ming sighed, removing his mask. His blood-red pupils instantly regained their calm. The techniques of the underworld faded gently. Yet, just as Chu Ming turned, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Startled, he spun around to find a graceful figure standing behind him. It was Chen Xian. Finally found you. Chen Xian scoffed. You? How did you end up here? Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. He had clearly knocked Chen Xian unconscious before emerging from Chiyu Lake. How could she possibly be here? It was impossible. I woke up the moment you shattered the window and jumped out. Chen Xian said, stepping closer to Chu Ming with a triumphant smile. I never expected that the one who dared to invade the Chen family, disgrace the 4th elder, and single-handedly infiltrate the Zhao Group's king of the underworld would be you. The young master of the Chu family, Chu Ming. Hearing this, Chu Ming's expression darkened. He never anticipated that Chen Xian would follow him here. Ridiculous. Chu Ming feigned calmness. Swiftly erasing his features. He transformed into a faceless figure. You claim I am Chu Ming, but do you have any evidence? Chu Ming chuckled darkly, his demeanor exceedingly eerie. Anyone else witnessing this scene would have fainted from fright. I knew you would resort to such sorcery. But at that moment Chen Xian pulled a piece of yellow paper from her bag and pressed it against Chu Ming's forehead. Her actions left Chu Ming momentarily bewildered. How about this? This is an amulet I always carry to ward off evil spirits. It should surely subdue you, you monster. I won't let you scare me, Chen Xian declared, then raised her hand to slap Chu Ming across the face, but in that instant Chu Ming abruptly reached out with his right hand and seized her arm. What? Chen Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, how can you still move? This is impossible. Chu Ming, both exasperated and amused, tore the yellow paper from his forehead. I am a human being, what do you take me for? There had been others who had fainted from fright, but Chen Xian was the first to attempt to stick a talisman on his forehead. Chu Ming found himself at a loss for words with her. How could you possibly be human? Chen Xian was puzzled. How could I not be human? Chu Ming replied helplessly. I see, you must be performing some sort of trick. Chen Xian suddenly realized, just wait, I will go out and call for help. So everyone knows that the so-called king of the underworld is you, Chu Ming. I have already told you I am not Chu Ming. Very well, let us see if they believe you. Chen Xian immediately broke free from Chu Ming's grasp and headed toward the exit. Chu Ming, realizing the danger, quickly grabbed her arm again. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Chen Xian huffed coldly. I have set my phone to automatically send an email. If I do not input the password to cancel it in an hour, the message will reach the Chen family. You better think about it. Chu Ming's expression darkened immediately. If this reached the Chen family, given their current fervor, wouldn't they come to Linju City to eliminate him? More critically, his identity would be revealed to the protagonist ahead of time. That would be disastrous. Tell me the password. Chu Ming threatened. I refuse. Chen Xian laughed mockingly. Just wait for the Chen family to find you. You scoundrel. Chen Xian had already frightened Chu Ming twice. She certainly would not let the protagonist off so easily. Wait. Chu Ming tightened his grip on Chen Xian's arm, asking patiently, what do you want? It's simple, Chen Xian replied with a grin. I want to stay in Linju City. You will take care of my food and lodging. No way. Chu Ming immediately rejected her. He had just kicked Su Mingfei out of the house. How could he bring another one back? Chu Ming firmly disagreed. Is that so? Chen Xian pouted, pretending to be helpless. Very well. Then I might not be able to keep your identity a secret. You. Chu Ming's breathing quickened. His expression furious. He had not expected Chen Xian to hit so close to home. I can agree to your condition. But if the Chen family comes for you, you must go with them. After much contemplation, Chu Ming finally took a step back. A true gentleman knows when to concede. For the sake of eliminating the protagonist, he could endure this. All right, Chen Xian grinned, clearly triumphant. Chu Ming found himself thoroughly ensnared by her. Is there anything else? No, I'm leaving first, Chu Ming replied indifferently. Once he returned to Chiyu Lake, he would contact Chu Ningxian to have the Chen family retrieve this young lady. I'm hungry, Chen Xian suddenly interjected. Now take me to eat? Go by yourself. Chu Ming was too lazy to entertain Chen Xian, removing his black cloak as he prepared to leave. What? Do you want them to know that the king of the underworld is? All right, stop talking. Chu Ming gritted his teeth. Even if Chen Xian had no evidence, if she spoke out, many would believe her. Chu Ming could not afford to lose. Remember, do not offend me. Chen Xian smiled sweetly. Her smile was charming, her eyes crescent-shaped. But to Chu Ming it was utterly terrifying. What should we eat? Anything good. Chu Ming tidied his black clothes and mask, leading Chen Xian to the nearby food court. He planned to let her eat something casual and then leave. He had no time to indulge in her whims. As they walked through the square, they attracted little attention, except for Chen Xian's striking beauty. How about spicy skewers? What is that? Does it suit my temperament? Not eating. What about beef noodles? Is it A-grade beef or higher? If not, I won't eat it. How about claypot rice? Will you eat that? That stuff isn't tasty. I want to eat it. Then why do you keep saying anything? Chu Ming was somewhat annoyed. What exactly does your anything mean? I don't know. Anyway, you pay, and I just want to eat good food, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. She found Chu Ming's annoyance amusing. Chu Ming took a moment to compose himself. There was no need for him to be angry with Chen Xian. Fine, let's get beef skewers. I'll go buy some. Not waiting for Chen Xian to respond, he hurried to the nearby stall and returned with 2 skewers of beef. He placed them in front of Chen Xian. Let's eat this. Chen Xian wrinkled her nose. I won't eat. What's South so good about street food? It's food for commoners. Before she could finish, Chu Ming pinched her chin and stuffed 2 pieces of beef into her mouth. What are you doing? Chen Xian was startled by Chu Ming's sudden action. She initially intended to spit out the beef, but as she chewed, it seemed quite delicious. This food. Chen Xian's eyes widened. She had thought that street food was nothing special. But after tasting it she realized, it was truly delightful. It was even more delicious than the high-end steak prepared by the chefs of the Chen family. Chu Ming chuckled softly. This young lady hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. It was no wonder she found the beef skewers so appetizing. So how is it? Chu Ming inquired. It's passable, Chen Xian replied with a hint of reserve. Just barely meets my standards. Is that so? Then don't eat it, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. After all, this is food for commoners. It's inappropriate for a young lady like you to consume this. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian shot Chu Ming a glare. No way. Why not? Chu Ming countered playfully. I don't care. You give this to me, Chen Xian insisted, feigning anger. So do you think this beef is good? It is somewhat delicious, isn't it? All right, then I shall indulge myself. Upon hearing Chu Ming's remark, Chen Xian immediately grew anxious. Delicious? Surely that suffices. Initially she was not that hungry, but after consuming 2 pieces of beef, her hunger intensified. Now, she longed for the beef skewers in Chu Ming's hands. You should have mentioned it earlier. Chu Ming handed the food to Chen Xian. She intended to devour it voraciously, but upon meeting Chu Ming's gaze she deliberately slowed her pace, being the young lady of the Chen family. She could not afford to lose her decorum. Observing the proud Chen Xian, Chu Ming chuckled and shook his head. Though she is the antagonist, there is an unexpectedly charming side to her. Chapter 93. Increasing affection. The two wandered through the food court. Chu Ming trailed beside Chen Xian, glancing at the time on his phone. Over 30 minutes had elapsed since the incident occurred, even if Zhao Dongqing had summoned all personnel to the Zhao Corporation building. It would be of little consequence now. Chu Kuang had likely slipped away to who knows where. Alas, another opportunity squandered. It seems shortcuts are futile. I must first seize a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Otherwise, eliminating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Chu Ming sighed inwardly. This time, he had the chance to vanquish Chu Kuang, yet amidst the throngs of people in the square, he lost sight of his target. Perhaps this too can be considered a form of fortune. Chu Ming, I want to eat that. Chen Xian's call snapped Chu Ming back to attention. Which one? He inquired, following her pointed finger. She indicated the Seoul Western restaurant in the food court. An upscale establishment with an ample area. Chen Xian truly had an eye for selection. After this, you promise me we will return. Chu Ming furrowed his brow. He needed to investigate where Chu Kuang had gone. He could not afford to spend too much time with Chen Xian. At his hint of impatience, Chen Xian shot him a glare. Do you dare negotiate with me, miss? Do not forget, if you refuse my request, your identity as the king of the underworld. All right, I concede. I will comply, Chu Ming replied with a resigned nod. Were it not for Chen Xian having leverage over him, he would not be in such a compromised position. As long as you understand, Chen Xian smiled contentedly. I shall make a quick trip to the restroom. You can order. If you choose anything I despise, prepare for the consequences. With a skip, Chen Xian entered the Western restaurant. Chu Ming sighed skyward. He was the great antagonist, yet here he was so lowly. As long as I can eliminate the protagonist, I will no longer need to conceal my identity. Chu Ming took a deep breath. He entered the restaurant and casually found a seat. The waiter brought him the menu. After ordering a few dishes, he pulled out his black phone. As expected, the Urban Cultivation app had sent numerous messages. You have 20 messages from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. 20 messages. What's going on? Chu Ming swiftly unlocked the phone and opened the app. Congratulations. Your attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 50. Congratulations. Your attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 50. Congratulations. Your attack had a fatal effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 100. Congratulations. Your attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Plot points 50. This time, he had struck Chu Kuang too few times. Chu Ming glanced at the rewards, realizing the situation. He had aimed to swiftly eliminate the protagonist, thus delivering blow after blow. However, Chu Kuang had soon been severely injured and fled. Consequently, his points this time were less than in the previous 2 instances. Next time I must ensure to accumulate enough points before striking him down. Chu Ming resolved. Congratulations. You have successfully reversed the original plot. Plot points 100. Reward. Refining the heart in the world 1. Related items have been dispatched to your user account. Please swipe to retrieve. Refining the heart in the world? What is this? Chu Ming was taken aback upon seeing this reward. This technique had not appeared in the book Rebirth of the Urban King of the Underworld. He promptly opened the items section of the manual. Refining the heart in the world. Legend has it, this mindset technique was researched by the Lord of the Non-Birth Realm, Demon Sovereign Mo Chen. Entry is easy, but mastery is challenging. Note: use in conjunction with refining the body in the world for extraordinary effects. There is actually a complementary heart technique. Chu Ming realized. In the original work, the protagonist Chu Kuang had only revealed refining the body in the world, not refining the heart in the world. Thus Chu Ming had no knowledge of such a technique. So, if I combine this set of techniques, I can enhance my strength. Chu Ming's eyes brightened. So with this technique I could produce powerful allies in bulk. It appears I now possess the means to cultivate my own forces. Chu Ming smiled to himself. The people I brought to Linju City are essentially from the Chu family. I only have Tang Lin as a confidant. Chu Ming understood clearly that once he eliminated the protagonist Chu Kuang, if he wished to navigate this tumultuous land, he must establish his own power, and this set of techniques grants him that possibility. He would first have Tang Lin try it out upon returning. Chu Ming nodded lightly and continued to peruse. Current plot progress: 8. Additional reward. Plot points 20. Remaining plot points 404. Note: the protagonist's fortune index 92. Advancing the plot progress will significantly weaken the protagonist's fortune. Enhancing the user's. This did not surprise Chu Ming. After all, this time Chu Kuang's actions against the Zhao family were part of the original plot. It was merely expedited due to Chu Ming's involvement. By thwarting Chu Kuang from assassinating Zhao Dongcheng, he inevitably advanced the plot. So far, there were only 9 messages. What about the remaining 11? Chu Ming immediately scrolled down the page. Congratulations! Your affection level with the destined great antagonist Chen Xian has risen to -150 points. Congratulations! Your affection level with the destined great antagonist Chen Xian has risen to -100 points. Congratulations! Your affection level with the destined great antagonist Chen Xian has risen to -80 points. Congratulations! Your affection level with the destined great antagonist Chen Xian has risen to 120 points. Such messages flooded in, totaling 11. Chu Ming was taken aback. He had not done anything significant, so how had his affection level risen? The first message had appeared 2 hours prior. At that time, he was still at Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming was stunned. As he recalled, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Could it be that when I covered Chen Xian with a blanket, she was awake? Chu Ming smiled wryly, never expecting that his small act of kindness would enhance Chen Xian's affection level. The subsequent increases occurred within an hour. Chu Ming nodded, understanding that this was likely due to their visit to the food street, where he had bought food for Chen Xian. As long as I feed her, her affection level will rise. How simple-minded. Chu Ming found it hard to believe. He had originally contemplated giving up upon seeing the -300 points. But unexpectedly a twist of fate occurred. Just then, his phone vibrated suddenly. Congratulations! Your affection level with the destined great antagonist Chen Xian has reached 100. Reward: a list of favorite foods, exclusive to Chen Xian. 1. Chapter 94. An unexpected encounter. Chu Ming was left speechless by the reward from the app. If I order something Chen Xian dislikes, will she then despise me? Then she might leave Linju City sooner. Chu Ming chuckled to himself. Chen Xian, do not blame me. This Chen Xian is too troublesome. If she remains in Linju City, she may jeopardize Chu Ming's ambitions. It is better to send her away sooner. Chu Ming glanced at the dishes he had ordered. He then looked at the list of Chen Xian's favorite foods. What? Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe it. The dishes he had casually ordered were all Chen Xian's favorites? How could this be possible? By heaven, he had truly ordered them on a whim, without even glancing at the names. What a coincidence. This won't do. I need to have the kitchen change them quickly. Or she will surely misunderstand. With determination, Chu-Ming stood up. Just then, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from the corner of the restaurant, followed by an irate shout. Jiu Yuting, are you still a man? Upon hearing this voice, Chu-Ming halted mid-motion. He frowned and looked towards the corner. There stood a tall, alluring woman. It was Su Mingfei. What was she doing here? The moment Chu-Ming laid eyes on Su Mingfei, his frown deepened. Across from her sat a man, evidently Jiu Yuting, the heir of the Jiu family. Mingfei, I am speaking to you civilly. Do not be so agitated, Jiu Yuting said in a low voice, his expression dark as he looked at Su Mingfei. You want me to speak on behalf of your Jiu family? Speak of what? Su Mingfei seethed with anger, exclaiming, you, the head of the Jiu family, have intruded upon the Su family and severely injured several of our elders. How dare you ask me to mediate? She immediately took a seat, her demeanor icy as she continued, I have come here to end our relationship. Jiu Yuting, make that clear. Upon hearing this, Chu-Ming instantly understood. The two were embroiled in a quarrel stemming from the conflict between the Jiu and Su families. The incident of the Jiu family head leading an assault on the Su family was no longer a secret. Chu-Ming also knew that Jiu Wushuang, the Jiu family head, had been gravely injured and had subsequently fallen into a river, his whereabouts unknown. To this day, the Jiu family had yet to uncover his fate. Whether he was dead or unwilling to confront his lineage, sighing, Chu-Ming lamented, if only I had known this would happen, I would have acted differently. As the instigator of this affair, he felt a modicum of responsibility but ultimately blamed the Su family's relentless pressure. Had Su Guoqin chosen to refrain from escalating matters, he would not have unleashed such a monumental scandal. Never mind, I shall pretend I did not see anything, he decided, feeling indifferent toward Su Mingfei. Jiu Yuting, let us part ways, please do not pursue me any further. Not far away, Su Mingfei uttered a parting remark and strode toward the exit. Mingfei. Jiu Yuting hastily rose, rushing a few steps to grasp her hand. Let go of me. Su Mingfei yanked her hand away. The drink on Chu-Ming's table toppled over in the process. This incited Chu-Ming's displeasure. I must insist, while you argue, could you refrain from involving others? What business is it of yours? Su Mingfei furrowed her brow, turning to face him. Jiu Yuting too cast a glance back at her. In that moment, both their eyes widened in shock. In unison, they exclaimed, Chu-Ming! What brings you here? Chu-Ming complained, you both act as though you have never seen me before. What are you doing here? Su Mingfei questioned, her brow knitted, did you send someone to follow us? Am I that idle? Chu-Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. I wouldn't bother tailing either of you. Upon hearing this, Su Mingfei's expression turned frigid. Chu-Ming, I do not know why you are here. But you should leave immediately. I have no interest in dealing with you. Fuming, Su Mingfei was determined to end her relationship with Jiu Yuting, and Chu-Ming's presence was an unwelcome distraction. You think I will simply leave because you told me to? That would be utterly humiliating. Chu-Ming scoffed. I am here to meet someone for dinner. You have no authority to expel me, Chu-Ming. Su Mingfei gritted her teeth, glaring at him. This matter does not concern you. Leave. This is the Zhao group. Do you truly believe you can treat it as your own household? Chu-Ming remarked coolly, you lack the qualifications to command me to leave. His words prompted a frown from the otherwise silent Jiu Yuting, who shot Chu-Ming an icy glare. You are merely the scion of a declining family, while we are descendants of a prestigious lineage. How dare you claim we lack qualifications? I do not care why you are here today. This is a matter between Mingfei and me. What right do you have to interfere? Faced with the discontent of both Su Mingfei and Jiu Yuting, Chu-Ming felt both helpless and amused. Interfere? You should clarify. It's you two who barged in and knocked over my drink. Why should I remain silent? Chu-Ming, are you done yet? Who do you think you are? Su Mingfei retorted coldly, while you argue, I will continue my business. We can coexist without conflict, Chu-Ming stated. You insist on inserting yourself to seek attention. Is that truly necessary? Su Mingfei scoffed, you have someone to meet? Your new love interest. Perhaps? I suspect she is nothing more than a lowly woman. In response, Chu-Ming chuckled lightly. If she were to hear you refer to her in such a manner, she might just retaliate. Does she even measure up? Su Mingfei mocked, her irritation escalating as she added, "What kind of quality could someone like you attract? Are you not mocking yourself?" Chu Ming shot back, his gaze fixed intently on Su Mingfei as he pronounced each word. Ex-girlfriend.at This, Su Mingfei's urge to hurl a plate at him surged, but Jiu Yuding restrained her. "Mingfei, do not act impulsively. We shall discuss our matters later." Jiu Yuding then turned his attention to Chu Ming. "I am quite curious to see what type of person you have invited. If she turns out to be an insignificant woman, you will surely find yourself in an awkward position." Chu Ming appeared perfectly at ease. Today, he intended to humiliate Chu Ming while winning back Su Mingfei's heart. In response to Jiu Yuding's remarks, Chu Ming sighed and sincerely advised, "I suggest you both avoid this meeting. You will surely regret it." His words rang true, given Chen Xian's fiery temper. Should she overhear the exchange between Su Mingfei and Jiu Yuding, both would likely find themselves in dire straits. Better to avoid trouble, Chu Ming thought. Already feeling sympathy for Jiu Yuding, when Chen Xian's wrath ignited, even he would struggle to intervene. "Regret? I suspect you have invited an eyesore, fearing it might offend us," Su Mingfei derided. "This is Lin Ju. Do you truly believe anyone can compare to me? A lady from the capital? Chu Ming, I advise you to be sensible and leave quickly, lest you humiliate yourself." Chu Ming remained silent, a smile on his face. Su Mingfei's brow furrowed deeply, just as she prepared to unleash a tirade against him. A bright voice unexpectedly chimed in from behind. "Who did you just call an eyesore?" The three turned abruptly. Su Mingfei was about to retort when she beheld the striking figure standing behind them. Her expression shifting dramatically. You are the young lady of the Chen family?" Chapter 95. What if you return to the capital? Upon seeing the girl clad in a pink jacket and sporting a matching pink cap, Su Mingfei momentarily froze. Wasn't this the infamous little witch of the capital, Chen Xian? How on earth did she end up here? You just referred to me as an eyesore. Chen Xian's face had begun to cloud over with displeasure. She had been in high spirits until the moment she emerged from the restroom, only to overhear such remarks. "Not only did you call me an eyesore, but you also labeled me a lowly woman." Chu Ming, ever the instigator, chimed in. "What a coincidence. She just called you an eyesore." "What?" Chen Xian's expression darkened. This was the first time in her life she had been insulted in such a manner. "No, you misunderstand," Su Mingfei stammered, immediately feeling intimidated by Chen Xian's fierce demeanor. She could hardly fathom that Chu Ming's acquaintance would be Chen Xian. "You misunderstand? I distinctly heard you call me an eyesore." Chen Xian replied coldly, fixing her gaze on Su Mingfei. Cold sweat broke out on Su Mingfei's forehead as she mentally berated herself for her choice of words. Why did she have to say eyesore? Women are particularly sensitive about their appearance. Chen Xian was likely fuming now. "Miss Chen, this was indeed a misunderstanding. We thought Chu Ming's invite was for someone else." Jiu Yuding attempted to interject. "Someone else? And who might that be?" Chen Xian's gaze shifted to Jiu Yuding, her tone sharp. "What is your connection to this matter?" Jiu Yuding fell silent, realizing that any further comments might lead Chen Xian to associate him with Su Mingfei, thereby implicating the Jiu family in the ensuing fallout. "Miss Chen, I was at fault and I sincerely apologize," he said, eager to placate her. "However, I would advise you to be cautious of Chu Ming behind you. He is not as virtuous as he appears." Su Mingfei's eyes turned to Chu Ming, who wore a grin. Her expression darkened with hostility. "What Chu Ming does is none of your concern, Chen Xian. You should not be misled. This Chu Ming is merely the scion of a minor family known for nothing but gambling and idleness. A complete buffoon. Do not let him deceive you," Su Mingfei warned. Su Mingfei cautioned Chen Xian to be wary of Chu Ming. Upon hearing Su Mingfei's words, Chen Xian let out a delicate laugh. She uttered a statement that left both Jiu Yuding and Su Mingfei incredulous. "I know." "So what? Just because I know, does that mean I should decline his invitation?" Su Mingfei retorted with anger. "What does it matter to you?" Chen Xian lifted her gaze to meet Su Mingfei's, leaving her momentarily speechless. Gritting her teeth, she shot a furious glare at Jiu Yuding. "Aren't you going to say something?" Jiu Yuding hesitated for 2 seconds before mustering the courage to speak. "Miss Chen, this Chu Ming is utterly worthless. Enough. What do you both have the right to meddle in my affairs with Chu Ming?" Chen Xian interrupted, her displeasure evident. You can't even manage your own issues, so stay out of mine, Miss Chen. Su Mingfei exclaimed in exasperation. She still couldn't believe that this Chu Ming had the ability to invite Chen Xian out. It had to be some sort of trickery on his part. Observing Su Mingfei's furious yet helpless expression, Chu Ming chuckled heartily. How amusing, truly amusing. Indeed, you are correct. I am indeed worthless, merely a young master of the Chu family, Chen Xian. Associating with someone like me does not befit your status. He turned to Chen Xian, tentatively suggesting, why not return to the capital? His words rendered Su Mingfei and Jiyu Yuding speechless. Chu Ming was supporting them. Chu Ming, don't even think about it. Chen Xian scoffed. I intend to stay right here. What will you do about it? Her declaration shocked both Su Mingfei and Jiyu Yuding even more. The illustrious young lady of the Chen family, choosing to cling to this worthless Chu Ming. How could this possibly be? Why won't you listen to reason? Chu Ming frowned. Did you not hear that my ex-girlfriend is unhappy? Why do you insist on lingering here? He desperately wished for Chen Xian to return to the capital. Otherwise, he would have to endure the torment of caring for such a tempestuous young lady every day. Yet, this young lady was impervious to both soft and hard tactics and held leverage over him. So what? Chen Xian rose and sat beside Chu Ming, wrapping her arms around his. Now, I am your girlfriend. Tell me, whose words carry more weight, your ex-girlfriend's or your current girlfriend's? Chen Xian's sudden move not only stunned Su Mingfei and Jiyu Yuding but even left Chu Ming momentarily dumbfounded. What act was Chen Xian putting on? This was impossible. Su Mingfei's face turned ashen. Clearly, the relationship between Chen Xian and Chu Ming was far more intimate than that between her and Jiyu Yuding. The little devil of the capital had found a partner. If this news were to spread, the entire aristocracy of the capital would be in an uproar. Chu Ming, say something. Chen Xian playfully pinched his cheek. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. He did not know what to say at that moment. Chen Xian had him completely ensnared. Why is your face turning red? A glimmer of mischief danced in Chen Xian's eyes as she teased. Could it be that you're shy? Chu Ming shot her a glare. He withdrew his hand and deliberately moved to sit opposite her. Miss Chen, please conduct yourself with decorum. Chu Ming took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Chapter 96. You misunderstood. Chu Ming had never contemplated any entanglement with Chen Xian. We are both destined villains. Must we proceed in this manner? However, this scene unfolding before Su Mingfei and Jiyu Yuding left their expressions complicated. Su Mingfei's gaze dimmed further, her face paling drastically. She had always believed that once Chu Ming left her, he would never find anyone better than her. Yet, just a month had passed, and he had already entangled himself with the young lady of the Chen family. This disparity was excruciating for Su Mingfei, the former girlfriend. She felt unwilling to accept it. Yet, gazing at the enchanting visage of Chen Xian, she felt both helpless and infuriated. In terms of status and standing, she could not compete with Chen Xian. In terms of beauty and grace, she was equally outmatched. It could be said that had it not been for Chen Xian's cruel tactics, many a young master in the capital would have pursued her. What on earth had Chu Ming done to earn such devotion from this little devil? What are you two still doing here? As the two were lost in their thoughts, Chen Xian interrupted. We are about to eat. Could you please leave? Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Su Mingfei and Jiyu Yuding finally realized they had encircled Chu Ming's table. Their expressions soured. Su Mingfei cast a resentful glance at Chu Ming. She grabbed her bag and left in a huff. Mingfei, Jiyu Yuding exclaimed, witnessing this scene, feeling both angered and helpless. Chu Ming, just you wait. Jiyu Yuding muttered a half-hearted threat before hastily pursuing Su Mingfei. Chu Ming watched their retreating figures, letting out a long sigh. These two? Truly disappointing. If only they could persuade Chen Xian to leave Linju City, how splendid that would be. Chu Ming, remember, you owe me a favor. Chen Xian remarked with a smile. A favor? What favor? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. I just performed a little act, playing the role of your girlfriend for a few minutes. You should feel honored, Chen Xian replied. Others would be envious just to have this privilege. Are you implying that what you said earlier was all a lie? Chu Ming inquired. What else would it be? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. How wonderful. Chu Ming patted his chest. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were going to cling to me indefinitely. Chu Ming exhaled in relief. As long as it was just acting. That was a relief. What kind of attitude is that? Chen Xian pouted. Do you know how many young masters in the capital would circle my Chen family estate just to pursue me? What do I care? Chu Ming glared at Chen Xian. I only know that the sooner you leave Linju City, the sooner I can be free. If the Chen family found out he was harboring their young lady, the consequences would be dire, even if Chen Xian was there of her own volition. The memory of the Chen family's relentless pursuit when he left them still haunted Chu Ming. HMPH, don't even think about it. Chen Xian shot him a glare. I'll stay here as long as I want. The more you're bothered, the happier I'll be. Chen Xian could not forget how Chu Ming had frightened her those 2 times. She had genuinely felt as if she might perish from his intimidation. She vowed that if she did not repay this grievance, she would never return to the capital. This was the real reason behind Chen Xian's persistence in staying with Chu Ming. However, she would never voice that out loud. HMPH, once we return, I'll call the Chen family to come pick you up. Chu Ming scoffed. Do you dare? Chen Xian teased. Are you not afraid I'll tell them you are the so-called king of the underworld? Who is afraid of whom? Go ahead and tell them. It's not like I can't die. Chu Ming declared. The Chen family indulges you. Why should I have to accommodate you? Chu Ming could no longer endure it. If this issue remained unresolved, he would be perpetually led around by Chen Xian. He was, after all, the villain. This simply could not continue. You wouldn't dare. Chen Xian challenged. I would. You wouldn't. Chu Ming began to respond. But at that moment the restaurant started serving the dishes, steak, pasta, and rich soup, all in pairs. Oh, why is it that all the dishes are my favorites? Chen Xian glanced at the menu, suddenly pausing in surprise. Chu Ming was equally taken aback. He realized he had forgotten to ask the kitchen to change the menu. Chu Ming attempted to explain. All right, I get your point. Chen Xian smiled. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Having someone investigate what I like to eat? Chen Xian was quite pleased. She hadn't anticipated that Chu Ming would order all her favorite dishes. It's not what you think. Chu Ming stammered in defense. Enough with the explanations. Chen Xian giggled. You may not want to admit it, but your body seems quite honest. Chu Ming's expression darkened. He swore to the heavens that this was purely coincidental. He genuinely ordered the dishes on a whim. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly. You have a new message from the Urban Cultivation app, please check. What? Chu Ming was taken aback. He promptly opened the app. Congratulations. Your favorability with the destined villain, Chen Xian, has increased to 300 points. Chu Ming never expected that his unintentional actions would lead to such a significant increase in Chen Xian's favorability. Originally at -300, it had now transformed to 300. This was not merely an upgrade but a complete dimensional shift. What with that expression? Chen Xian elegantly sliced her steak, glancing at Chu Ming. Is something the matter? No. Chu Ming awkwardly tucked away his phone. He scrutinized Chen Xian closely. Suddenly, he asked, is there anything you dislike? Why do you ask that? Chen Xian immediately felt a sense of caution. Just curious. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Desserts. I absolutely detest them, Chen Xian said. A glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Chu Ming shot her a skeptical look. Isn't it true that your favorite is dessert? He had in his possession a list of Chen Xian's most favored foods, with desserts at the top, especially millefeuille and chiffon cake, which were her absolute favorites. Was Chen Xian trying to deceive him? Perhaps it's best to save your breath. You have indeed investigated me. Chen Xian's eyes widened in surprise, her lips betraying an involuntary smile. Chu Ming, oh Chu Ming, you profess a desire for me to return to the capital while secretly delving into my preferences? Do you harbor feelings for me? After all, who could resist a charming girl like me? Chen Xian chuckled playfully. Chu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He had misspoken again. No, you've misunderstood. I have not investigated you. I hold no interest, he retorted, his expression darkening. Chapter 97. The military's trail. Then tell me, if you haven't looked into me, how do you know that my favorite food is dessert? Chen Xian pouted. inquiring of Chu Ming. Confident in her stance, Chu Ming struggled to find a response. He certainly couldn't divulge the matter of the black phone. Fine, if you've investigated me, then I suppose I have been under scrutiny before. Chen Xian remarked nonchalantly, but I never expected the esteemed lord of the underworld to resort to such petty maneuvers. I did not, he protested. Then please explain this situation. Chu Ming was left speechless. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again. You have 2 messages from the Urban Cultivation app, please check. Could it be? A sense of foreboding crept over Chu Ming. He unlocked his phone and opened the Urban Cultivation app. Congratulations, your affinity with the destined villain Chen Xian has increased to 500 points. As anticipated, curse it, one misstep leads to another. Chu Ming clenched his teeth in frustration. He should have had the kitchen change the menu first. That would have avoided this debacle. There was another message. What could it be? He scrolled down curiously. Congratulations, your affinity with the destined villain Chen Xian has reached 500. Reward. Special affinity pill. Exclusive to Chen Xian. 1. Special affinity pill? What on earth is that? Chu Ming froze, immediately checking the item in his inventory. Special affinity pill. Exclusive to Chen Xian upon use. Increases affinity with a specific target by 100 points. Would you like to use it? No. No, absolutely not. Chu Ming hastily pressed the button, breaking into a cold sweat. Why would this app offer such an item? He nearly activated it. What's wrong? You look quite pale, Chen Xian observed, slicing her steak with a smile. And nothing, Chu Ming sighed softly, glancing at Chen Xian, feeling utterly helpless. He touched his face. The disguise technique activated. In an instant, he bore Chen Xian's visage. Hoping to frighten the affinity back down, however, he never anticipated that upon seeing his new appearance, Chen Xian would simply blink in surprise. Interesting, she chuckled. Aren't you afraid? Chu Ming asked, taken aback. Not at all. In fact, I find you quite handsome, Chen Xian replied, putting down her knife and fork to scrutinize Chu Ming's transformed face, her satisfaction evident as she smiled. I misspoke. You're exceptionally handsome. Chu Ming was left speechless. Taking a deep breath, he wiped his face again, this time erasing all his features. Now you should be frightened, he declared. Thankfully, the Western restaurant was relatively empty, and the waitstaff remained oblivious to their antics. Otherwise, Chu Ming's current appearance would surely cause a commotion. How did you transform like this? Can you teach me? Chen Xian, unafraid, reached out to pinch Chu Ming's cheek. Previously, she had been startled by the abruptness of the situation. Especially with the thunder and rain outside. Now, in the restaurant, she found it rather amusing. Are you really not afraid? Chu Ming frowned. Tell me how you did it. Chen Xian, curious, added, once I learn, I can scare my grandfather. Chu Ming was left at a loss for words. How tiresome, he sighed, reverting to his original appearance. Checking his character card, he saw the 500 points of affinity remained unchanged. Chen Xian was indeed impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Truly a challenging situation. Why did you change back? Let me study it a bit longer. Chen Xian protested, visibly displeased. Enough, Chu Ming exclaimed in frustration. The feeling of being thoroughly ensnared by Chen Xian was excruciating. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Tang Lin, hope sparked within him. Had they found Chu Quan? Hello, Ming Xiao. Tang Lin's voice came through the line. Did you capture Chu Quan? Not yet. Why are you calling then? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. I have urgent news to report, Tang Lin replied. 10 minutes ago, our team reported that there are military operatives near Chiyu Lake. I fear the military may have set their sights on us. If we offend the military in Linju City, we may not be able to remain here. The military? Chu Ming's breath hitched. Considering the timeline, it was indeed time for the military to take notice of their activities. In the original story, the military would enlist the protagonist to train a useless team. After just a month, the protagonist transformed the team into an elite squad. Was this plotline about to unfold? Chu Ming's expression grew serious. If that were the case, he would need to tread carefully. He absolutely could not allow Chu Quan to get involved with the military, once the protagonist acquired military status. Eliminating Chu Kwang would become nearly impossible. No, he had to devise a plan. Tang Lin, do you know what the military personnel are doing near Chiu Lake? Our reports indicate they appear to be searching for something without making an effort to conceal their presence. However, it's also possible they are using the search as a pretext to monitor us. Tang Lin responded. What are they searching for? Chu Ming's breath caught again. Suddenly, he recalled that the inventory of the APP contained a certificate, General Jiu Shengwu's military identification. Were they searching for this? If the certificate were lost, Jiu Shengwu would undoubtedly face serious trouble. This item served as proof of military identity. Tang Lin, here's my bold proposition. Have those personnel come to us, stating that the item they seek has been found and is in our possession, and they can retrieve it at any time. What? Are you serious, Ming Xiao? That is the military? Tang Lin was taken aback by Chu Ming's suggestion. If they failed to produce the item later, it would surely incite the military's displeasure. Yes, relay that message. You might inquire whether the item they seek is a certificate. Chu Ming instructed. A certificate? Tang Lin questioned, her tone peculiar. Just say it. If they are looking for a certificate, they can come to Chiu Lake. Ming Xiao, is this really feasible? Tang Lin hesitated. Just do it. All right. Tang Lin reluctantly ended the call. Since Chu Ming insisted, she would comply with his wishes. Chapter 98. Jiu Shengwu. Chu Ming put away his phone. What happened? Was that your violent maid on the line? Chen Xian looked up, smiling lightly. Indeed, Chu Ming admitted without reservation. She mentioned the military is keeping tabs on me. Chen Xian paused, her hands stilling with the knife and fork. The military? Why would they be monitoring you? She asked, puzzled. Chu Ming was not a local of Linju City. It made no sense for the military to pursue him. I'm not sure, but I must return for a moment. Chu Ming glanced at Chen Xian helplessly. You may head back. I'll wander here for a while. Really? Chu Ming felt a flicker of hope. Yes, I haven't finished eating yet. I can't just leave, Chen Xian replied with a giggle, waving her phone. However, don't think you can shake me off. I've already saved the address of Chiu Lake in my phone. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's earlier excitement waned. He had hoped to leave Chen Xian behind. Very well, he sighed. You seem quite dejected, Chen Xian remarked. If you wish, I want to insist. I could simply choose not to return to Chiu Lake. She paused. But this title of Lord of the Underworld? Of course I wish to go. Chu Ming forced a smile. Chen Xian was indeed a considerable nuisance. He needed to ensure she didn't uncover any incriminating evidence against him. Otherwise it would be anyone's guess who would end up laughing or crying in the end. That's good to hear. Off you go. Chen Xian waved her hand dismissively. Chu Ming left with a grim expression. As he departed, Chen Xian observed his retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This Chu Ming was far more interesting than she had anticipated. His expression was genuinely entertaining. Chen Xian slowly took a bite of her steak, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Whenever the wind howls and the rain pours, Linju remains merely a small town. After enduring several days of relentless downpour, the tempest has momentarily subsided. Chu Ming hailed a cab and returned to Chiu Lake. Upon arriving at the villa district, he noticed several military vehicles stationed at the entrance. This sight instantly rendered Chu Ming's expression a touch somber. Young Master Ming, you have finally returned, Tang Lin exclaimed, holding an umbrella as she dashed out from the villa's grand entrance. She greeted Chu Ming and whispered softly in his ear, the military personnel arrived in the reception room 10 minutes ago. And Yulong is currently attending to them. Is Jiu Shengwu among them? Chu Ming inquired. How did you know? Tang Lin was taken aback. Indeed, it is he. Chu Ming smiled. Well then, let us go meet him. Jiu Shengwu is the brother of Jiu Shengshu, the principal of Linju High School, and a comrade-in-arms of Yi Wending, the head of the Yi family. Years ago, during the border conflict, Yi Wending saved Jiu Shengwu's life, hence establishing a deep connection between Jiu Shengwu and the Yi family. According to the original storyline, the protagonist, Chu Kwang, would become the master of Chiu Lake and maintain a certain relationship with Jiu Shengwu. However, at present Chiu Lake belongs to Chu Ming. This connection should rightfully be his. Very well, I shall lead the way, Tang Lin said, closing her umbrella as she guided Chu Ming to the outer chamber of the reception room. Just as Chu Ming was about to open the door, a low, furious voice erupted from within. What kind of business does the Yi family conduct allowing our Commander Jiyu to wait for so long? Indeed, our Commander Jiyu has urgent matters to attend to. How could we possibly delay him here? Yi Long's voice then emerged. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Our Chu Leoda is still attending to matters outside and will return shortly. Preposterous. Who is this Chu to warrant such a wait for our Commander Jiyu? Hearing this exchange, Chu Ming pushed the door open with resolve. His gaze swept over the guests in the reception room. There were 3 individuals in total. Seated on the sofa was an elderly man with graying hair, presumably Jiyu Shengwu. The 2 men in military uniforms standing behind him were likely his guards. Gentlemen, have I failed to meet your expectations regarding the hospitality of Chiyu Lake? Chu Ming's piercing gaze fell upon the 2 guards, sharp as a hawk's. You are the one surnamed Chu. The left guard squinted his eyes and spoke in a low tone. Do you know how long you have kept our Commander Jiyu waiting? What punishment do you deserve for this? Now this is amusing, Chu Ming replied with a smile. Do military personnel truly find it intolerable to wait even a mere 10 minutes as guests in another's home? What did you say? The 2 guards furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. They stepped forward in unison, attempting to intimidate Chu Ming. Wang Bing, Guo Zhuan, stand down. The elderly man on the sofa commanded immediately. Commander Jiyu. I said stand down. The grey-haired elder intoned, his voice low and commanding. The 2 guards exchanged reluctant glances with Chu Ming before acquiescing. The elder's gaze then settled on Chu Ming. Young man, I indeed have pressing matters at hand. Hence my subordinates' rudeness. I apologize on their behalf. His authoritative tone carried an undeniable weight. It was the iron-blooded aura of a soldier. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. Jiyu Shengwu was indeed a seasoned veteran. His presence more formidable than that of an ordinary martial artist. Instinctively, Chu Ming activated his dark keen intent to probe Jiyu Shengwu's cultivation. Indeed, he was a master. Chu Ming felt a surge of confidence. After all, he too belonged to that echelon. Commander Gu's presence at Chiyu Lake is an honor for us, Chu Ming said with a faint smile, taking a seat before Jiyu Shengwu. He then produced a certificate from his pocket. Is this what Commander Jiyu seeks? He inquired. Upon seeing the document in Chu Ming's hand, the 2 guards appeared momentarily stunned. You truly possess this? Where did you acquire it? The left guard, Wang Bing, asked in disbelief. This document holds no value for me. You may take it, Chu Ming responded with a smile. As for how I came by it, that is of no concern to you. Chu Ming's gaze swept over the 2 guards. There was no way he would divulge the origin of this document. Doing so would expose the existence of the urban cultivation app. Chu Ming was not so foolish, yet his words ignited the ire of the 2 guards. What do you mean by that? They demanded, glaring at Chu Ming. Nothing at all, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Your objective is merely to retrieve this certificate, is it not? Surely there can be no ulterior motives. The 2 guards fell silent. Momentarily at a loss for words, little brother Chu certainly possesses composure. Jiyu Shengwu chuckled heartily, though his gaze turned serious as it fell upon Chu Ming. Yet, what if it is I, Jiyu Shengwu? Who wishes to know? The words of Jiyu Shengwu echoed within the chamber. Chu Ming merely smiled lightly. If Commander Jiyu wishes to know, must I divulge it? A glimmer of insight flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. Forgive my candor, but Commander Jiyu does not possess the requisite standing for such a request. Did Jiyu Shengwu seek to assert dominance over him? Alas, he had misjudged his opponent. Yi Long may fear Jiyu Shengwu, but that did not imply Chu Ming shared the same trepidation. The room fell into stunned silence at Chu Ming's seemingly audacious proclamation. Yi Long's face turned pale. What was Chu Ming saying? This was none other than Commander Jiyu of the military. Should he offend him, the days ahead for Chiyu Lake would be fraught with difficulty. Preposterous. The 2 guards seethed. What gives you the audacity to claim Commander Jiyu lacks such qualifications? Jiyu Shengwu's gaze narrowed, fixated on Chu Ming's face. Though he remained silent, his presence radiated authority. Ha! Friends from the military, it seems you have misconstrued your purpose here. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and replied coolly. At this moment, it is I who holds the advantage, not you who seek my favor. To flaunt your power in my domain is unwelcome. How dare you? The left guard, driven to fury, prepared to strike. But a sturdy hand fell upon his shoulder. It was Jiu Shengwu. "Commander, stand down." Jiu Shengwu commanded. Yes. The left guard inhaled deeply, casting a reluctant glance at Chu Ming before stepping back. "Youth," Jiu Shengwu began gravely. "Qualifications are earned through battles and the passage of time. They signify status, strength, and experience. Pray tell, which of these do you possess to summon the audacity to speak thus?" He was not angry. Rather, he found it amusing. Observing Chu Ming's young visage, likely in his early 20s, he mused how such a youth could declare a lack of qualifications. Truly a frog in a well, laughably absurd. All eyes in the room turned toward Chu Ming. They could discern Jiu Shengwu's growing displeasure. This Chu was indeed audacious. To provoke Commander Jiu was tantamount to courting death. The two guards glared coldly at Chu Ming, yet he merely smiled. "Since Commander Jiu desires proof of my qualifications, I shall oblige." Chu Ming rose slowly, prompting the two guards to step forward. "What do you intend to do?" The commander stated that qualifications are garnered through battles and time, thus I shall demonstrate my worth. Chu Ming picked up a small iron statue from the coffee table and gently kneaded it. The iron statue yielded like dough, morphing into a mere iron disc. "What?" The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. If they were not mistaken, that statue was solid. How had Chu Ming accomplished this? Thud. The iron disc struck the floor with a resounding echo. Chu Ming chuckled, resuming his seat and sipping his tea. He then looked up at Jiu Shengwu. "May I inquire, Commander Jiu, does this display suffice for qualifications?" Jiu Shengwu furrowed his brow as he regarded Chu Ming. The earlier display had indeed astonished him. While he was confident in his own abilities, he could not match the ease with which Chu Ming had accomplished it. "Little brother Chu, one must not judge a book by its cover." Jiu Shengwu replied solemnly. Suddenly, he grasped his cane and thrust it toward Chu Ming with force. With his right hand, Chu Ming lifted the teacup, gently blowing on the hot liquid. His left hand shot out instantly. Bang! The tip of the cane met Chu Ming's palm, halting mid-air. Jiu Shengwu gasped. He had exerted considerable force. It seemed the commander was intent on testing Chu Ming's strength. Chu Ming smiled lightly. "Very well. Let me show you, Commander." With a sudden twist of his left hand, the power of a master erupted from within him, coursing through his arm and into the cane. Crack! The well-worn cane, aged by time, developed a hairline fracture. Before anyone could react, the crack spread like a spider's web. Boom! A soft sound resonated as the cane shattered into splinters. The room fell into stunned silence. Jiu Shengwu stared at the remnants of his cane in disbelief. Rendered speechless, Chu Ming, meanwhile, picked up the teacup and savored a sip of tea. "This Longjing from Linju truly is an exquisite brew, wouldn't you agree, Commander Jiu?" Chu Ming's gaze locked onto Jiu Shengwu's. A challenge evident in his demeanor. The tranquil countenance of Chu Ming starkly contrasted with the astonished expression of Jiu Shengwu at this moment. "What have you done?" The left guard suddenly snapped back to reality. Directing an angry shout at Chu Ming. He immediately advanced a few steps, intent on striking Chu Ming, yet, in that fleeting instant, Chu Ming flicked the tea from his cup. The scalding liquid seemed to morph into a sharp sword. Slicing across the left guard's face, the guard's steps abruptly halted. He touched his face and there it was. Blood. How could this be? The left guard's breath caught. "How does my Longjing tea from Linju taste?" Chu Ming's voice, calm and collected, drifted from ahead. The left guard, bewildered, looked up. He glanced behind him, where blooded tea leaves and water splattered against the wall. Chu Ming had actually harmed him with tea. How could this be possible? Jiu Shengwu observed Chu Ming's demeanor, inhaling deeply before silently taking a seat. "Indeed, young brother Chu, you possess some qualifications." Jiu Shengwu then turned sharply to the left guard. "Withdraw at once." The left guard, stunned, retreated without daring to utter another word. Today's incident had significantly clarified his understanding of formidable opponents. "Chief Jiu, I shall refrain from further remarks," Chu Ming chuckled, "since I have taken the initiative to contact you. This officer's ID shall naturally be returned to its rightful owner." Chu Ming pushed the officer's ID across the table. Jiu Shengwu accepted the document, opening it to confirm its authenticity. Indeed, it was the very one he had lost. However, Jiu Shengwu placed the ID back onto the table. Chu Ming regarded him with a questioning glance. Chief Jiu, what are your intentions? He inquired with an air of indifference. I shall retrieve this officer's ID. But not at this moment. Jiu Shengwu's gaze fixed firmly on Chu Ming's eyes. Today's affair was a result of my subordinate's incompetence, a fact I Jiu Shengwu acknowledge. I have pressing matters to attend to. In the future, I shall certainly revisit and seek your esteemed guidance, young brother Chu. Jiu Shengwu set the officer's ID down and rose. While Chu Ming indeed possessed some prowess, Jiu Shengwu did not believe him capable of matching his own strength. Should he engage in a serious confrontation with Chu Ming, it would likely be perceived as a case of the strong bullying the weak. We have ample time ahead. Jiu Shengwu waved his right hand toward the two guards. Instructing leave, Chu Ming observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Chief Jiu, I must remind you, should you wish to reclaim your officer's ID in the future, it will not be so simple. That matter need not concern you. Young brother Chu, Jiu Shengwu confidently replied, this ID shall not remain in your possession for long. He then pushed open the door, departing with his entourage. Chapter 100. Target, the Underworld King. Jiu Shengwu had come to Chiyu Lake at the Yi family with an important task. He had received orders from above to investigate the emergence of a powerful figure in Linju City. This matter was said to have been personally pressured by the head of the Chen family from the capital onto the military. Eventually reaching Jiu Shengwu, thus, he had arranged to meet with Yi Wending to discuss the issue. He had not intended to linger with Chu Ming for long, but the incident involving Chu Ming had consumed a considerable amount of his time. Commander Jiu, that Chu Ming is far too arrogant. The right guard Guo Zhong remarked indignantly. You are the commander of the Linju military district, yet he dares to address us with such disdain. Indeed, Commander Jiu, while Chu Ming possesses some skill, given your status, he is merely a dog of the Yi family regardless of his abilities. The left guard, Wang Bing, covered his face, visibly angered. Rest assured, the person we are about to meet is the head of the Yi family. Jiu Shengwu stated solemnly. He is an old comrade of mine, and I shall relay every detail of the recent events. Excellent. That Chu fellow will surely be unable to maintain his arrogance any longer. Wang Bing's anger transformed into a smile. In their eyes, the master of Chiyu Lake was merely someone appointed by Yi Wending to oversee the affairs. As long as Yi Wending was unwilling, Chu Ming would have no choice but to leave in disgrace. Yet the trio could not fathom that the reality was far removed from their assumptions. They soon arrived at the edge of Chiyu Lake. In the pavilion by the lake, Yi Wending awaited them, accompanied by Yi Zhu. Wending, Jiu Shengwu exclaimed, laughing heartily upon spotting Yi Wending's silhouette. Yi Wending turned, and upon seeing Jiu Shengwu, he too chuckled. Old Wu, you finally made it. I encountered someone on the way, which delayed me a bit, Jiu Shengwu explained, patting Yi Wending on the shoulder. But in that instant Jiu Shengwu suddenly froze. His hand resting on Yi Wending's shoulder felt a powerful surge of energy radiating from him. It was at least the level of an internal energy master. Wending, your old injuries. Jiu Shengwu could not help but inquire. Ha, I brought you here not only to discuss business but also to talk about this matter. Yi Wending responded, shaking his robe, a wave of energy pulsating forth. He gazed at Jiu Shengwu, his smile radiant. So have you noticed? Indeed, your old injuries have healed. Jiu Shengwu's breath caught in his throat. He was among the few who knew of Yi Wending's past injuries, sustained during the border war when Yi Wending had been wounded while saving him. After all these years, Yi Wending had sought numerous renowned doctors at his behest, yet Jiu Shengwu had ultimately been unable to assist. Jiu Shengwu had always felt a sense of guilt, yet he never expected Yi Wending to have recovered now, thanks to Master Chu. Yi Zhu chimed in from the side, if it weren't for the pills Master Chu provided, grandfather wouldn't have recovered so swiftly. The Yi family held a deep gratitude towards Chu Ming, Master Chu. Jiu Shengwu's interest peaked as he turned to Yi Wending. I wonder who this Master Chu is. That he could heal your injuries. I cannot divulge much about his specific identity, but you should have met him already, Yi Wending replied with a light smile. Met him already? Jiu Shengwu was taken aback. Wending, are you jesting? How long have I been at Chiyu Lake? If such a master had appeared, I would surely remember. It would be impossible to forget. Jiu Shengwu shook his head with a rueful smile. The Master Chu you speak of I likely have not met. This response caused Yi Wending to furrow his brow in confusion. Did you not go to the Chiyu Lake Villa? Did you meet my grandson? Your grandson Yi Long? I did see that lad, but I did not encounter the Master Chu you mentioned, Jiyu Shengwu replied, puzzled. There was only a young fellow surnamed Chu. He must be one of your subordinates, right? Yi Zhu and Yi Wending exchanged glances. Sensing an oddity in each other's expressions, speaking of that young fellow surnamed Chu, I am filled with indignation. Jiyu Shengwu did not notice the subtle expressions on Yi Wending's face as he continued. One of my subordinates was actually injured by him. Jiyu Shengwu pointed to Wang Bing behind him. Wang Bing in turn revealed the wound on his face. This injury, not only marked by the cut from the tea leaves but also slightly swollen due to the scalding tea, drew their attention. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Wending and Yi Zhu's expressions changed dramatically. You clashed with him? Yi Wending asked anxiously. I merely tested him. I must admit, this young fellow possesses some skill, Jiyu Shengwu replied coldly. But considering this is your domain, I refrained from taking serious action. Otherwise that lad would surely be in the hospital by now. Yi Wending and Yi Zhu stared at Jiyu Shengwu in disbelief. Old Wu, you're not hurt, are you? What could happen to me? He is just a young brat. He can't harm me. Jiyu Shengwu laughed heartily. However, that lad is far too arrogant. He even claimed I lacked qualifications. How laughable it is. I have never been so belittled by a mere child. Wending, don't you think your subordinate should be disciplined? Jiyu Shengwu's words prompted nods of agreement from the two guards behind him, their faces revealing smiles, with Yi Wending backing them. That young fellow surnamed Chu was surely doomed. Yet Yi Wending's expression was complex, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Old Wu, have you never considered? He might not be my subordinate. This statement left Jiyu Shengwu momentarily stunned. If he is not your subordinate, then who is he? Did I not mention the matter of Master Chu to you? Yi Wending hesitated before continuing. The young fellow you speak of, does he not also share the surname Chu? Jiyu Shengwu's eyes widened in shock. Are you implying that he is Master Chu's grandson? Yet even if he were Master Chu's grandson, to speak in such a manner is simply too. Jiyu Shengwu was unable to finish his sentence when Yi Wending shook his head, insisting, no, you are mistaken. He is not Master Chu's grandson. He is Master Chu himself. The moment Yi Wending uttered these words, the entire pavilion fell into a profound silence. Only the gentle rustle of the wind through the leaves could be heard. Jiyu Shengwu and his two guards turned pale to varying degrees. The young man named Chu Ming was the very master who had healed Yi Wending's injuries. How could this be possible? Wending, are you joking? Jiyu Shengwu inquired with furrowed brows. That young fellow surnamed Chu is hardly of age. How could he possibly have the ability to heal your injuries? I do not wish to admit it. But the truth is as it stands. Yi Wending sighed. Not only you, but even I was incredulous when I first learned of this matter. Yet, the events that unfolded afterward left me with no choice but to believe. Chapter 101. A prodigal returns. In the beginning, Chu Ming had brought the elixir, and he even contemplated throwing it away. Yet, he never anticipated the astonishing efficacy of this potion. Old Wu, we have been comrades for so long. How could I possibly deceive you? Yi Wending sighed, saying, if you have offended him, it would be prudent to apologize in person. Master Chu is still quite reasonable. As long as you sincerely apologize, he is sure to forgive you. Indeed, Grandfather Yi Zhu interjected, asserting that if one has offended Master Chu, it is wise to apologize first. Upon hearing the remarks from the grandfather and granddaughter, Jiyu Shengwu's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. He could hardly fathom that the insufferably arrogant young man was, in fact, Master Chu. Recalling his previous statements, Jiyu Shengwu's expression turned exceedingly grim. He had told Chu Ming that he would surely visit again to seek his guidance. Now to return and apologize? That was simply out of the question. Wending, you needn't say more. I am well aware of this matter. Jiyu Shengwu was taken aback by Chu Ming's significant stature, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Wending had been injured because of him, and now that injury had been healed by Chu Ming, out of both sentiment and reason, he ought to apologize. However, as a dignified regiment commander, how could he possibly apologize to a mere youth? Old Wu, I must ask, how did you manage to offend Master Chu? Yi Wentan sighed. I initially thought that Master Chu sought you out personally to befriend you, but I never expected. Alas, what a predicament. Jiyu Shengwu's face darkened. Chu Ming's voluntary return of his officer's credentials made his intentions abundantly clear. Chu Ming wished to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yet he had looked down on Chu Ming due to his youthfulness. Putting on airs before him, now he would have to painstakingly reclaim the trust he had carelessly cast aside. Regret flooded him. Let us put this matter aside for now, Jiyu Shengwu sighed, stating that after a few days, when Master Chu's temper has cooled, he would approach him again. This apology was one he must render, but there was no need to rush. The main issue was that Jiyu Shengwu could not bear to face Chu Ming again at this moment. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. Yi Wentan chuckled wryly, changing the subject. You mentioned over the phone that you had urgent matters to discuss with me. What is it? Jiyu Shengwu set aside his melancholic demeanor and replied solemnly. This matter is of great significance. And you must not let it slip. Do you not trust my integrity? Then speak freely. Yi Wentan responded. Jiyu Shengwu hesitated for a moment, then spoke deliberately. Just a few days ago, a significant incident occurred at the Chen family in the capital. A formidable expert known as the King of the Underworld infiltrated the Chen household and injured the fourth elder. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentan furrowed his brow. The King of the Underworld? Yes, indeed, Jiyu Shengwu affirmed. It is said that the head of the Chen family was furious and pressured our military to locate this so-called King of the Underworld. Moreover, they have received word that this king has appeared in Linju City. Hence, the higher-ups have ordered me to find this King of the Underworld and bring him back to the capital. Such a matter exists? Yi Wentan's expression grew grave. I have not heard of any such King of the Underworld. He may prove difficult to locate. I have not heard of him either, which is why I am seeking your assistance. Jiyu Shengwu grimaced. The higher-ups demand that we capture the King of the Underworld within 30 days. Otherwise I shall find it hard to explain. So that is why you are in such a hurry to seek my help? Yi Wentan understood immediately. Indeed, this is a matter of great consequence. To have injured the fourth elder of the Chen family. His strength cannot be underestimated. At the very least, he must be at the pinnacle of the master realm. Jiyu Shengwu sighed, asserting that even if the Chen family did not intervene, the presence of such a powerful individual in Linju City would send shivers down his spine. The stability of Linju City is upheld by the collaboration of three major powers: the Linju City Lord's Mansion, the Linju military, and the esteemed families of the Yi Jiao, and by clans. Essentially, all formidable individuals fall under their purview. Now, with a disruptive element known as the King of the Underworld suddenly appearing in Linju City, it is bound to affect the current state of peace. I understand. Yi Wentan nodded, affirming that he would do everything in his power to gather information regarding this King of the Underworld. Among the various factions in Linju City, the Yi family is the most influential and its intelligence network is unparalleled. With Yi Wentan's personal decree, word should arrive swiftly, then I shall await your good news. Jiyu Shengwu nodded. Indeed. Yi Wentan smiled, suggesting, Old Wu, we have not seen each other in ages. Shall we dine together before parting? No. This matter weighs heavily on my heart. Jiyu Shengwu replied with a bitter smile. Once this King of the Underworld has been dealt with, I will personally visit Chiyu Lake to apologize to Master Chu. Very well, as you wish. Yi Wentan sighed wryly. Aware that Jiyu Shengwu was not in a good place mentally. I implore you to expedite the resolution of this matter. Jiyu Shengwu sighed, stating that the higher-ups were pressing him urgently. I will resolve it as swiftly as possible. Yi Wentan nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Jiyu Shengwu clasped his hands in salute to Yi Wentan before departing Chiyu Lake with 2 bodyguards. Watching Jiyu Shengwu's retreating figure, Yi Wentan furrowed his brow and murmured, the King of the Underworld? Who could it possibly be? The following day at noon, Chu Ming sat idly in his office. Today, Chu Kuang had not come to school, leaving him with little to occupy his time other than scrolling through short videos on his phone. At that moment, a fellow teacher, Miss Zhao, entered the office. She was a young intern named Zhao Rui, serving as Chu Ming's assistant at Linju High School. Director Chu, have you heard? Miss Zhao exclaimed with a smile, The student you disciplined, Guo-ji, has reportedly shaved his head and resigned from his position as captain of the martial arts team. Intending to focus on his studies, upon hearing this, Chu-ming set aside his phone, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What did you say?" "The very same Guo-ji. Have you forgotten?" Miss Zhao replied excitedly. The entire school is buzzing, claiming that Guo-ji has turned over a new leaf, and they say the new director is quite formidable, managing to rein in even a tough nut like Guo-ji. "Oh," Chu-ming's interest was piqued. "Who said that?" "Just now, during lunch, a group of teachers mentioned it. I also heard it in the student group." Miss Zhao admired Director Chu. "You truly have a way with students. Even a rebellious spirit like Guo-ji has been persuaded to study diligently." Guo-ji is the son of Vice Principal Guo, someone no one dares to confront within the school. He is also the captain of the martial arts team. Skilled in fighting but poor in academics, yet, due to Guo Hongxing's influence, no one has dared to criticize Guo-ji. But now, with Chu-ming's arrival, the narrative has shifted. In the original story, Guo-ji had been hospitalized after offending the protagonist, Chu Kuang. Now, with Chu-ming's decisive intervention, the plot has been reversed, granting Guo-ji an opportunity for redemption. "This is indeed intriguing," Chu-ming smiled, inquiring. "Where is Guo-ji now? I wish to meet him." "He should still be with the martial arts team," Miss Zhao replied. According to the students, the team members are reluctant to see him go and are protesting. Guo-ji is currently pacifying them. With the martial arts team, Chu-ming contemplated for a moment, deciding it would be beneficial to observe. In the original plot, Guo-ji was merely a minor antagonist. However, he had repeatedly troubled the protagonist, resulting in considerable screen time early on. If utilized correctly, this could play a crucial role in advancing the storyline. Moreover, since they are all antagonists, it is only natural for Chu-ming to lend a hand. "Director Chu, are you going in person?" Miss Zhao was taken aback. "Should I find a student to bring him here?" "Students are not servants. What is there that I cannot meet in person?" Chu-ming chuckled. "Miss Zhao, your educational perspective is flawed." Upon hearing this, Miss Zhao's face flushed crimson. "No. Remember this. Only by treating students as individuals will they regard you as one. Everything is reciprocal, and the cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Confucius had thousands of disciples and Giguzi had students aplenty. There is wisdom in this, yet many modern educators have forgotten the teachings of our ancestors. Reflect on that," Chu-ming observed Miss Zhao, who was left in a daze. Before turning and exiting the office, watching Chu-ming's figure disappear, Miss Zhao was filled with confusion and contemplation. Meanwhile, in the martial arts hall of Linju No. 2 High School, Guo-ji sat among a group of martial arts team members. Ever since Guo-ji had made his presence known this morning, announcing his resignation as captain of the martial arts team, the atmosphere had erupted. "Who is Guo-ji?" "He is the son of Vice Principal Guo. Moreover, Guo-ji possesses remarkable martial arts talent. In his sophomore year, he led the entire high school teams of Linju City to victory. If he resigns, who would dare take his place?" "Boss." A young man with a buzz cut grasped Guo-ji's arm, exclaiming, "What will we do if you leave?" "Hong, you will soon be in your senior year. Some things are indeed worth letting go." Guo-ji sighed, rubbing his freshly shorn head, and spoke earnestly. "I have outgrown the age of play. It is time to settle down and focus on preparing for university." "Boss, you previously vowed to guide us until graduation," exclaimed another youth with yellow hair. "Isn't this current situation a betrayal of our brotherhood?" Echoed others in agreement. "Boss, your abrupt resignation has left us all bewildered." Sighing deeply, Guo-ji replied, "To be honest, I too am reluctant to part ways with the martial arts team." "Then why resign from the captaincy?" questioned the crew-cut youth with a puzzled expression. Is there some hidden reason behind this? Does it relate to your recent disciplinary action? Guo-ji forced a bitter smile. "It's not exactly a hidden agenda, but it indeed correlates with the punishment." "What has transpired?" the group urgently inquired. Guo-ji stated, "I didn't just shave my head for no reason. There's a definitive cause behind my decision to resign as captain of the martial arts team." He hesitantly added, "I have taken on an older brother figure." A hint of embarrassment crossed Guo-ji's face as he continued, "My father mentioned that if I follow him, my future would be promising. After being reprimanded, Guo Ji immediately sought out Guo Hongxing. Initially, Guo Hongxing intended to shield him and investigate the source of the disciplinary action. However, through the course of their discussion, it was revealed that the blame lay with Chu Ming. This revelation sent Guo Hongxing into a panic, and he urgently questioned Guo Ji about whom he had offended. Guo Ji recounted his encounter with Brother Chu, and upon reviewing a photograph, they discovered that the very Chu Ming mentioned was the newly appointed Director of Education. Guo Hongxing was left in a state of distress. Offending Chu Ming could jeopardize his position as vice principal, thus, he quickly persuaded Guo Ji to mend his ways and focus on his studies. Leading to the current predicament. Boss, when did you take on an older brother? The group asked, bewildered. We had no idea. They found it hard to believe that Guo Ji, typically so brash and domineering, would acknowledge an older brother. You need not concern yourselves with that, Guo Ji replied, shaking his head. Just know that I am determined to study hard because of him. Absurd. This is utterly ridiculous. The crew-cut youth retorted angrily. Boss, where is this older brother of yours? We must meet him. Guo Ji furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do? I merely wish to have a proper conversation with him, another team member said softly. Guo Ji's expression darkened. Just as he was about to interject, the door to the martial arts hall was suddenly thrust open, flooding the room with light. Guo Ji, so this is where you are. A casually dressed young man stepped inside. It was Chu Ming, Brother Chu. Guo Ji exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he leaped from the spectator seats to greet him. Chu Ming assessed Guo Ji's current appearance, his shaved head and school uniform, remarking, "You look just like a senior preparing for university entrance exams." Indeed. Guo Ji nodded enthusiastically. Thanks to Brother Chu's guidance, I have found clarity. I am done with distractions and am now focused on studying hard to bring pride to my father. That's wonderful, Chu Ming replied, patting Guo Ji on the shoulder. He felt a sense of pride in his mentorship. Guo Ji, it seemed, was not as unruly as depicted in the original narrative. Is this the older brother you speak of? A voice of doubt arose from behind Guo Ji. Ahong, show some respect. Guo Ji turned, frowning at the crew-cut youth. He could sense the discontent in his tone, which was mirrored by the rest of the team. Boss, is this the person who pressured you to resign? He doesn't seem impressive at all. They scoffed. With such a pale complexion, he looks like a pretty boy. Which class is he in? They glared at Chu Ming, their expressions filled with disdain. If it weren't for Chu Ming, Guo Ji wouldn't be in this predicament. How dare you speak like that? Guo Ji exclaimed, stepping in front of them. He is my older brother. And he is also your older brother. What nonsense is this? The crew-cut youth retorted angrily. What can he do? Can he lead our martial arts team to victory? Or what else can he achieve? He simply caused our boss to resign. That's outrageous. We deserve an explanation or we will not comply. The threats from the group left Guo Ji's face paling significantly. He hadn't anticipated that his situation would incite their anger towards Chu Ming. But Guo Hongxing had forbidden him from revealing Chu Ming's position as the Director of Education. Brothers, please let us not escalate this. Today, grant me some favor, Guo Ji pleaded. Boss, if you remain with the martial arts team, I will give you face. The crew-cut youth declared. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Indeed, this individual who forced you out of the martial arts team cannot have good intentions. He might be a spy from another high school. Boss, do not be swayed by his deceptive words. Hearing their fiery remarks, Guo Ji felt a surge of anxiety. Unable to dissuade his teammates, he turned to Chu Ming. Brother Chu, they are young and inexperienced. Please don't take their words to heart. Chu Ming chuckled at Guo Ji's defensiveness. I didn't expect you to hold such influence. Guo Ji was taken aback, offering a wry smile and a nod. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Chu Ming surveyed the martial arts team members, most of whom were second-year students, with a few first- and third-year students among them. They had followed Guo Ji for over a year. And while he often acted arrogantly, he had treated them with loyalty, hence the current situation. As the Director of Education, Chu Ming could not blame the students. Guo Ji, bring me the roster of the martial arts team. Surprised, Guo Ji retrieved a clipboard from his bag. Brother Chu, here is the list. Chu Ming glanced over the names. 21 individuals plus Guo Ji. making a total of 22. His gaze fell upon the group. I will not intervene. Let you take your best shot at me. If you can push me back even a step today, I shall reinstate Guoji as captain. What do you say? The declaration stunned the group. What was he saying? Let us strike him freely. One punch might send him to the hospital. Is this fellow out of his mind? How could the boss acknowledge someone like him as an older brother? They whispered among themselves, their scoffs barely concealed. Guoji, hearing their comments, was equally taken aback. Brother Chu, my teammates are exceptionally skilled. They have won awards in competitions in Lingju City. If it's one-on-one, it's manageable. But against so many, leave that to me, Chu Ming replied. If they doubt my authority, I will earn their respect. Guoji inhaled sharply, unsure how to dissuade Chu Ming further. You want one person to take on all of us? Without fighting back, the crew-cut youth stepped forward, laughing mockingly. Who do you think you are, kid? Even our boss couldn't team manage that. Not only the crew-cut youth but the others wore expressions of derision. Convinced Chu Ming was merely boasting, enough with the chit-chat, Chu Ming said, scanning the roster. Which one of you is it? State your name. I am Wang Hong, remember it well. Wang Hong, is it? Very well, you shall be the first. Chu Ming nodded, putting away the roster. You asked for this. With a cold snort, the crew-cut youth charged at Chu Ming, throwing a powerful uppercut. Yet, in that instant, Chu Ming extended his right hand and grasped Wang Hong's fist with ease. HMPH, Wang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it firmly ensnared. It felt as if it were trapped in a crevice of rock, rendering his hand immobile. How is this possible? Does he possess such incredible grip strength? Wang Hong gritted his teeth, preparing to muster all his strength in a futile attempt to escape. Get him, Wang Hong. Why are you just standing there? The teammates shouted from behind, confused by Wang Hong's hesitation. I want to. Wang Hong's face contorted with frustration. He longed to strike Chu Ming, but he had to free his hand first. His strength was ample, but his technique was lacking. Let me give you a chance, Chu Ming said, loosening his grip slightly. Caught off guard, Wang Hong stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Wang Hong, 3 points, Chu Ming wrote on the clipboard. Next, the martial arts team members exchanged incredulous glances. Was he treating this as a coaching session? I'll go. A young man in a yellow shirt stepped forward. It was Shengshin, who had won a silver medal in karate last semester. His prowess only second to Guoji. With him in the mix, they should have no issues, not issues, more like a significant problem for the challenger. Guoji's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Chu, perhaps we should reconsider. Shengshin's skills are formidable. Shengshin, is it? Let us see what you've got, Chu Ming said, eyeing the young man. Step forward. You're on. Shengshin narrowed his eyes, slowly advancing toward Chu Ming. His entire body was in motion, and it was evident that he was gradually gathering strength. Finally, he stood before Chu Ming. Without warning, he launched a punch aimed directly at Chu Ming's face. Chu Ming slowly extended his right hand, just as before, and firmly trapped Shengshin's fist. However, Shengshin merely scoffed. You've fallen for it. Utilizing the force of Chu Ming's arm, Shengshin swiftly turned his body, and his legs twisted up, clamping around Chu Ming's neck. A scissor kick. Witnessing this scene, the martial arts team members' eyes lit up. This move had originally secured Shengshin a silver medal. They could almost envision Chu Ming begging for mercy on the ground. Yet, in the next moment, as Shengshin's legs secured Chu Ming's neck, nothing happened. Chu Ming stood like an immovable statue, completely unfazed. What? Shengshin's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that no matter how forcefully he exerted himself, Chu Ming remained steadfast. How could this be possible? Not only Shengshin, but everyone else was left dumbfounded. Even Guoji stood with his mouth agape, utterly incredulous. Chu Ming can withstand Shengshin's scissor kick? What is happening? Your strength is considerable and your technique is decent, Chu Ming remarked nonchalantly. I will give you a 6 out of 10. He then released Shengshin's right fist and gently nudged with his right elbow. Shengshin let out a cry of agony as Chu Ming's elbow had precisely struck the perineal nerve in his lower leg, spot densely populated with nerves. The sensation was unbearable. Do not employ such self-destructive tactics again, Chu Ming admonished, taking out a pen to inscribe the score of 6 on the roster. He then lifted his gaze. Next. Chapter 104. the bonds of the martial arts team. Shengshin collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Shengshin has lost? And so easily? This is inconceivable. Here, apart from the leader, Shengshin was the strongest. If he has fallen, then everyone was bewildered. They had never anticipated that Shengshin would kneel so effortlessly. Who exactly is this Chu? Even Guoji, observing from the side, was taken aback. Chu Ming knows martial arts? Such a revelation! Guo Hongxing never mentioned this. Next, who will come first? Chu Ming raised his head to survey the crowd. Instantly everyone held their breath, instinctively stepping back in unison. Are they all afraid? Chu Ming chuckled, putting away the roster, and spoke calmly. If that is the case, then you all may come at once. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not display any joy. Rather, their faces turned even paler, with Shengshin having fallen so quickly. Would they not simply be inviting a beating? For a moment, no one dared to step forward. We have over a dozen people, and we cannot handle just one of him. The crew-cut individual on the ground struggled to rise, shouting towards the crowd, if he doesn't fight back, he could take us all down. I'll write my surname backward today. His words drew incredulous glares from the others. If you're so brave, then you go. Yeah, writing your surname backward still makes it Wayne. You want to get beaten up and drag us down with you? No way. These team members were quite astute. They could tell from Chu Ming's earlier display that he was no ordinary person. Knowing this, why would they willingly step into a confrontation? This is interesting, Chu Ming mused with a faint smile. These individuals were not like the foolish antagonists depicted in novels, who, fully aware they would lose, still charged in recklessly, only to be left searching for their teeth afterward. Since you do not intend to take action, I will state this clearly. From this day forth, Guo Ji will be completely relieved of his position as the captain of the martial arts team. Do not harass him for this reason. Is that understood? The expressions of the team members turned grim. Damn, a bunch of cowards. The crew-cut individual raged. If you don't dare, then I will. Today, I want to allow this person to take our leader away. With a determined grit, the crew-cut individual lunged at Chu Ming with a punch. Chu Ming remained unfazed. He swiftly dodged, causing the crew-cut's fist to miss entirely, nearly sending him stumbling to the ground from the force of his own momentum. Bastard! The crew-cut individual, like a frenzied beast, charged at Chu Ming once more. He threw another punch, but again Chu Ming evaded effortlessly. The crew-cut could not even graze the hem of Chu Ming's clothing. Chu Ming's fluid movements left all present wide-eyed. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary display of agility. This person is undoubtedly a master. Lying on the ground, Shengshin watched this unfold, his eyes filled with a hint of awe. Despite the crew-cut's relentless attempts, he could not land a single hit on Chu Ming. Frustration turned his eyes red. Stop dodging! In a fit of rage, the crew-cut swung once more. However, a figure stepped in front of him. Guo Ji. Ahong, enough. Guo Ji sighed. You cannot defeat him. With Guo Ji's discerning eye, it was clear that Chu Ming's abilities surpassed anything they could compare to. Chu Ming was at least a master of the energy manipulation level. But if I don't fight him, you'll have to leave the martial arts team. The crew-cut's eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched Guo Ji's arm tightly, seeing him in such a state. Guo Ji felt a pang in his heart. It's not like I'm going to my death. Once I get into university, I will definitely return to lead you all, Guo Ji reassured, holding back tears as he spoke. The crew-cut remained silent. Leader. The other team members could no longer contain themselves and rushed towards Guo Ji. Even Shengshin limped over to join the gathering. You all? Guo Ji laughed heartily, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. They all cherished Guo Ji. With his departure, the martial arts team would lose its backbone. The martial arts team at Linju High School felt as though it had lost its pillar, becoming a disarrayed mess. Who would have thought that Guo Ji held such popularity? Chu Ming observed this scene with a gentle smile. In the original narrative, these subordinates had been easily defeated by the protagonist Chu Kuang, some even ending up in the hospital. Due to Chu Kuang's exploits, the author had not devoted much ink to their stories. Yet, in this moment, Chu Ming realized that they were not mere paper cutouts but rather tangible characters. the smiles on their faces and the melancholy in their eyes intertwined in a strikingly similar manner. Chu-Ming refrained from speaking further or interrupting their reunion. It was only after 10 minutes that Guo-ji emerged from the crowd. "Brother Chu," they have agreed. His eyes were red-rimmed. It was clear that he had just shed tears. The robust Guo-ji had actually cried, "Once you enter university, you can come during the summer break to lead the martial arts team." Chu-Ming sighed. "Indeed, studying is of utmost importance at present. I understand." Guo-ji nodded. Did he not wish to attend university? He yearned to, even aspiring to match Xiao Mingyu's academic achievements and attend the same university as her. But he couldn't let go of these brothers. Moreover, Xiao Mingyu had always been indifferent towards him, which made it difficult for Guo-ji to make a decision. However, Chu-Ming's appearance had accelerated this process. "Study diligently and do not let these brothers down." As Chu-Ming uttered these words, a thought formed in his mind. "Once you have resolved matters here, come find me on the playground. I have something to discuss with you." "All right," Guo-ji replied earnestly with a nod. Chu-Ming patted his shoulder and turned to leave the martial arts hall. After Chu-Ming departed, the martial arts team members quickly gathered around. "Leader, who exactly is that Chu?" "Yes, you haven't told us yet. Why did you suddenly acknowledge him as your older brother? He is so formidable. Could he be from one of those martial arts families?" The martial arts team members were puzzled. Chu-Ming seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving them baffled. There was no reason such a powerful figure would be unknown to the martial arts team. "Don't ask. I don't wish to deceive you." Guo-ji shook his head. My dad personally issued a gag order, stating I cannot reveal any information about him, as even my dad cannot afford to offend him. But I can tell you this. He is the new dean. Chapter 105. The Underworld Path, Level 3. Upon hearing Guo-ji's words, everyone was stunned. The young man is the dean? Don't joke around. They had gone through 3 deans from their first to 3rd year, all of whom were elderly men. The principal would never appoint someone so young as the dean. "Leader, are you feeling ill? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Yeah, if he is the dean, I Wang Hong will write my surname backward." "You might believe he is a gym teacher, but a dean? That is impossible." Laughter erupted among the crowd. They all thought Guo-ji was playing a prank on them. How could there be such a young dean? "You don't believe me?" Guo-ji frowned. "If you don't, you will regret it." "Haha, leader, the more you say, the more absurd it sounds." The crew cut scoffed. How could he possibly be the dean? Just then, the loudspeaker in the martial arts hall crackled to life. "Attention teachers and students, we are now announcing a disciplinary decision regarding Wang Hong from Class 2-3. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone froze abruptly. He turned his head in astonishment, gazing toward the radio. Wang Hong, student from Class 3, Grade 2, attempted to harm a school teacher in the martial arts gym on the afternoon of October 10. Although the attempt was unsuccessful, it caused a significant disruption to school discipline. According to the relevant provisions of the disciplinary regulations for students of Linju High School, a decision has been made to issue a school-wide reprimand against Wang Hong. It is hoped that other students will take this as a warning. Strictly adhere to school rules and consciously cultivate good behavioral habits. The announcement will be repeated. Upon hearing the contents of this broadcast, everyone was left speechless for a long time. Their astonished gazes flitted between Feijiatu and Guoji. "Boss, is what you said true?" Feijiatu asked incredulously. "Chu-Ming was only gone for a few minutes and this punishment has already been handed down. What does this imply?" Chu-Ming's position is no less than that of the Director of Education. Not only Feijiatu, but others were equally taken aback. They were still relieved that they hadn't acted against Chu-Ming earlier. However, wasn't Shengshen also aggressive towards him? Why is Shengshen unscathed? Someone realized there was something amiss. Shengshen's actions must have been instigated by that person, right? But Wang Hong was the one who wanted to strike. My goodness, assaulting the Director of Education. No wonder a Hong is notorious. Indeed, I wouldn't dare. Linju High School is a nationally recognized key high school, and such a heinous incident is virtually inconceivable. Yet now, it has indeed transpired. I don't understand. Feijiatu lamented. I thought he was just a student. So young. It must be known that Chu Ming is the director of education. He must have been out of his mind to strike Chu Ming. Alas, it's all my fault for not informing you earlier. Guoji forced a bitter smile, but thankfully it's merely a school-wide reprimand. By the time we reach grade 3, I can have my father erase this from our records. It won't be noted in our files. It's nothing, hun. Fei Jiatu sighed deeply. On the playground of Linju High School, Chu Ming sat beneath a large tree. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. You have a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check it. Could the confrontation with the martial arts team have altered certain plot lines? Chu Ming was taken aback upon reading the message. However, it made sense. According to the original storyline, the protagonist was supposed to confront the martial arts team multiple times. Now that Guoji has resigned from his position as the team captain, even if he provoked Chu Quan has no reason to engage with the martial arts team anymore. Chu Ming quickly understood. Because of this relationship, the APP determined that he had altered the original plot. Sure enough, as he scrolled down, he found the anticipated message. Congratulations! You have successfully altered the original plot. Plot points 20. Reward. Mingweng Dao Nian Level 3-1. Related items have been credited to the user's account. Please swipe to retrieve. Remaining plot points. 424. Mingweng Dao Nian Level 3. Upon seeing this reward, Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. He had previously studied Level 1 and Level 2 of the Mingweng Dao Nian. Level 1 allowed him to sense the slightest changes in his surroundings, while Level 2 enabled him to see through the cultivation levels of others. What could Level 3 do? Chu Ming promptly opened the item tab. Mingweng Dao Nian. Level 3. A legendary manual of the path of the ruler of the underworld. Mastering this manual grants one an exquisitely detailed perception ability. Exquisitely detailed? Chu Ming furrowed his brow and clicked on the Learn option on the book page. In that instant, the world before his eyes transformed entirely. As he looked ahead, he could see ants transporting food behind a leaf. How is this possible? Chu Ming was dumbfounded. Even with the leaf obstructing his view, he could perceive everything. He hurriedly ran over and picked up the leaf. To his astonishment, what he had seen just now matched the scene behind the leaf. This is a form of X-ray vision. Chu Ming was taken aback and then directed his attention to the tree trunk behind him. He could distinctly sense the pupating larvae within the trunk. However, he couldn't see anything else. Is this truly X-ray vision? It seemed not quite so. Chu Ming pondered deeply. He felt that this ability was fundamentally different from mere X-ray vision. After experimenting for quite some time, he finally understood. It dawned on him that this was the exquisitely detailed perception ability. As long as he observed any subtle movements, he could subconsciously deduce what lay hidden behind those objects. In contrast, X-ray vision merely allowed one's sight to penetrate objects. The effects of the two were quite similar, yet the former was far superior. No wonder Chu Quan never loses when rolling dice. With this ability, losing would be impossible. Chu Ming suddenly comprehended. In the original story, the protagonist Chu Quan gambled against others, and the outcome of the dice rolls entirely aligned with his desires. When he read the book, he thought it was implausible. Now he understood. That ability was precisely what the Level 3 of the Mingweng Dao Nian could offer. With this ability, my observational skills surpassed those of others tenfold. Even 100-fold. Chu Ming took a deep breath, his eyes filled with delight. Just then, a shout resonated from the other end of the playground. Brother Chu. Chu Ming looked over and saw Guoji approaching. Just as he intended to respond, an idea suddenly struck him. Guoji's martial arts aptitude is exceptionally good. Chapter 106. Are you a Chi warrior, Brother Chu? Guoji ran in front of Chu Ming. Did you need something from me? Chu Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping over Guoji. This aptitude is remarkable. The meridians are open. He is indeed a valuable prospect. Chu Ming scrutinized Guoji's arms and thighs intently. Guoji's demeanor became uneasy under Chu Ming's gaze. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Guoji asked, somewhat frightened. He felt as though Chu Ming's gaze was somewhat fervent. Is this the gaze of a man toward another man? It's a bit terrifying, brother. Very good. Chu Ming clapped Guoji's shoulder. initially intending to impart some advice, but now he felt it unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Guoji became anxious. Don't, Brother Chu. Just tell me. I'm fine with it. No, you've misunderstood. Chu Ming paused, realizing Guoji had misinterpreted him, and then smiled. I originally wanted to warn you to study diligently, which is why I called you over, but now I've changed my mind, Brother Chu. Why? Guoji was perplexed. Because of this, Chu Ming took out a document from his coat pocket. This is a photocopy of Refining Heart in the Mundane World, and I've inscribed it with the symbols of the Ming Wang Dao Nian. Without my consent, no one shall lay eyes upon its contents. What is this? Guoji was taken aback. Take this back. In addition to studying hard, you must dedicate 2 hours each day to study according to the instructions on this document, Chu Ming instructed. Do you understand? Guoji, still bewildered, accepted the photocopy. He opened it and read a few lines. Suddenly, his body jolted. This is... Guoji's breath nearly caught in his throat. The contents of the document made cold sweat bead on his forehead. He had merely glanced at it, and a chill inexplicably crept up his spine. Ha, surprise, aren't you? Chu Ming laughed, patting Guoji's shoulder. Once you master the contents of this document to a small extent, I will reward you. Of course, if you are unwilling to learn, you may return the document to me. No, I want to learn. I want to learn. Guoji hurriedly tucked the document away, looking at Chu Ming with admiration. After hesitating for a long while, he finally asked, Brother Chu, are you perhaps a Qi warrior? Chu Ming's expression changed dramatically. Do not speak of this. Understood? I understand. Guoji's breathing quickened, his eyes gleaming. He had guessed correctly. Chu Ming truly was a Qi warrior. That was someone he had longed to meet. After all, even Guoji's martial arts instructor was not a Qi warrior. Therefore, the item in his hands must be the legendary martial arts manual. Brother Chu. No. Master. Guoji flattered with a smile, bowing to Chu Ming. From now on, I hope for your guidance. Having a Qi warrior as a master would lend him great prestige when boasting about it. Looking at Guoji's demeanor, Chu Ming inwardly sighed. This naive boy has yet to see the world. If he were to discover that he is not merely a Qi warrior but a master of the dragon with a white head and no tail, how would he react? He would probably be so astonished that his eyes would widen in disbelief. However, the time to reveal this to Guoji has not yet come. Do not call me master. Just refer to me as teacher. Chu Ming smiled. After all, I am your director of education, and I must maintain the demeanor of a director. It would not be appropriate for others to hear a different title. Guoji nodded fervently. Yes, you are absolutely right, Teacher Chu. Guoji beamed. I assure you, I will keep today's events under wraps. Chu Ming waved his hand. Go now, study hard, and I expect to see you in the top 50% in the next exam. Upon hearing this, Guoji's expression immediately fell. Teacher Chu, is it the top 50%? Guoji said bitterly, in my last exam I was still third from the bottom in the entire school. The exam is just a week away. And you expect me to suddenly surge to the front ranks? That's quite improbable. Chu Ming shot him a glare and declared sternly, if you can't achieve it, return the cultivation method to me. And I shall find someone with better grades to practice. Guoji gasped in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I understand. Fine, go study. Do not let me down. With that, Guoji nodded at Chu Ming and abruptly turned to leave. Chu Ming watched Guoji's retreating figure, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Guoji is not unintelligent and his potential is decent. It is merely his temperament that leaves much to be desired. I hope that refining the heart amid mundanity can transform his character, Chu Ming mused to himself. At that moment, his black phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. You have received a message from the Urban Immortal Cultivation app. Please check. Congratulations, you have unlocked Minor Villain, Guoji, Special, Character Card. The character card has been stored in your inventory. Please swipe to view the relevant information. Note: as the plot progresses, different levels of villain character cards will be unlocked. Currently, the highest unlockable card level is Destiny's Major Villain. Owning villain character cards grants you greater fortune, aiding in the advancement of the plot. Users are advised to collect them. Chu Ming was taken aback upon reading the message. It is undeniable that Guo Ji is a villain, but why has the villain character card for him been unlocked? Wasn't it said that the unlockable level could only be that of a Destiny's major villain? He hastily opened his inventory, and indeed, a photograph of Guo Ji in his school uniform lay there. Character: Guo Ji. Gender: male. Identity: son of Guo Hongxing, vice principal of Linju High School, former captain of the martial arts team, two-time champion of the Linju University martial arts competition. Favorability: 1000. Cultivation level: mediocre. Combat power: 5. Note: by interacting with characters recognized as villains by the APP and achieving a favorability of 1000, you will acquire that character's special card in advance. Is this truly the case? Chu Ming realized suddenly. It seems that my provision of refining the heart amid mundanity has successfully raised Guo Ji's favorability toward me to 1000. Quite intriguing, Chu Ming chuckled softly, closing Guo Ji's character card. Although Guo Ji is not a Destiny's major villain, he is at least a minor villain. In the original narrative, Guo Ji did create conflicts for the protagonist. Chu Quan 2 or 3 times. Acquiring Guo Ji's character card should expedite the progression of the plot. Chu Ming nodded. This is indeed a positive development. It signifies that as long as I persist and consistently overshadow the protagonist Chu Quan, I can successfully seize the fortune from him and eliminate him. Thus I, as the major villain, shall not meet a disastrous fate. At that moment, a phone call from Tang Lin interrupted his thoughts. Upon pressing the answer button, her frantic voice immediately came through the phone. Hello, young Master Ming. It's bad. The family has sent someone. Chapter 107. To insult him is to insult me. The family has sent someone? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. He suddenly recalled that he had sent someone from Chu Nanshan's side to deliver gifts a few days prior. While ostensibly meant for the King of Hell, it was subtly intended for him. Chu Ming. Chu Ming is the King of Hell. What difference does it make to whom the gifts are sent? Why should I fear? A faint smile crept across Chu Ming's lips. Where are they now? Chu Ming inquired of Tang Lin on the other end of the line. They are already in the reception room. Young Master Ming. Do you want to come back now? Tang Lin whispered. Who has come? It is young Master Chu Ci, along with the second elder Chu Pingyi. So it's my second uncle and his son, Chu Ming thought, feeling reassured. Chu Nanshan must have sent the two over for reasons beyond just delivering gifts. These two have long sought to usurp the position of the Chu family's eldest son from me. However, they have refrained from doing so immediately due to my parents' deaths in the border war 20 years ago, allowing me to maintain my position for so long. Yet they have finally grown restless in recent years. Young Master Ming, what should I do? Tang Lin asked anxiously, fully aware of the intentions of the two visitors. Let them wait, Chu Ming replied. They are merely a father and son. What is there to fear? But, Tang Lin hesitated. There is no but. Wait for me 20 minutes. I will return to Chiyu Lake immediately, Chu Ming stated calmly. All right. Tang Lin nodded helplessly. After ending the call, Chu Ming's gaze turned frigid. Chu Ci and Chu Pingyi, you have bullied me for 20 years. It is time to pay a price. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. He possesses all of Chu Ming's memories. Over the past 20 years, Chu Pingyi has used various excuses to strip away resources that rightfully belonged to Chu Ming, the eldest son of the Chu family, to ensure that Chu Ci's strength would surpass all others in the family. This has led to the situation where, upon his arrival in this world, Chu Ming found his cultivation level not even at the level of a chief fighter, while that Chu Ci had already neared the level of an inner strength master. The disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. Let me see what you intend to do. With a swift motion, Chu Ming departed from Linju High School at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, at Chiyu Lake, in the reception room, Ye Long, upon hearing that the direct descendants of the Chu family were visiting Chiyu Lake, hurriedly brought out the finest Linju Longjing tea, personally brewing it for Chu Ci and his father. Gentlemen, this is a specialty of Linju. If you find it to your liking, feel free to take some home. Yulong warmly poured tea for them. The dark green tea swirled with tea leaves resembling small boats, which soon sank to the bottom. A refreshing aroma of green tea wafted through the air. However, Chu Pingyi slammed his palm down on the table, overturning the freshly brewed tea. The liquid splashed everywhere, causing Yulong's hand to tremble as he poured. It's been 20 minutes. Just how long must we wait for that, Chu Ming? Chu Pingyi roared. I am his uncle. Is this how he treats us? Is this his way of hosting guests? Please do not be angry. Yulong quickly apologized. Young Master Ming said he would return shortly. Just 5 more minutes. 5 minutes. Father, please remain calm. Chu Ci, dressed in a stylish suit, chuckled. Hasn't our cousin already rushed back from outside? Let us wait a little longer. Hearing this, Chu Pingyi begrudgingly sat down. I am giving you 5 minutes. If that Chu Ming does not arrive, do not blame me for losing my temper, he stated coldly. Yulong was drenched in cold sweat. The two before him were the direct descendants of the Chu family from the capital. Surely even Chu Ming would not dare offend them, considering that news of the eldest son of the Chu family lacking real power had already spread to Linju City. I understand. Please wait a moment while I have someone clean up the spilled tea, Yulong said, forcing a smile. He signaled to a nearby servant to tidy the floor. Wait, Chu Pingyi's voice was low. What can I do for you, Mr. Chu? Yulong asked, taken aback, since you poured the tea. You shall clean it up, Chu Pingyi stated coldly. I do not wish for anyone else to assist. This command plunged the atmosphere in the conference room into an icy silence. Yulong, after all, was the eldest son of the Yi family, and his name resonated powerfully in Linju City. Yet, Chu Pingyi demanded that Yulong kneel down to wipe up the spilled tea. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Even Yulong felt his heart race, anxiety and anger flickering in his eyes, but he dared not speak. The two before him were from the Chu family in the capital. He lacked the standing to offend them. Is this your command? Yulong asked, his face contorted with embarrassment. Indeed, Chu Pingyi sneered. If you do not wipe it up, when Chu Ming arrives, I shall let him see how you treat your guests. Chu Pingyi had made up his mind before arriving. In confronting Chu Ming, he needed to assert dominance. Only by suppressing Chu Ming could he elevate Chu Ci to the position of the head of the Chu family. Faced with the imposing Chu Pingyi, Yulong gritted his teeth. Bring me a cloth, he said in a low voice. A servant immediately handed him a piece of cloth. Yulong took it, his expression one of utmost displeasure. Quickly wipe. Chu Pingyi scoffed. Do you intend for us to report your behavior to Chu Ming? Yulong clenched his fists, glaring at Chu Pingyi for a moment before heaving a sigh. He prepared to kneel down and follow Chu Pingyi's orders. A triumphant smile crept across Chu Pingyi's lips, but just then, the conference room door was flung open with a resounding crash. Yulong, today I, Chu Ming, shall see if anyone can force you to kneel and wipe the floor at Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming strode in, his expression icy. With the power of Chu Ming's King of Hell's Will, he had already overheard the conversation between Yulong and the father-son duo before he even reached the door. His suspicions proved correct. Chu Pingyi would certainly not come as a gracious guest. In other words, he would seize this trip to Linju to thoroughly suppress Chu Ming, just like he had done for the past 20 years. But Chu Ming is no longer the same. He would not allow Chu Pingyi to have his way. Young master. Upon seeing Chu Ming's arrival, Yulong's face lit up with joy. Chu Ming, you have arrived just in time. Chu Pingyi chuckled. You, as a servant, do not seem to listen well. Shouldn't you be disciplined? Is that so? Chu Ming let out a cold snort. This tea is about to grow cold. Perhaps you should savor it. Second uncle. With that, Chu Ming seized a cup from the table and, with a swift motion, splashed the tea onto Chu Pingyi's face. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. Chu Ming, you. Chu Pingyi never anticipated that Chu Ming would dare to act in such a manner. Remember this, Chu Ming said icily. Yulong is not merely my servant. He is my brother. To insult him is to insult me. His words resonated with a thunderous authority. Chapter 108. You lack this qualification. The reception room fell into a profound silence. Everyone, including Tang Lin, dared not utter a sound. The expression on Chu Pingyi's face shifted from a slight frown to one of seething rage. Abruptly wiping the tea leaves from his face, he pointed at Chu Ming, exclaiming, Chu Ming, I am your second uncle. You dare treat me this way for the sake of a servant? Shocked and furious, Chu Pingyi could hardly fathom that Chu Ming would dare to oppose him. In the past, no matter what he said, Chu Ming would merely nod in acquiescence. Now, he had the audacity to resist him. Truly, it was an act of rebellion. Chu Pingyi narrowed his eyes, fixating his gaze on Chu Ming. His furious demeanor silenced the crowd. Chu Ci, standing nearby, remained mute. Yet Chu Ming burst into laughter. Rebellion? Indeed, it appears to be a rebellion. Chu Ming replied coldly. Years ago, when my parents had just passed away, you forced me to relinquish half of my inheritance. Is that not rebellion? 15 years ago, when I began my journey of cultivation, you framed me for stealing resources meant for Chu Ci. Is that not rebellion? 7 years ago, during my coming-of-age ceremony, you took advantage of your drunkenness to coerce me into signing a marriage contract with the Su family. Is that not rebellion? Each of Chu Ming's words struck like a hammer, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chu Pingyi. For all these years, if he continued down this path, he would not only be marginalized within the family but also face the threat of being usurped by Chu Quan from Lingzhou. Who would seize the family power? Chu Ming could no longer afford to endure. If you wish to further insult me or challenge the Chu family today, then by all means give it a try. Chu Ming declared forcefully, his eyes locking with Chu Pingyi's furious glare. They held each other's gaze for several seconds. In Chu Pingyi's eyes, Chu Ming saw anger, confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of trepidation. However, Chu Pingyi found nothing in Chu Ming's gaze but determination and decisiveness. How amusing, Chu Pingyi sneered in fury. Your parents died in battle. Had it not been for me, your second uncle, who has raised you these past 20 years, you would not be where you are today. And now, you dare to condemn me? Ridiculous. Chu Pingyi clenched his fists. Why had the once submissive Chu Ming transformed into this? Had he truly slipped beyond his control and expectations? How laughable! Upon hearing Chu Pingyi's words, Chu Ming scoffed. Chu Pingyi, I have refrained from being absolute in my words out of respect for you as my second uncle. Since you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige. For the past 20 years, whenever I fell ill or suffered injuries in fights, did you ever bother to visit me? You only showed up when it was time to allocate resources. Do not think that because I remained silent, you could shamelessly take what rightfully belongs to me. Furthermore, today, you are the guest while I am the host. Do you wish to turn the tables on me here at Chiu Lake? Chu Ming's words reverberated throughout the reception room. Chu Pingyi gasped, his breath caught in his throat. He gritted his teeth but found himself at a loss for words. What Chu Ming said was indeed the truth. But why did he remember it all so vividly? Could it be that Chu Ming had known his intentions from the very beginning? Impossible. Chu Ming, you must understand that while you may defy me, I represent your grandfather. Chu Pingyi asserted. You should understand best what kind of punishment awaits for defying your grandfather. Chu Pingyi smirked inwardly. Chu Ming was merely a young master. He was the true son of Chu Nanqian. With Chu Ming's parents deceased, it was he as the second master who held the authority. Is that so? Chu Ming replied with a sardonic smile. If that is the case, Yulong, see our guests out. Hearing this, Chu Pingyi was momentarily taken aback. Did Chu Ming truly not care about Chu Nanqian's thoughts? Chu Ming, we are here to see your master, and with the Chu family's sincerity, do you dare to act unilaterally? Aren't you afraid of your grandfather's wrath? Chu Pingyi asked, fury and incredulity mingling in his voice. And what if I do? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. You two have long ceased to be of any consequence in my eyes. Do you think you would be of any significance to my master? How laughable, Chu Pingyi. Yulong, still not seeing our guests out? Chu Ming turned to Yulong, who was momentarily dazed. Yulong's eyes brightened, and he quickly beckoned several guards. Second Master Chu, please. He bowed slightly, politeness laced with a hint of triumph as he addressed Chu Pingyi. The expression on Chu Pingyi's face darkened to its utmost. Beside him, Chu Ci wore a look of uncertainty, yet he still urged, cousin, do not be angry. My father spoke a bit too harshly. I apologize on his behalf. Chu Ci forced a smile, suppressing his own doubts. We are all family. There is no need for such quarrels. It would be embarrassing if outsiders were to witness this. Chu Ming cast a deep glance at Chu Ci. In the original narrative, Chu Ci was far more cunning than Chu Pingyi. He was a character akin to a smiling tiger, seemingly amiable while often stabbing others in the back. This was the nature of a hypocrite. True villains are easier to deal with. Hypocrites are more challenging, but that does not imply that Chu Ming would not contend with Chu Ci. Is that so? I heard from my master that you claim to have discovered the extreme path blood blade at the Chen family's banquet. A smirk crept across Chu Ming's lips. Is that true, cousin Chu Ci? The smile on Chu Ci's face froze abruptly. He had not expected that the Underworld King had divulged this matter to Chu Ming. Because of this incident, he had become the laughingstock of the entire capital's aristocracy. It was undoubtedly the most foolish thing he had ever done. All of this was his grandfather's fault. Chu Ci feigned a sigh. He insisted on this, though I initially did not wish to, but he insisted. Cousin, I am innocent. You must believe me. Chu Ming chuckled inwardly, recognizing Chu Ci's audacity. Had it not been for his appearance as the Underworld King, the credit for that achievement would have been seized by Chu Ci. Now, he came to complain. Could he be any more shameless? Very well, I shall sit back and listen to your intentions today. Chu Ming settled into the sofa, directing his gaze toward Chu Pingyi and Chu Ci. Chu Ming's statement was clear. If Chu Ci could remain composed, his intentions must be significant. Chu Ming was eager to uncover the true purpose behind their visit to Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming, we have no interest in wasting words with you. Chu Pingyi retorted with a cold smile. You do not possess that qualification. Bring your master out. So you both wish to see my master? Chu Ming laughed. Indeed, Chu Ci nodded, a smile gracing his face. Cousin, I have long admired your master and hope to meet him. Chapter 109. The Underworld King appears. Although Chu Ci spoke thus, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Once he met the Underworld King, he would no longer adopt such a humble approach. At that time, what would Chu Ming amount to? Meanwhile, Chu Pingyi remained silent, a cold smile playing on his lips as he awaited the appearance of the Underworld King. At that moment, Chu Ming would not matter at all. I see, Chu Ming replied with a knowing smile. So you both wish to meet my master. Very well. Their intentions were practically written on their faces. And Chu Ming could see through it all. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated one crucial detail. The Underworld King was none other than Chu Ming himself. The person they sought to meet was also Chu Ming. I will notify my master now and have him come to meet you both. How does that sound? Chu Ming said calmly. This statement delighted both Chu Ci and Chu Pingyi. Then we shall trouble you. Cousin, Chu Ci replied with a smile, though inwardly, he was filled with derision. This time, in an effort to win over the Underworld King, he had brought something that Chu Ming could never hope to acquire. In terms of talent and strength, what could Chu Ming possibly compare? Chu Ming's good days were surely coming to an end. A trivial matter, Chu Ming scoffed, waving his hand dismissively to Yilong. Let us depart. After a moment's hesitation, Yilong signaled to the servants. Moments later, Chu Ming led everyone out of the reception room. Inside, only Chu Pingyi and his son remained, watching Chu Ming and the others depart. Chu Pingyi sneered. Did Chu Ming truly believe that by associating with the Underworld King, he had gained confidence? Merely a clown. Beside him, Chu Ci also wiped the smile from his face. He spoke in a low voice. Father, after just a few days with the Underworld King, Chu Ming has grown so arrogant. If this continues, it may lead to disaster. Indeed, we must win over the Underworld King while secretly dismantling Chu Ming's foundation. Chu Pingyi declared, only then will the position of the Chu family head rightfully belong to you. This was precisely why Chu Pingyi was so determined to suppress Chu Ming. Only by eliminating Chu Ming could Chu Ci seamlessly ascend to the status of the Chu family's eldest young master. The matter of Chu Ming's broken engagement was sufficient to lead to a decision by Chu Nantian. However, neither father nor son anticipated that Chu Ming would present such a remarkable item as the extreme Dao blood blade. Father, when we meet with the King of Hell, allow me to speak, Chu Ci declared. I shall not disappoint grandfather. Indeed, Chu Pingyi replied with a smile, I feel more at ease with you speaking. If this gift is successful, we will surely gain the King of Hell's protection. At that point, it won't matter who Chu Ming is. Even your grandfather will have to weigh our position. This time, when Chu Nantian sent an envoy to deliver gifts, Chu Pingyi insisted on attending in person, aiming to leverage his father's influence to win over the King of Hell. Unfortunately, their conversation was clearly overheard by Chu Ming outside the reception room. The remarkable aspect of the King of Hell's perception is that it significantly enhances both sight and hearing. The confident dialogue of Chu Pinghe and his son had long been known to Chu Ming. Just as I thought, Chu Ming chuckled darkly. You wish to win over the King of Hell, do you? Very well, I shall let you try. Chu Ming departed from the reception area. An hour passed, then 2. Time slowly trickled by. Inside the reception room, Chu Pinghe and his son began to feel anxious. Why has the King of Hell not arrived yet? Chu Pinghe furrowed his brow. Could it be that Chu Ming is merely putting on a facade and hasn't actually informed the king? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Chu Xi frowned. We must ensure that we meet the King of Hell. Otherwise our efforts will be in vain. Indeed, I shall go and check, Chu Pinghe said. Striding toward the door, just then, the door to the reception room was abruptly pushed open. A figure clad in black robes and wearing a King of Hell mask strode in. Why, Your Majesty? Chu Xi was taken aback. He had seen the King of Hell before, so he recognized him immediately upon Chu Ming's appearance. Is this truly the King of Hell? Chu Pinghe gasped, his breath catching in his throat. As a master of internal energy, he found his own spiritual power inexplicably stagnating in the presence of this individual. His expression shifted. What Chu Nantian had said was indeed correct. The person before them was undoubtedly a formidable master. Winning him over was surely a wise move. I hear from my dear disciple that it is you two who wish to see me. Chu Ming rasped, mimicking Chu Kuang's tone and speaking in an indifferent manner. Chu Pinghe's eyes brightened. Yes, yes. Your Majesty, please have a seat. Allow me to pour you some tea. He quickly adopted a deferential demeanor, pouring tea into a cup and even wiping the water off the table. Beneath the mask, Chu Ming smirked coldly. These two truly were comical. Only moments ago they had been brimming with confidence, yet now they were so subservient. If they knew that the King of Hell was actually Chu Ming, one could only imagine their thoughts. Tea is unnecessary. I hear from my dear disciple that you two have oppressed him for over 20 years. Is this true? Chu Ming inquired casually. Upon hearing this, both Chu Pinghe and Chu Xi's expressions changed. Your Majesty, that is not the case. Chu Pinghe quickly put on a smiling face. Do not listen to Chu Ming's nonsense, though he is the eldest son of the Chu family. His talent and abilities are lacking, and his character is also questionable. He is nothing but a petty person. How could his words be trustworthy? Chu Pinghe hurriedly explained. If the King of Hell misunderstood, it would spell trouble. I see. Chu Ming chuckled. Let us just consider my dear disciple's words to be mere exaggerations. He inwardly scoffed. These two were making every effort to disparage him. Your Majesty, regarding the incident at the Chen family estate, Chu Xi wishes to extend an apology. Chu Xi rose and clasped his fists in respect towards the King of Hell. It was truly due to the family head's orders that I dared not refuse. And thus I played along. Personally, I would never encroach upon another's accomplishments. Chu Xi's words were earnest. Had Chu Ming not been aware of the true nature of Chu Xi, he might have almost believed him. Oh, is that so? Then it appears the fault lies with Chu Nantian? Chu Ming asked lightly. Yes, yes. Chu Pinghe replied obsequiously. My father is quite unpredictable, allowing young Xi to take the blame. Alas, look at the trouble this has caused. Chu Pinghe and Chu Xi both desperately tried to absolve themselves of their previous misdeeds, fearing that the King of Hell might take a disliking to Chu Xi. Fascinating. This Chu family is becoming increasingly perplexing to me. Chu Ming remarked with a sneer. So, what brings you two to my Chiyu Lake? Well, Chu Xi said as he retrieved an exquisitely packaged box from behind him. He slowly unveiled the wrapping, revealing a translucent jade kiln that emerged resplendently. The sight of the jade kiln caused Chu Ming's eyes to sparkle. Within the jade kiln, there was an abundance of spiritual energy. Is this the Qin family's treasure, the Drunken Dream Kiln? Chu Ming's eyes widened. Among the 9 prominent families in the capital, the Qin family ranked third from the bottom. Its head had once entered into a wager with Chu Nantian. Having lost, the Drunken Dream Kiln had been pledged to Chu Nantian. Chu Nantian cherished it immensely. Who would have thought that today he would part with it? Truly a grand gesture. Your Majesty, what do you think of this item? Chu Xi smiled. this is a treasured possession of my grandfather. If auctioned, it would be valued at no less than 5 billion. In response to Chu Xi's claim, Chu Ming remained silent. He was aware of the rarity of the drunken dream kiln, but it was not as valuable as Chu Xi asserted. If it were to be sold, its worth would likely be around 2 billion. He nonchalantly replied, "What use is this to me? Haha, this item is of great significance to your majesty," Chu Xi quickly elaborated. If placed indoors, it will serve as a focal point for gathering spiritual energy. As a master of cultivation, your majesty surely understands how valuable spiritual energy can be. Chu Xi spoke with confidence. The drunken dream kiln was one of the few treasures the Chu family possessed. The king of hell could not possibly remain unmoved. Quite intriguing, Chu Ming mused as his gaze fell upon the drunken dream kiln. You two come bearing gifts, but is there something you seek in return? Speak. Chu Ming addressed Chu Xi and his father. What is it that you desire? Your majesty is straightforward. Chu Xi's smile faded, and he spoke gravely. I humbly wish to become your majesty's disciple and engage in earnest cultivation. Oh, Chu Ming's expression became somewhat peculiar. You wish to be my disciple? After all this time, it turned out that Chu Xi and his father were merely seeking to learn something from him? How amusing, truly amusing. Not only that, Chu Xi continued, I also have a proposal that I hope your majesty will consider seriously. Speak. Chu Ming replied coolly. It concerns your majesty's disciple, Chu Ming. Chu Xi took a deep breath. Though he is the eldest son of the Chu family, he has committed numerous wrongdoings, bullying the weak and oppressing others. Is it not rather hasty for your majesty to accept him as a disciple? Preposterous. Chu Ming slammed his hand on the table. Chu Pinghe and Chu Xi were jolted in shock. I need not justify my actions to you. Chu Ming huffed. Take back the drunken dream kiln. I have no need for it. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi's expression soured. He had not anticipated that merely speaking ill of Chu Ming would incite such fury from the king of hell. Could it be that Chu Ming held a particularly esteemed position in the eyes of the king? This was indeed troubling. Your majesty, I spoke out of turn. Chu Xi hastily apologized. The drunken dream kiln is our gift to you. How could we possibly desire it back? Furthermore, we have this item as a token of our sincerity. Chu Xi exchanged a glance with Chu Pinghe. Immediately Chu Pinghe brought forth 4 boxes: snow-capped ginseng, polar cordyceps, azure cloud flower, and dreamy snow lotus. One by one, Chu Xi opened the boxes. I hope you will also consider the matter of my becoming your disciple. He gently pushed the 4 boxes forward. Chu Ming's eyes glimmered with surprise. He recognized all 4 gifts. These spiritual herbs were almost exclusively found in perilous regions of Huaxia and were immensely valuable. Each treasure in the boxes was worth at least several million. Is this also the intention of the head of the Chu family? Chu Ming inquired. Indeed. Chu Xi nodded calmly. These are all the wishes of my grandfather, Chu Nantian. Chu Xi was not entirely mistaken. These treasures were indeed given by Chu Nantian with great sacrifice. However, the request to take him as a disciple was merely an additional proposal from Chu Xi and his father. This tactic of borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha was one that Chu Xi considered quite clever. Yes, these items do indeed intrigue me, Chu Ming acknowledged. Very well, I shall accept you as a disciple. But you must first tell me more about Chu Ming. If I find it satisfactory, I shall agree. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi and Chu Pinghe exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. The king of hell had essentially agreed to Chu Xi's request for apprenticeship. Good. Chu Xi nodded eagerly. Though I cannot speak for others, I know Chu Ming all too well. Oh. What kind of understanding do you possess? Chu Ming asked calmly, eager to hear how Chu Xi would portray him behind his back. Before I proceed, I hope that your majesty can provide me with a clear answer. Chu Xi queried. Do you wish to hear flattering words or the truth? Naturally, the truth. Very well. Chu Xi clenched his teeth, lowering his voice to say, Chu Ming is a person who, apart from bullying the weak, is excessively extravagant. The downfall of our Chu family is all his doing. With a long sigh, Chu Xi continued. To be honest, your majesty, the underworld king, this individual has been idle and gluttonous since his teenage years, neglecting his cultivation, and only knowing how to squander wealth. Even to this day, he is not even a practitioner of qi. unlike your majesty, who is so formidable. Therefore, in my opinion, you should not take him as your disciple." Upon hearing these words, Chu Ming could not help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. This Chu Ci certainly has a way with words, he thought. It was not that he was unwilling to cultivate. Rather, the resources for cultivation had all been taken by Chu Pinghe. How could he possibly train under such circumstances? "Is that so?" Chu Ming asked nonchalantly. "Indeed. Not only that," Chu Ci retorted angrily, "he, relying on his status as the young master of the Chu family, has forcibly coerced a marriage pact between the Chu and Su families. Now, having grown weary of the Su family's eldest daughter, he has expelled her from the Chu family. The entire capital is now laughing at our family. He was truly intolerable. Just moments ago, he even attempted to slander my father, showing utter disrespect for his elders. Surely your majesty the underworld king is unaware of all this." Unaware? Chu Ming indeed had no knowledge of it, for these were merely fabrications spun by Chu Ci. When had he ever pressured the Chu and Su families into a marriage pact? If he possessed such capability, he would not be looked down upon by Chu Nantian. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Chu Ming regarded the babbling Chu Ci and declared, "Very well, I shall personally inquire about this scoundrel, and if he is truly as you say, I will naturally take measures to cleanse our ranks." Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Chu Pinghe and his son were instantly filled with joy. They had succeeded. As long as they could sow discord between the underworld king and Chu Ming, dealing with Chu Ming would be a piece of cake. Yet little did they know that beneath the mask of the underworld king was none other than Chu Ming himself. Chu Ming was the underworld king. They believed they were maligning Chu Ming before the underworld king, when in fact they were pointing fingers and cursing right in front of him. The last person to curse at Chu Ming was presently buried in his studies, working through exam papers. How could Chu Ming possibly let these two escape unscathed? Chapter 111. The incident unravels. "Since that is the case, I thank you, your majesty the underworld king." Chu Ci rose and clasped his hands in salute. "We shall await your good news." He gestured to Chu Pinghe, who immediately understood. "Your majesty the underworld king, I shall take my son and depart first. Here is my business card. Should you have any results, feel free to call me." Chu Pinghe retrieved a white card from his jacket pocket and respectfully handed it to Chu Ming. Observing Chu Pinghe's demeanor, Chu Ming scoffed and abruptly slammed his hand on the table. This action startled Chu Pinghe, causing the business card to fall to the ground. "Your majesty the underworld king, what does this mean?" Chu Ci, perplexed, did not understand Chu Ming's intentions. "Nothing of consequence. Just pick up the card and place it on the table." Chu Ming replied coolly. "Understood." Chu Ci bent down to retrieve the fallen card. "Wait. Since this card belongs to your father, let him pick it up." Chu Ming stated coldly, "I do not wish for anyone else to assist." As these words left his mouth, the entire reception room felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Chu Pinghe was both startled and frightened, but more so, he was filled with a sense of horror. Had the underworld king overheard their conversation from 3 hours ago with Yulong? At that moment Chu Ci tugged at his sleeve. Chu Pinghe quickly came to his senses. It was merely picking up a business card. What was there to be embarrassed about? He forced a smile, realizing that as long as the underworld king was willing, he could lower himself a little. After all, he was not facing Chu Ming. Once Chu Pinghe had reconciled this in his mind, he bent down to pick up the card. At that instant, Chu Ming secretly summoned a surge of power in his palm, striking the business card with force. The card shattered into countless pieces, scattering throughout the reception room. Both Chu Pinghe and Chu Ci were left stunned, their gazes fixed upon Chu Ming. Chu Pinghe, feeling a flicker of anger, questioned, "Your Majesty the Underworld King, do you harbor any grievances against us?" "None, it was merely an accident," Chu Ming replied with a smile. "It seems you have some work to do, you." Chu Pinghe was seething with rage. Just then, Chu Ci grasped his hand. When Chu Pinghe turned around, he saw Chu Ci slowly shaking his head. This gesture was a signal to avoid causing trouble, for the matter at hand was of great importance. After all, they had already negotiated 2 major issues, which the Underworld King had agreed to. Perhaps this was the Underworld King's final test. Chu Pinghe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. and managed to force out a strained smile. "I ask your majesty the underworld king to wait a moment." Continuously bending down, Chu Pinghe collected the scattered pieces. It took him a full 3 minutes to gather all the fragments strewn across the reception room. After painstakingly piecing them together for 5 minutes, he finally pushed the assembled card toward Chu Ming. "Your Majesty the Underworld King, here is what you requested. Excellent. In that case, you shall await my news." Chu Ming smiled. Upon hearing this, Chu Pinghe transformed his fury into a grin. "Not at all. I ask that your Majesty the Underworld King take great care." Chu Pinghe respectfully clasped his hands and promptly led Chu Xi out of the reception room. In that moment only Chu Ming remained in the room. He regarded the pieced-together business card with a scoff before removing his mask. It was time for this father and son duo to pay the price. His gaze turned cold as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. 1 hour later, Chu Xi and Chu Pinghe had already boarded their return flight. "The Underworld King is truly capricious." Chu Pinghe wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I almost lost my composure. Father, it is fortunate that you held your temper. If you had lost your cool with him, our efforts would have been in vain." Chu Xi said gratefully, "But all of this is worth it. Once the Underworld King accepts me as his disciple, I will find a way to have him expel Chu Ming from his tutelage. Haha, not to mention the future. Even this time when we went to lodge a complaint, I fear it may have been enough to make Chu Ming drink his fill." Chu Pinghe laughed heartily. The plane was set to take off in 20 minutes, but it was a pity they would not witness the panic on Chu Ming's face. Chu Xi chuckled coldly, believing that once he aligned himself with the Underworld King, he could act with impunity. A worm remains a worm. Since he is a worm, he should be crushed underfoot. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Chu Xi's eyes. Previously, he had been deeply dissatisfied with Chu Ming's arrogance. Now, it seemed that Chu Ming was doomed. "Xiao Xi, once we deal with that little scoundrel Chu Ming, we will learn some real skills from the Underworld King and force your grandfather to relinquish the position of head of the Chu family." Chu Pinghe chuckled darkly. "This matter is not urgent. Let us first observe Chu Ming's humiliation," Chu Xi said with a smirk. Just then, however, Chu Pinghe's phone rang unexpectedly. "Who is calling just as the plane is about to take off?" Chu Pinghe frowned. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, he froze. Chu Pinghe's expression changed dramatically. "Father, who is it?" Chu Xi asked, puzzled. "It is your grandfather." Chu Pinghe replied, his breath heavy. What could he possibly want at this moment? "You should answer and see," Chu Xi suggested. "Very well." Chu Pinghe pressed the answer button. Chu Nantian's furious voice came crashing through the phone. "Chu Pinghe, look at the good things you have done." Chu Pinghe was taken aback. "Father, what has happened? You still dare to ask what has happened?" Chu Nantian's tone was icy. "Did you tell the Underworld King to take Chu Xi as his disciple? And did you also wish for him to expel Chu Ming from his tutelage?" Chu Nantian's words rendered Chu Pinghe speechless, his eyes wide with shock. How did Chu Nantian know about all of this? "You ungrateful wretch! Utilizing the resources I provided you, you dare to commit such disgraceful acts." Chu Nantian was furious. "You and your son have tarnished the reputation of our Chu family." Chu Nantian was fuming. An hour ago, he had received a call from the Underworld King, who had recounted everything in detail to him. Chu Nantian was left dumbfounded. He had merely intended to please the Underworld King and had not instructed Chu Xi and his father to demand for his apprenticeship. Thus, everything was a fabrication concocted by the father and son duo. This nearly caused Chu Nantian to explode with rage. "Speak!" Chu Nantian roared. "Father! There must be some misunderstanding." Chu Pinghe exclaimed anxiously. "Let me explain." "Fine, I would like to hear how you explain this." Chu Nantian retorted coldly. "You had better clarify this matter to me, or when we return to the capital you should know what awaits you. Chapter 112. Seeking justice. Hearing this threat, Chu Pinghe's expression shifted. He was utterly perplexed. The Underworld King had clearly agreed to their request. Why would he inform Chu Nantian? "Father, Chu Pinghe hesitated to respond. "What do you mean? Chu Nantian snorted. "You better come back immediately and admit your mistakes. This time I will teach you and your son a proper lesson." Chu Nantian's attitude was resolute. Had it not been for the Underworld King's call, he would have remained oblivious to these events. These two scoundrels are actually scheming behind our backs. Chu Nanchang was nearly driven to the brink of a fit. I see, Chu Pingyi said with a grim expression. HMPH. On the other end of the line, Chu Nanchang abruptly terminated the call. Chu Pingyi took a deep breath and stowed away his phone. What happened? Chu Ci inquired, puzzled. Although he hadn't heard the conversation, the look on Chu Pingyi's face suggested that something was amiss. That Underworld King has betrayed us. Chu Pingyi gritted his teeth, articulating each word with anger. He clenched his fists and struck the empty chair beside him with a forceful blow. He was utterly enraged. Chu Pingyi, after all, was the second master of the Chu family in the capital. Not only had he bowed and scraped to that Underworld King, but he had also compromised his own dignity. How could that Underworld King turn around and sell them out like this? Bastard! Dad, you mean the Underworld King actually sold us out? How is that even possible? Chu Ci was taken aback by this revelation. How is it not possible? Chu Pingyi retorted angrily. Your grandfather has already called to demand an explanation. What? Chu Ci gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could that Underworld King really be lying to them? This was utterly disgraceful. Regardless of the circumstances, we are truly in dire straits this time. Chu Pingyi clenched his jaw. That damned Underworld King must be colluding with Chu Ming. How could such a thing happen? Chu Ci tightened his fists. He had initially believed this endeavor was nearly foolproof, only to receive this dreadful news before even returning to the capital. Yet, unbeknownst to the father and son, the so-called Underworld King was none other than Chu Ming himself. To pit Chu Ming against Chu Ming? Absurd. Dad, there's still time. Let's return to Chiyu Lake and confront that Underworld King. Certainly. Chu Pingyi took a deep breath, stating that he needed answers. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this anger. After a brief discussion, the father and son disembarked from the plane 10 minutes before takeoff. Once they exited the airport, they hailed a cab straight to Chiyu Lake. Half an hour later, at Chiyu Lake, Chu Ming reclined on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, after having successfully repelled Chu Ci and his father. Why was there no reward in points? Chu Ming pondered logically. There should be at least a few points, right? He clicked on the Urban Cultivation app several times, but it was as stagnant as a still pond. Devoid of any new notifications. He still needed over 500 points to unlock the item shop, and with Chu Kwang now missing, how was he supposed to accumulate those points? Chu Ming felt disheartened. Previously, to deal with the Chen family's fourth elder, he had spent most of his points to upgrade the Eternal Underworld Path technique. Now, he found himself lacking the required points to access the item shop. What was he to do? At that moment, Tang Lin rushed in hurriedly. Young Master Ming, it's bad news. Chu Ci and his father have returned, she reported. What did you say? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Hadn't these two already returned to the capital? Were they now suddenly intent on doing something? Where are they? Chu Ming inquired. They are at the entrance of Chiyu Lake. Yilong has sent someone to block them. I understand, Chu Ming smiled. Take me to see. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Ming, those two are so arrogant. If you go. Tang Lin felt that this situation was somewhat precarious. No matter. It is time to teach them a lesson, Chu Ming scoffed. They are merely two insignificant clowns. Two insignificant clowns. Tang Lin was somewhat astonished. Would Chu Ming have spoken such words 2 months ago? Had he truly changed? Let us go. Chu Ming rose, patting Tang Lin on the shoulder. Tang Lin immediately understood, following closely behind him. The two made their way toward the entrance of Chiyu Lake. Before they could reach their destination, a furious shout rang out clearly. Let the Underworld King come out. Sir, we do not have anyone by that name here. Please leave, bastard. Who do you think you are? If you dare to obstruct us again, I'll make sure to take you down too. At the entrance of Chiyu Lake, the guards had assembled. It was Chu Pingyi. Chu Ming recognized the voice immediately. Had they returned after just over half an hour? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had called Chu Nanchang a bit too soon. But what of it? What difference would their return make? Chu Ming could humiliate them once and he could do it again. Sir, without young Master Ming's permission, you cannot enter. Yi Long's cold voice echoed. He remembered vividly how Chu Pingyi had previously made things difficult for him. Therefore, for both personal and professional reasons, he would not allow Chu Pingyi to enter Chiyu Lake so easily. Chu Ming, what does he count for? Chu Pingyi fumed. I am his second uncle. Is this how he treats his elders? Get lost. We demand to see the Underworld King. Chu Pingyi was already furious, and with Yulong blocking him. A glimmer of hostility began to simmer in his eyes, yet Yulong remained impassive, unwavering. You. Chu Pingyi panted, a hint of murderous intent surfacing in his gaze. Dad, there's no need to waste words with them. Chu Ci interjected coldly. In the next moment Chu Ci appeared before Yulong. Yulong was taken aback. Chu Ci's fist suddenly slammed into Yulong's chest. Yulong instinctively blocked most of it. But even so he staggered back, falling among the crowd. All the guards stood frozen. These two actually dared to lay hands on Yulong? Let the Underworld King come out. We demand an explanation. Chu Ci's face was now darkened. He believed that this matter was initiated by the Underworld King's breach of trust, and they were in the right. With justification, he dared to take action. How interesting, how very interesting. Suddenly, a long laugh echoed from behind the crowd. The guards abruptly parted to the sides. It was young Master Chu Ming. Young Master Ming has arrived. Chu Ming, accompanied by Tang Lin, slowly emerged from the gate of the Chiyu Lake estate. His gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Chu Ci. Cousin. Coming to my doorstep and assaulting my kin is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Chapter 113. Chiyu Lake does not welcome you. Upon seeing Chu Ming's appearance, a cold smile crept onto Chu Ci's face. He forced a grin, saying, Cousin, we have matters to discuss with His Excellency the Underworld King. We are not here for you. What a pity, Chu Ming replied. My master has stated that he does not wish to see you. At this, Chu Ci's breath hitched, flames of fury ignited within him. This Underworld King is far too arrogant. Chu Ming, Chu Ci coldly retorted, do not push your luck. He was now too exasperated to engage in pleasantries with Chu Ming. The Underworld King's matter had him seething with rage. Push my luck. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. You two come to my doorstep, injuring my brother, and you claim that is not pushing your luck. Furthermore, now you dare to threaten me? Is that not absurd? How laughable. Chu Ming's gaze turned frigid. Since Chu Ci wished to sever any remaining civility, he too had no intention of showing mercy to the father and son. Two insignificant clowns, thinking they could demand an explanation. Foolish. Ha ha, truly worthy of being the eldest son of the Chu family, able to articulate so well. Chu Ci's eyes were fixed intently on Chu Ming. Today, even if it means fighting, we must see the Underworld King. After all, he was the one who acted unjustly first. Chu Ci clenched his right hand tightly. A surge of internal energy suddenly radiated. Tang Lin and the others instantly grew serious. Young Master Ming, if I recall correctly, Chu Ci has been a master of internal energy for 2 years now. We should avoid confrontation and let the head of the Yi family handle this. Tang Lin attempted to persuade Chu Ming, but in the next moment Chu Ming stepped forward as well. He too clenched his right fist. A formidable wave of power surged forth, even surpassing Chu Ci's. This scene left Chu Ci and his father momentarily dumbfounded. What? Chu Pingyi was utterly astonished. In his memory, Chu Ming was merely a waste, not even a practitioner of martial arts. But now, what was this aura emanating from Chu Ming? It clearly indicated he had reached the realm of an internal energy master. Impossible. Chu Ci narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Chu Ming. He had endured countless hardships to become a master of internal energy. For his cultivation, Chu Pingyi had not only seized Chu Ming's training resources but had also exploited others' resources to forcibly elevate Chu Ci to the status of an internal energy master. Chu Ming's aptitude was far inferior to his own, and he had no resources to support his cultivation. How could he possibly have become a master of internal energy? Chu Ci, oh Chu Ci. What you perceive as the sky is merely a glimpse from the bottom of a well. Step by step, Chu Ming advanced towards Chu Ci, the power in his right hand gradually coalescing. You mistakenly believe yourself to be the strongest among the younger generation of the Chu family when in fact you are merely a frog in a well. Ridiculous and tragic. The sound of Chu Ming's voice entered Chu Xi's ears, snapping him back from his shock. I don't believe it. How could you possibly become an internal energy master? Chu Xi tightened his fist. In a fit of rage, he suddenly struck at Chu Ming's chest. Bang! Chu Ming merely extended his left palm, effortlessly absorbing the blow. Chu Xi's face was one of sheer disbelief. This punch was fueled by his wrath, utilizing all his strength. How could Chu Ming have easily withstood it? Could it be that Chu Ming truly is an internal energy master? How is this possible? Your strength is nothing extraordinary. Chu Ming offered a gentle smile. Suddenly, he twisted his left hand sharply. Chu Xi felt an excruciating pain tearing through his right arm. He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover that Chu Ming had firmly seized his right fist. What? Chu Xi was momentarily stunned, surprised. Chu Ming let out a derisive laugh and with a swift motion, his right hand struck Chu Xi's face. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap resonated throughout the entire venue. Even Chu Ping he was taken aback, never anticipating that Chu Ming would prevail. He stared in astonishment at Chu Ming, frozen in his place. This slap was delivered on behalf of you. Longitude. Chu Ming spoke coldly. He then reversed his hand and struck again. Slap! This strike was for the disrespectful words spoken by you two in front of my master. Slap! Before Chu Xi could react, another slap landed. This one was for your disrespect towards my master, a blow I delivered on his behalf. Slap! This slap was for your attempt to seize my accomplishments and frame me. Chu Ming unleashed a flurry of slaps, ultimately sending Chu Xi flying. The towering jidong tree at the entrance shed its leaves, which spiraled gracefully in the air before descending heavily. Coincidentally, they scattered all over Chu Xi. At this moment, Chu Xi's black suit was rendered utterly unsightly by the dust. He appeared thoroughly disheveled. Can you surpass Xiao Xi? Why? Chu Ping he stood by, dumbfounded. As Chu Xi's father, he lacked exceptional talent. Only reaching the level of a Qi warrior, Chu Xi had always been his pride. Thus, he spared no effort, even offending everyone, to secure the best resources for Chu Xi, all to prevent history from repeating. Yet now, the resourceless Chu Ming had reduced Chu Xi to such a state. This was utterly inconceivable. Chu Ping he stared blankly at Chu Ming. The Chu Ming he remembered was a timid and worthless young master. How could he possibly be such a formidable opponent? Chu Ping he, I respect you as my father's younger brother, but I now warn you. Chu Ming's gaze was icy as he addressed Chu Ping he. Henceforth, if you wish to provoke me again, be prepared to be rendered in such a state. Chu Ming you. Chu Ping his eyes flashed with anger upon hearing this. For so many years Chu Ming had never uttered a single word of dissent. Yet now, he was so imperious. This left Chu Ping he both astonished and perplexed. He hurried to Chu Xi's side, helping him up. When he looked back at Chu Ming, his eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't comprehend. Had Chu Ming endured in silence for 20 years just for this moment? Impossible. Right, Chu Ming observed the disheveled father and son and spoke somberly. My master has instructed me to convey a message to you. Both Chu Xi and his father were taken aback. The king of the underworld has something to say to them. That message is, Chu Ming stated nonchalantly, those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably bring about their own demise. Should there be a second occurrence, he will take action. I hope you will tread carefully. Chu Ming's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Chu Xi and his father trembled violently. The implication behind this statement was clear. If there was another incident, the king of the underworld would personally deal with them. Chu Ping he wore a bitter expression. He could manage Chu Ming, but how could he contend with the king of the underworld? That was impossible. It was said that the king of the underworld's strength approached that of a grandmaster. Such a master would warrant utmost respect even from Chu Nantian. Get lost, Chu Ming spoke coldly. Remembering my words, this Chiyu Lake does not welcome you. Chapter 114. Chu Ming, do you have a moment? Chu Xi stared blankly at Chu Ming. He felt as though all of this was unreal. How could this worthless young master possibly defeat him? Could it truly be due to the king of the underworld? Chu Ming, you have truly surprised my second uncle, Chu Ping. He helped Chu Ci up. But his gaze remained fixed on Chu Ming, filled with determination. I will repay this grand gift in full. We shall depart. He supported the injured Chu Ci and slowly left the entrance of Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming coldly watched the father and son retreat in disarray. He felt not a shred of sympathy. The fate of Chu Ci and his father was entirely of their own making. Young Master Ming, why not deal with that Chu Ping? They have treated you this way for so many years. I believe this punishment is far too lenient. Tang Lin clasped her fists in salute to Chu Ming. Puzzled, this time Chu Ming had only acted against Chu Ci, leaving Chu Ping untouched. This left Tang Lin somewhat baffled. To kill as a warning to others is already sufficient. Chu Ming shook his head. After all, Chu Ping is my father's own younger brother. If I were to brazenly act against him, I would surely give others a reason to gossip. At this stage, we cannot allow any further turmoil within the family. Striking only Chu Ci is more than enough. Chu Ming gazed at the retreating figures of the father and son, his eyes gleaming with determination. One day, I will reclaim everything I have lost. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin shuddered. Having served as Chu Ming's guard and maid since childhood, she had naturally observed these matters closely. She was well aware of what Chu Ping had done over the years. It could be said that Chu Ming's humble position within the Chu family was entirely a result of Chu Ping's machinations. Very well, let us tidy this place up. Chu Ming withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. Yes. Tang Lin immediately directed the personnel. Chu Ming then approached Yulong. Gratitude flickered in Yulong's eyes. Thank you, young Master Ming, for your intervention. He understood that Chu Ming's strength was unfathomable, but he had not expected it to reach such heights. Yulong, remember this. Chu Ming spoke solemnly. You are mine, and you must not easily bow your head. Yulong's spirit stirred. He recalled the moment when Chu Ming publicly declared him to be his brother. His eyes grew misty. Yes, I will not let young Master Ming down. Only at this moment did Yulong truly acknowledge Chu Ming. Previously, he had felt a sense of dissatisfaction while working under Chu Ming. However, at this instant, all that discontent evaporated. Go and instruct your men not to spread today's events too widely, Chu Ming advised. Yulong understood. After receiving the response, Chu Ming nodded and departed from the entrance of Chiyu Lake. He had not walked far when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It's here. Chu Ming's eyes lit up. You have a message from the Urban Cultivation app, please check. Chu Ming promptly opened his phone. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original plot, gaining 50 plot points. Reward. Chu Family Secrets 1. Related items have been credited to your account, please swipe to retrieve. Remaining plot points. 474. What was rewarded? Let me see. Chu Ming clicked on the item bar but was taken aback upon seeing the words Chu Family Secrets. Chu Family Secrets? What is this? Chu Ming clicked on the introduction. Chu Family Secrets, a record of the past of the Chu family personally documented by the family head. Chu Nanjian, which was lost during the border war. Open it and you will uncover the Chu family's untold secrets. Status: locked. Note: exchange for the Chu family key in the item store to unlock it. After reading this, Chu Ming felt both astonished and regretful. If only he had not consumed all his points to exchange for the eternal underworld technique, he could have opened the item store by now. Damn it, this reward is actually a secret personally written by my grandfather, Chu Ming thought. That old fox must have penned some crucial information. Unfortunately, I still lack over 500 plot points. Chu Ming felt a strong urge. However, faced with the Chu family secrets in the item bar that he could not open, he felt helpless. Ultimately, it was still due to a lack of plot points. If only he could encounter the protagonist. He could advance the main plot. Chu Ming pondered for a few seconds. At that time, the points would see a substantial increase, perhaps allowing him to unlock the Chu family secrets, Chu Ming murmured to himself. Yet he felt a pang of melancholy. Ever since he had severely injured the protagonist, Chu Kuang, at the Zhao group, he had not received any news about him. Not even the spy stationed at Chu Kuang's doorstep had seen him. Where on earth has Chu Kuang gone? Regardless, he must find Chu Kuang as soon as possible. Otherwise the increase in plot points will be too slow. Chu Ming sighed deeply. He had altered the original plot concerning the Chu Ci father-son duo. Receiving only 50 plot points. To unlock the item store, it seemed he needed to change such plots 11 more times. It would be much faster to locate the protagonist and land a couple of blows on him. At this moment an audacious thought crossed Chu Ming's mind. He quickly closed the app and opened his contacts. If he could have Wendon search for someone with full force, it should be much quicker than having long search. Right? Chu Ming thought to himself. However, at that moment, a fair hand appeared before him. And the next second, the black phone in his hand was swiftly snatched away. Huh? Chu Ming was taken aback. He instinctively looked up. Chu Ming, do you have a moment? Take me to the antique street in Linju City for a look. Chen Xian stood before Chu Ming, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Today, she was dressed in a JK uniform. Sporting a pink baseball cap, clearly prepared for a day out, Chu Ming shot her a glare and snatched back his black phone from her hand. No time, I'll have some underling take you later. Chu Ming replied coldly, lifting his leg to leave Chu Xian's side. Is that so? Chen Xian smiled nonchalantly. What was my grandfather's phone number again? I shall take a moment to converse with the esteemed elder. Upon hearing this remark, Chu Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately turned around. He asked in a low voice, Chen Xian, what are you planning? Chen Xian chuckled softly. Nothing much, only that someone previously assaulted the fourth elder of the Chen family. And now my grandfather is out searching for individuals in the streets. Chu Ming, do you think I should inform my grandfather of this news? Chu Ming clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Truly, one misstep leads to another. His identity as the underworld king cannot yet be revealed, especially not to Chen Qiangu, the head of the Chen family. Otherwise, the Chen family's forces will besiege Linju City. And before Chu Ming can eliminate the protagonist, he may find himself at an end. Chapter 115. Discovering Chu Kuang's presence. Chu Ming sighed deeply. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian laughed mischievously. Now that is more like it. She had firmly grasped Chu Ming's weakness. How could she possibly fail to handle him? Where are we headed? Chu Ming inquired. To the south street of Linju. There is a large antique market. Let us take a look and select some gifts to bring back to the capital, Chen Xian explained. You are returning to the capital? Chu Ming's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. Not quite, just going for a visit, Chen Xian replied, her gaze on Chu Ming filled with a knowing smile. But this Linju city is far more entertaining than the capital. I have no intention of returning. Chu Ming internally sighed. You should return sooner rather than later. Your grandfather will worry. Let him worry, Chen Xian nonchalantly replied. When I was in the capital, he was always trying to set me up with suitors, claiming that if I didn't find someone, I would live a lonely life. I have no concerns about marriage. I refuse to entangle myself so young. Chu Ming gazed at Chen Xian, rendered speechless. She was indeed beautiful, yet in the original tale, she was a pampered young lady. Due to her dealings with the protagonist Chu Kuang, she faced his retribution, ultimately becoming impoverished and disfigured, leading a life of solitude. Her fate was far more tragic than Chu Ming's own demise. Contemplating this, he sighed in melancholy. Very well, it may be beneficial for you to spend a few days in Linju. Have you lost your mind? Chen Xian questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion as she observed Chu Ming's sudden change in demeanor reminiscent of his earlier expression on the plain. Are you hiding something from me? She asked, her voice tinged with irritation. No, he replied. Then why the sigh? I merely felt like sighing. Chu Ming shook his head with a wry smile. How could he divulge the subsequent plot to Chen Xian? Even if he did, she might not believe him. You are peculiar. Chen Xian shot him a glare, huffing, hurry and find a vehicle. I intend to return today. Moreover, do not seek assistance from anyone else. You are to carry my purchases. Chen Xian commanded imperiously. Such demands? Chu Ming frowned, contemplating whether to refuse outright. Do you dare? She challenged, her tone sharp. What is there that I, Chu Ming, would fear? He responded coldly. I shall only accompany you to the antique street. The rest you must handle on your own. Otherwise we shall part ways, and if you inform Chen Qiangu, I shall take you to another location, and we shall see who is more ruthless." Though Chen Xian was indeed a fated antagonist, so too was he. While Chu Ming was wary of Chen Xian leaking his identity, it did not mean he would acquiesce to her whims. Chen Xian furrowed her brow, regarding him curiously. "If I handle it myself." "You must not play tricks." "Very well," Chu Ming replied, his expression darkening. Were it not for the fact that Chen Xian was aware of his identity as the underworld king, he would have little interest in her affairs. Whatever she chose to do was of no concern to him. Regrettably, Chu Ming currently lacked the confidence to confront the Chen family, thus he chose to tolerate Chen Xian for the time being. When he possessed the strength to challenge the Chen family, he would no longer be intimidated by her. By the way, instruct your little maid to remain here. I dislike being followed, Chen Xian stated. "I will take a taxi now. Meet me at the entrance of Chiyu Lake in 10 minutes. With a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes, Chen Xian cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ming before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. He needed to devise a plan to silence her. Otherwise, he would remain at a disadvantage. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ming reflected on how thoroughly Chen Xian had outmaneuvered him in their recent encounters. A feeling that left him both helpless and intolerant. Just then, a figure hurriedly approached from behind. "Young Master Ming, there is news." It was Tang Lin news. "What news?" Chu Ming asked, turning to face her in confusion. "Of course it pertains to Chu Kuang," Tang Lin replied. "What did you say?" Chu Ming's heart raced with excitement. After 3 days, Chu Kuang had finally resurfaced. "Where is he?" Chu Ming inquired urgently, according to Yulong's subordinate. "His presence was detected on a surveillance device," Tang Lin explained, handing her phone to Chu Ming. The screen displayed a clear image of Chu Kuang's face. "Indeed, it is Chu Kuang." Chu Ming's eyes sparkled. "Which surveillance is this from?" "It is said to be from South Street in Linju, where the Black Market and Antique Street are prominent. The image was captured on one of the streets." Tang Lin responded, "South Street in Linju." Chu Ming's brow furrowed. If he recalled correctly, Chen Xian intended to go to South Street as well. Was this mere coincidence, or did Chen Xian know that Chu Kuang was there? How could that be? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. "Young Master Ming, should we send someone to locate Chu Kuang?" Tang Lin respectfully inquired. Chu Ming slowly shook his head. "No, for now, that is unnecessary. Such an action would only alert him." This time, Chu Ming resolved to be more cautious. The last time, due to unforeseen circumstances, Chu Kuang had slipped into the crowd and escaped. South Street, being a densely populated area, required careful planning to avoid repeating past mistakes. "But young master, if we do not send someone, what if Chu Kuang escapes?" Tang Lin questioned, perplexed by Chu Ming's refusal. "He won't. I will go personally," Chu Ming declared with a smile. "I will not fail. You will go personally." Tang Lin's eyes widened in realization. "Understood. I will prepare immediately and accompany you to South Street." Hearing Tang Lin's reply, Chu Ming pondered for a moment. He shook his head. "No, you should remain here. If there is news, you can notify me at once." He intended to go with Chen Ziren. To avoid any disruptions, he decided against bringing Tang Lin along. "All right then," Tang Lin conceded. "I will have Yulong continue monitoring the surveillance. If there is any news, I will inform you." "Very well." Chu Ming did not issue any further instructions. With the bustling crowds on South Street, bringing others along might not be advantageous. Moreover, he feared being recognized by Chu Kuang. If a confrontation were to arise, he would need to leverage his identity as the underworld king. Having Tang Lin with him would complicate matters. After weighing the circumstances, Chu Ming turned and made his way to the entrance of Chiyu Lake, where Chen Xian had been waiting for him. Chapter 116. Prepared for contingencies. Chu Ming, "You made this young lady wait for a full minute," Chen Xian complained. "If you wish to wait, then wait. If not, then so be it." Chu Ming shot her an exasperated glance. "You." Chen Xian gritted her teeth in frustration. But then a mischievous smile spread across her face. "Well, since you have said that, I shall not hold back." Grasping Chu Ming's hand, she climbed into the taxi and produced a pair of golden handcuffs from her bag. With a click, she secured them on herself and Chu Ming. Chu Ming was taken aback, his scalp prickling as he paled. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, glaring at Chen Xian. Are you unable to comprehend? She replied with a playful smile, this is merely a precaution to prevent you from resisting or struggling. Fear not, once we finish shopping I will unlock them, you. Chu Ming was infuriated. No wonder the young masters of the capital referred to Chen Xian as the little demoness. There was ample reason behind it. Unlock them, he demanded coldly. Do you truly believe that is possible? Chen Xian retorted with a mocking laugh. Very well, Chu Ming hissed through gritted teeth, fixing her with a fierce glare. He then gripped the golden cuffs, attempting to break them with sheer force. Gold is considerably softer than iron. Should Chu Ming choose to exert himself, these cuffs would be no match for him. Just then, Chen Xian struck his hand forcefully. Chu Ming winced in pain and withdrew his hand. What are you doing? He shouted. Do you think you can simply break the cuffs? That is impossible, Chen Xian declared. If you dare to try, I will strike you, vulgar woman. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Xian chuckled, unfazed by his insult. She reveled in the fury radiating from Chu Ming, finding it quite enjoyable. Just you wait. Chu Ming fumed. As he channeled the spiritual energy within his left arm, a powerful force began to manifest. In an unguarded moment, the golden bracelet gradually twisted. The taxi drove steadily, while Chu Ming exerted himself slowly. Rubbing until his wrist ached, with a sharp crack, the bracelet finally snapped. Chu Ming let out a derisive laugh. You Chen Xian, think you can trap me? He could almost see the astonishment and displeasure in Chen Xian's eyes. He immediately prepared to withdraw his hand, but in the next instant, with a sharp click, Chen Xian produced a pair of golden handcuffs from seemingly nowhere and swiftly cuffed Chu Ming. Chu Ming. His face was a canvas of confusion. Chen Xian actually had him shackled again. She had more than one pair of handcuffs. How could that be? Stop struggling, Chen Xian yawned. I brought plenty of handcuffs. All gold-plated and lightweight. If you manage to break one, I'll simply cuff you with another. You're quite ruthless. Chu Ming conceded defeat. Chen Xian had indeed planned this too meticulously. So meticulously that it sent shivers down his spine. What normal girl would take handcuffs on a shopping trip? She must be insane. Yet here was Chen Xian, who had truly done just that. You seem rather unwilling, Chen Xian teased. I wonder how many young lords from the capital would love to accompany me shopping. Consider yourself lucky. Is that so? Then whoever is willing should go with you. What need do I serve? Chu Ming shot Chen Xian a glare. He had originally intended to abandon Chen Xian to seek out Chu Kuang once they reached Nan Street in Linzhou. But he never anticipated that she would cuff him like this. Truly shameless. I can take whoever I please. Does it concern you? Chen Xian retorted. Inviting you along is your good fortune. Ha, I can't bear such fortune. You will endure it. Unless you satisfy me, I might consider letting you go. Chen Xian teased. Who told you to bring me all the way here? Hearing this, Chu Ming was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was he who had brought Chen Xian here by his own hand. And that was under duress. He had no desire to be entangled with the little princess of the Chen family. Just as Chu Ming lamented his fate, the taxi came to a stop. They had arrived at Nan Street in Linzhou. Chen Xian smiled. Come on, I promise to release you after we finish shopping. Is that a promise? Chu Ming inquired. Of course. All right, Chu Ming nodded, obediently stepping out of the car with Chen Xian. Though he spoke thus, his left arm was already working covertly. Once those golden handcuffs snapped, he would make a run for it. He couldn't believe that Chen Xian could actually track him down. Let's first check out the antique street. I heard there's an event today featuring a renowned sculptor, Chen Xian informed Chu Ming with a smile. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Give him 3 more minutes. And he would be able to twist the handcuffs apart. By then, who would care about Chen Xian? HMPH. As Chu Ming plotted in secret, Chen Xian glanced up at him. By the way, Chen Xian rummaged through her bag. With a sharp click, she produced 2 more pairs of golden handcuffs and without hesitation, locked them onto Chu Ming. Chu Ming was instantly dumbfounded. What are you doing? I know you have the ability to break the handcuffs. So just in case I've cuffed you with 3, Chen Xian replied with a grin. Damn it. Chu Ming felt like cursing. He was truly being led around by Chen Xian. All right, I surrender. Can you at least unlock 2 of them? No way. What about one? Not a chance. Chen Xian scoffed. Do you really think you have room to negotiate? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, mockingly observing Chu Ming. She found his current expression quite amusing, angry yet helpless. Chen Xian, just you wait. Chu Ming inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. You better not give me any leverage or I swear I'll make you pay. Chu Ming felt utterly powerless against this whimsical and beautiful girl. He had no idea what was going on in her mind. Rest assured, I won't give you any leverage. Chen Xian laughed. Just do as I say. Without warning, she tugged at the handcuffs, nearly causing Chu Ming to stumble. Let us go. The event at the antique street is about to begin. Chen Xian pulled Chu Ming toward the entrance of the antique street. Chu Ming was a mix of anger and helplessness. Yet he could only follow her lead. The antique street was vast, stretching out of sight. Linju was a cultural hub in the Jiangnan region, especially along Nan Street, where numerous shops sold sculptural art pieces. The most famous was Bai Luotang, owned by the Bai family, one of the three prominent families in Linju. Chen Xian explained to Chu Ming, the Bai family is different from the Yi and Zhao families. They started with real estate and luxury goods, which is why they have profound insights into the art of sculpture, and today, we are attending their event. Chapter 117. Master Hu at Bai Luotang. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Chu Ming merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. He hardly absorbed any of it, as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of escaping to find Chu Kuang. It was rumored that Bai Luotang had invited the most renowned sculptor from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, Hu Buwei, and there was also a young master with the surname Chu who would be joining him. Chen Xian continued, the two of them will be sculpting live and competing in techniques. It is said that if either one wins, they will earn the title of guest scholar at Bai Luotang. Oh, Chu Ming replied absently, as it was of little concern to him. He was solely focused on finding Chu Kuang. Chu Ming, look how lively it is over there. Let us go take a look. Chen Xian tugged at Chu Ming's wrist, like a marionette. He was led along by Chen Xian. Many passers-by cast curious glances at them. One reason was Chen Xian's beauty, the other was the sight of three gleaming golden handcuffs binding their wrists, prompting speculation about their relationship. Soon, Chen Xian brought Chu Ming to the front of Bai Luotang. The entrance was already crowded with people. There were indeed quite a number of attendees. Chen Xian frowned slightly. After much effort, she finally squeezed Chu Ming into the inner circle. At the entrance of Bai Luotang, two platforms were set up. An elderly man in a white robe beamed at the crowd, while a young man in black robes maintained a calm demeanor as he surveyed the audience. Look, it's them! Chen Xian exclaimed, pointing at the two. The sculptor Hu Buwei, and another master with the surname Chu. Chu Ming cast a reluctant glance at the stage, but in that instant, his gaze froze. He didn't recognize the sculptor Hu Buwei. But the young man in black, wasn't he the very Chu Kuang he had been searching for? How could this be? Chu Ming's eyes widened. He looked several times, confirming beyond doubt that the young man in black was indeed Chu Kuang. Since their last encounter at Zhao's group, Chu Ming had not seen him again. How had Chu Kuang become one of Bai Luotang's specially invited sculptors? Could it be? Chu Ming pondered a possibility. In the original narrative, the protagonist had indeed gained the title of master due to his sculpting skills, but that plotline was brief, and he had nearly forgotten it. Now, seeing this scene, he finally recalled. What a blunder! Chu Ming slapped his thigh. He never imagined that in just 3 days, Chu Kuang had not only recovered from his injuries but also risen to prominence with the Bai family. Chu Ming, your expression seems quite off. Are the handcuffs too tight? Chen Xian noticed Chu Ming's astonished expression, and found it puzzling. He had appeared so unwilling just moments ago, yet now he bore a completely different expression. Why? Chen Xian was utterly confused. Wait a moment. Chu Ming spoke in a low tone. Suddenly, he lowered his head, wiped his face, and when he raised it again, Chen Xian noticed a slight change in his appearance. But she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. This should prevent Chu Kuang from recognizing me, Chu Ming thought, pulling out his phone to check his reflection. A satisfied smile spread across his face. At this stage, he could not allow the protagonist to discover that he was in Linju. Otherwise, things would surely become more complicated. Chu Ming, what are you up to? Chen Xian furrowed her brows. Nothing, just observing their competition. Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. He felt a newfound calmness. Now that he had located Chu Quan, things would be much easier. Chu Ming, you seem quite happy. Chen Xian asked in confusion. You have something going on? Absolutely. He. Chu Ming shot a glance at Chen Xian and fell silent. His demeanor left Chen Xian somewhat perplexed. Just as they were bantering, a host stepped forward onto the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bai Luotang. The host greeted with a smile. Today, we are fortunate to have two masters with us. Allow me to introduce the esteemed individual standing on my left, Master Hu Buwei. As soon as the host finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. Clearly, the white-robed elder named Hu Buwei was quite popular. Then, allow me to introduce to everyone the esteemed Master Chu Quan, who stands to my right. Upon hearing the host's introduction, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Only the scattered murmurs of the crowd could be faintly heard. The stark contrast in popularity brought a smile to the face of the elderly man in white. Hu Buwei. Meanwhile, Chu Quan remained indifferent, casting a cold glance at the onlookers without uttering a single word. The host, sensing the audience's attitude, quickly interjected, stating, "This young Master Chu Quan is merely 18 years old. Yet just 2 days ago, he personally carved a white jade kiln at my Bai Luotang. Now, let us invite the staff to bring forth Master Chu's remarkable work for display." At the host's command, a stunning white jade kiln was swiftly wheeled onto the stage. The moment the kiln made its appearance, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Unlike the previous stillness, this silence was born of astonishment. The white jade kiln was crystalline and translucent, appearing vividly lifelike. Under the sunlight, it even shimmered with iridescent hues. Such a creation was unmistakably extraordinary. Could this truly be the work of this individual? How could it be possible? My heavens, I have encountered countless jade kilns in my lifetime, yet this is undoubtedly the finest I have ever laid eyes on. How on earth did he achieve this? Bai Luotang is the domain of the Bai family in Linzhou. They would never lie. If he truly possesses such skill, this competition has just become immensely intriguing. Indeed, I previously thought Bai Luotang was merely seeking attention by showcasing a young talent. But it seems this young man genuinely possesses remarkable abilities. Many around began to discuss the white jade kiln and Chu Quan. All these murmurs reached the ears of Chu Ming, who had opened his perception to the realm of the underworld. He gazed at the white jade kiln. If his memory served him well, in the original narrative, the protagonist also carved this very kiln, earning the admiration of the Bai family. Subsequently, the protagonist became one of the Bai family's esteemed guests. Should the plot unfold as in the original tale, it seemed that Chu Quan might achieve this before him, gaining the protection of the Bai family. At that point, dealing with Chu Quan would become exceedingly difficult for Chu Ming. No, I must sabotage this competition. I cannot allow that protagonist to successfully fulfill the storyline. Chu Ming took a deep breath. Hidden among the crowd, he fixed his gaze intently on the figure of the cloaked Chu Quan on the stage. A glimmer of sharp brilliance flickered in the depths of Chu Ming's eyes. Chapter 118. The higher the path, the greater the devil. 9,000 years of underworld kingly existence. Chu Quan's methods far exceeded his expectations. If he did not resolve this matter during the early stages of his cultivation, once allowed to develop into the realm of Tao, it could become exceedingly troublesome. Chu Ming, look. The two are about to begin their competition. Chen Xian's voice suddenly rang in Chu Ming's ears. Coming back to his senses, he lifted his gaze. On the platform in front of Bai Luotang lay 2 blocks of white jade raw stone. It was said that Hu Buwei was a renowned quick sculptor. Chen Xian explained, he once carved a jade dragon within an hour. Though that piece was not his finest work, his speed is truly remarkable. Is that so? Chu Ming's gaze swiftly landed on the elderly figure in white. The old man's long white beard nearly brushed his chest, yet his physique remained robust. Indeed, my instincts were correct. This man is a master of internal energy. Chu Ming squinted. Those who cultivate martial arts first begin to gather their vital energy. This so-called vital energy, also referred to as internal power or qi, is a precursor to internal strength, which is a more solidified form of energy. Reaching this level indicates an exceptionally advanced stage of martial arts cultivation. Beyond this lies the realm of martial arts masters, and further still, grandmasters. Such masters are akin to mythical dragons, seldom seen. If he is indeed a master of internal energy, he could certainly complete a sculptural work within an hour. Chu-Ming gently nodded. For an ordinary person to finish a sculptural piece would take at least half a day. Some might even require several days. The fact that Hu Buwei can condense that time to merely an hour is likely due to his internal strength. Chu-Ming, stop dawdling. Look! Chen Xian exclaimed excitedly. As Chu-Ming turned his attention, the two had already begun their work. On the left, Hu Buwei was using sandpaper to polish the raw stone, while on the right, Chu Kuang had no intention of polishing at all. He directly brandished a large carving knife and plunged it into the jade. The audience watched with rapt attention as the sculpting commenced. Limited to a 2-hour time frame, this indicated that results would soon be revealed. Live sculpting is significantly more challenging than solitary work, a fact well understood by all present. Why is Master Hu still polishing? That young man has already begun carving. You know nothing. That young man is too impatient, he can't rush the process. Just wait, Master Hu will soon catch up. Indeed, who begins carving without first preparing the stone? Does that young man truly know how to sculpt? Many spectators were perplexed and bewildered by Chu Kuang's actions. Sculpting requires first observing the stone, followed by polishing and soaking, yet Chu Kuang had gone straight to work? What a farce! Hu Buwei, upon seeing Chu Kuang's actions, could only scoff coldly. The Bai family had truly insulted his reputation by placing him in competition with this Chu Kuang. Very well, for the sake of the Bai family patriarch, I shall offer a few pointers to this young man. With a dismissive smile, Hu Buwei set aside his sandpaper and finally picked up his carving knife. He cast a casual glance at the opposing Chu Kuang and was taken aback. The white jade in Chu Kuang's hands was already beginning to take shape. It had only been a little over 10 minutes. How could this be possible? Indeed, with Chu Kuang's skill, Hu Buwei was merely walking to his own demise. Below the stage, Chu-Ming sighed softly. In the original narrative, this Hu Buwei faced a humiliating defeat at the hands of the protagonist. If Chu-Ming did not intervene, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Hu Buwei was destined to lose. Go Master Hu! Shouts of encouragement echoed from the crowd. The spectators had begun to catch on. In this competition against Chu Kuang, Hu Buwei was clearly at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, Hu Buwei dared not underestimate Chu Kuang any longer and hastily retrieved his carving knife, beginning to sculpt in a frenzy. Hu Buwei was rattled. Chu-Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Do you think Hu Buwei can still win? Chen Xian tilted her head in inquiry. Doubtful. Chu-Ming replied earnestly. Chu Kuang's technique far surpasses his. Chu Kuang was the reincarnated king of the underworld. While his cultivation might not carry over, his memories of sculpting remained intact. A mere Hu Buwei was simply inadequate to contend with Chu Kuang. What? Hu Buwei has no chance of winning. Is that young man truly so formidable? Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. While Hu Buwei possesses some skill, he is still too inexperienced. Chu-Ming remarked with a bitter smile. It is virtually impossible for him to contend with Chu Kuang. What then? Chen Xian exclaimed, flustered. I placed a wager of 8 million online for this event. Upon hearing this, Chu-Ming cast an odd look at Chen Xian. No wonder this young lady was so eager to visit the antique street. In addition to purchasing gifts, she also wished to witness the outcome firsthand. Truly, the daughter of the capital's foremost family, casually placing a wager of 8 million. Listen, if you unlock my handcuffs now, I have a plan. Chu-Ming said nonchalantly. Really? Chen Xian asked skeptically. You want to use this opportunity to escape, will you? Never. If I were to flee, I would curse myself to go bald by tomorrow. Chu-Ming vowed. You really have guts to say such a thing. Chen Xian chuckled upon hearing his guarantee. Very well, I shall unlock you. Chen Xian retrieved a key from her bag, unlocking all 3 cuffs. Chu-Ming pulled out his left hand and twisted it gently. Noticing the lingering scent of Chen Xian's perfume on his arm, all right, speak. What is your plan? Chen Xian inquired. It's too crowded here to discuss. You will understand when the time comes. Chu-Ming replied with a soft smile as he observed the two on stage. Are you going to tell me or not? Chen Xian furrowed her brow. Not telling. Fine. Chen Xian retrieved the golden handcuffs from her bag. Click. Chu Ming was locked up once more. Chu Ming. He felt utterly speechless. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. He produced a key of his own, catching Chen Xian by surprise. How do you have that? I saw you return it earlier and casually took it, Chu Ming replied with a gentle smile. Swiftly unlocking his cuffs, Chen Xian immediately grasped his arm, but only managed to clutch his outer garment. Chu Ming had already vanished into the crowd, leaving her bewildered. You rascal! Chen Xian fumed, stamping her foot. Yet moments later, a smile crept onto her lips. Chu Ming, you forced my hand. The young lady rummaged through her backpack and produced a tracking device. Chapter 119. What a coincidence, so am I. Chen Xian had anticipated that Chu Ming would attempt to flee, thus she had placed a transmitter on him. Consequently, wherever he went, she could easily locate him, just as Chen Xian was about to leave. The host's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has now reached the halfway mark. I declare a 30-minute intermission. At this announcement, Chu Kuang abruptly set down his carving knife, turning to gaze at Hu Buwei on stage. Hu Buwei was drenched in sweat, yet he showed no signs of relinquishing his carving knife. Master Hu, it is time for the intermission, the host reminded him. Only then did Hu Buwei awaken from his stupor. He glanced at the jade sculpture before Chu Kuang and was astonished to discover that it was nearing completion. In stark contrast, his own work had barely taken shape. The difference between the two was glaringly apparent. It seemed that Master Hu was destined to be outmatched by this young prodigy. Indeed, who would have thought that the young man possessed such formidable skills? Even Master Hu was on the verge of defeat. I had wagered 20,000 on Master Hu. It appears I shall lose it all. The murmurs of the crowd reached Hu Buwei's ears. As one of the most renowned carving masters in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, losing to a young man would be an unparalleled humiliation. I cannot afford to lose. Hu Buwei muttered through clenched teeth. In just that brief moment, his garments were soaked through with perspiration. It was the first time since his rise to fame that he had poured forth such effort. Master Hu, you might want to take a moment to rest in the guest room of the Bai Luotang. Your complexion does not look well, the host suggested. Upon hearing this, Hu Buwei cast a grim glance at the composed Chu Kuang before turning to leave. The audience buzzed with speculation. Could it be that Hu Buwei would truly lose to that young man? Chen Xian furrowed her brow. Alas, it was merely 800,000. If he lost, then so be it. As the eldest daughter of the Chen family, 800,000 was a trifling sum to her. The life of the wealthy was, after all, so simple, yet monotonous. I merely came to see where Chu Ming was. Chen Xian pulled out her locator and scanned for Chu Ming's position. Yet in that very instant she suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. In Bai Luotang. How could that be? Chen Xian was taken aback. What could Chu Ming possibly be doing there? Did he think that by hiding in Bai Luotang I would be unable to find him? A smile crept onto Chen Xian's lips. Just wait, Chu Ming. Dare to deceive me, and you shall regret it. Time passed slowly, and soon the half-hour intermission came to an end. May I invite both masters to return to their positions? The host's voice resonated. Hu Buwei and Chu Kuang resumed their places. Unlike before, Hu Buwei now appeared composed and calm, his expression untroubled. Has Master Hu regained his composure? He seems significantly more steady. Indeed, he was different from earlier. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something about Master Hu seems off, the audience murmured, observing Hu Buwei on stage. Chu Kuang, too, scrutinized Hu Buwei, suddenly frowning. In Chu Kuang's mind, the aura emanating from Hu Buwei felt distinctly altered. But it was undeniably Hu Buwei himself. What could this mean? Masters, are you ready? We shall commence the second half of the competition. The host's voice rang out. Hu Buwei and Chu Kuang picked up their carving knives. Begin. The host shouted. Hu Buwei immediately plunged his knife into the jade stone, fragments flying. This scene left everyone astonished. Hu Buwei had abruptly abandoned his previously leisurely pace, diving straight into the work. Was he attempting to catch up to Chu Kuang? This could lead to complications. Something was amiss with Hu Buwei. Chu Kuang furrowed his brow, but in order to maintain his lead, he too was compelled to begin carving. Seconds turned into minutes. Hu Buwei's jade sculpture remarkably transitioned from its nascent form to a piece that was nearly complete. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang's progress lagged behind. He was still engaged in the final touches of his carving, with only the overall polishing remaining. Hu Buwei had truly caught up. This was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, I had thought he would be unable to close the gap. It seems that Master Hu is now showcasing his true prowess. Perhaps I can win my bet. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and those who supported Hu Buwei began to multiply. Chen Xian fixed her gaze upon Hu Buwei. Why did he seem so familiar? Chen Xian casually glanced at her locator, only to freeze in shock. She looked back at Hu Buwei on stage, then down at her locator. It indicated that Chu Ming was on stage. How could this be? Could it be that Hu Buwei was actually Chu Ming? Chen Xian was taken aback. This situation was far too peculiar. How could Chu Ming possibly assume Hu Buwei's identity? No, that scoundrel must possess a disguise technique. Could it be? Chen Xian stared incredulously at Hu Buwei on stage. She noticed his fair arms, despite the white robe concealing him. Chen Xian's keen eyes caught a glimpse through the sleeve. How could this elderly man possess such fair skin? This was undoubtedly that scoundrel Chu Ming. Chen Xian was utterly shocked. He was pretending to be Hu Buwei on stage. But what about the real Hu Buwei? Chen Xian took a deep breath. Chu Ming was exceedingly audacious. He had actually disguised himself as Hu Buwei to compete against Chu Kuang. This was something even Chen Xian had not anticipated. Yet among all those present, including Chu Kuang, only Chen Xian was privy to this revelation. Many in the audience found Hu Buwei to be somewhat strange, but none suspected that he had been impersonated. Meanwhile, on stage, Chu Ming was wholly focused on the jade sculpture before him. Fortunately, he had activated the third level of the Underworld King's path in advance. Chu Ming smiled faintly, his hands working in unison. Continuously refining the jade carving, the effect of the third level of the Underworld King's path was to discern the essence of objects. Through this method, Chu Ming easily identified the flaws and areas infused with spiritual energy within the jade stone. Thus, despite not being particularly skilled in carving, he could effortlessly locate the most suitable spots to sculpt. Coupled with Chu Ming's near grandmaster level of cultivation, the jade sculpture was on the verge of completion. 20 minutes remaining. The host announced. At that moment, Chu Kuang laid down his carving knife. I am finished. The audience collectively gasped. The young man surnamed Chu had actually completed his sculpture ahead of time. How could this be? What a coincidence. So have I. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, Chu Ming also set down his carving knife. Chapter 120. Indeed, it is you, Master, who has also completed his sculpture. The audience's hearts raced. Hu Buwei, who had lagged behind Chu Kuang by so much, had truly caught up. This was extraordinary. Could it be that Hu Buwei had intentionally held back earlier, allowing Chu Kuang a false sense of security? It seemed plausible. Given Master Hu's caliber, if he were to exert his full effort, he would undoubtedly be accused of bullying the young. Master Hu indeed exuded the demeanor of a senior. The audience murmured, casting admiring glances at Hu Buwei. Yet aside from Chen Xian, no one realized that the current Hu Buwei was not the genuine Hu Buwei, but rather Chu Ming. Host, should we not unveil the pieces now? Chu Ming spoke with a smile. The host, jolted from his reverie, quickly announced, next, we shall showcase the works of both masters. The outcome will be determined by the audience's votes. To maintain an air of suspense, a portion of the carved pieces was obscured by black cloth. Now that both had completed their sculptures, the black cloth would be removed. Very well, let us first admire Master Chu Kuang's creation. The host promptly lifted the black cloth. A stunning phoenix emerged before the audience. The crowd was momentarily stupefied. The phoenix's feathers were exceptionally vibrant, radiating a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Had this young man calculated everything perfectly? How could this be possible? This youth indeed had remarkable skills. It was breathtaking. Such exquisite jade phoenixes were rare, and to see one so beautiful, victory seemed assured. The audience's chatter echoed from below. A hint of smugness graced Chu Kuang's lips. Though his current cultivation was lacking, overpowering so-called masters on earth with his carving skills was a trivial task. What on earth is that scoundrel Chu Ming doing? Chen Xian was suddenly anxious. Was this not a blatant path to defeat? And now she was implicated. Chen Xian was seething with frustration. Had the real Hu Buwei taken the stage, he might have triumphed. Now, however, her wager of 800,000 was surely lost. Just as Chen Xian was fuming, the host spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us behold Master Hu Buwei's creation. No need to look. All of Hu Buwei's works combined cannot compare to that phoenix. Indeed, the rainbow phoenix. That level of carving is nothing short of divine. Master Chu Kuang is destined to win. The audience shook their heads in unison. Although Hu Buwei was a carving master, it appeared that he was about to face his downfall. Amidst the spectators' skepticism, the black cloth before Chu Ming was suddenly yanked away. There, too, was a phoenix. However, this phoenix was diminutive, and atop it stood a robust white horse. What? The audience was taken aback. This was a horse trampling a phoenix. The horse's entire weight rested upon its front legs. This foot has landed upon the back of a phoenix. As sunlight cascades down, this exquisite jade sculpture emanates a mesmerizing spectrum of colors. My heavens, I previously believed that Master Hu Buwei was solely interested in carving magnificent steeds, only to discover that a phoenix lay shrouded beneath a black cloth. This masterpiece surpasses that of the young man by a considerable margin. Yet both creations possess their own merits. Whom should we choose? The crowd buzzes with discussion. Beside them, Chu Kuang's eyes widen in astonishment. How could Hu Buwei reach such heights? This is inconceivable. He has meticulously carved that phoenix jade sculpture with the probing of the underworld's mental energy. How can Hu Buwei achieve the same? Is the sculpting technique of Earth truly superior to that of the underworld? How can this be? Chu Kuang stares blankly at the horse trampling the phoenix. A look of utter confusion in his eyes. Even more bewildered is Chen Xian. Is that the work of Chu Ming? Impossible. Upon seeing Chu Ming's creation, she is rendered speechless. She has investigated Chu Ming and knows his true identity. How could he possibly possess such exquisite carving skills? Truly astonishing. The host's voice rings out in disbelief. Master whose work is simply exceptional. As soon as he finishes speaking, he realizes he has momentarily lost composure. As the host, one must maintain objectivity. He quickly clears his throat and states, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the voting phase. Please scan the QR code to access our Bailuo Tang public account and cast your votes. You have a limited time of 10 minutes. We will determine the ultimate victor based on the number of votes." The two podiums on stage illuminate, displaying the vote counts for Chu Kuang and Hu Buwei. A large QR code is prominently displayed above the stage. Many audience members immediately begin scanning, while others scrutinize the two works on stage. They hesitate as both creations are remarkable. While Chu Ming's piece is slightly superior, the phoenix is too small for them to examine closely from afar. Currently, the vote count stands at 100 to 110, with Master Hu leading by a narrow margin. The host glances at the podium and promptly states, "Many friends have yet to cast their votes. Feel free to continue voting, for your single vote could determine the outcome." In response to the host's words, those who have not yet voted begin to ponder. Indeed, it is quite challenging to choose between the two works. If one were to judge, Chu Ming's creation is undoubtedly the better of the two. Yet Chu Kuang's seems quite commendable as well. Observing this scene, a smile creeps onto Chu Kuang's lips, with just 10 votes separating them. He believes he still has a chance to turn the tide. A little manipulation should suffice. A glint of malice flashes in his eyes. He flicks his finger, sending a dark stream of energy towards the horse trampling the phoenix before Chu Ming. He is confident that once this stream strikes the jade sculpture, it will undoubtedly shatter. At that moment, the crowd will realize that it was Hu Buwei's poor design that caused the jade to break under pressure. He, Chu Kuang, will emerge victorious. However, just as he is about to execute his plan, Chu Ming casually waves his hand. The dark stream of energy is completely thwarted. What? Chu Kuang is taken aback, although the force he flicked was not immense. It should not have been so easily deflected by Hu Buwei. Could it be that Hu Buwei is more than just a master of internal strength? At this moment, Chu Ming slowly turns his head. Fixing his icy gaze upon Chu Kuang, The coldness in his eyes imprints deeply into Chu Kuang's consciousness. This Hu Bu Wei? Could it be? Chu Kuang's face pales instantly. This Hu Bu Wei is definitely not merely an internal strength master as publicly claimed. It seems that Hu Bu Wei is far more formidable than he had ever anticipated. The title of internal strength master is merely a FA-aid. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 2 minutes left to vote. The host reminds everyone. The audience snaps back to reality. Perhaps we should vote for Master Chu Kuang. His phoenix is larger and more aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, a rainbow phoenix is a rarity, and given his youth, he deserves our support. Just as many decide to aid Chu Kuang, a gentle breeze sweeps in from afar, rustling across the stage. The crowd suddenly freezes. The light emanating from the jade sculpture before Chu Ming begins to move with the wind. This spectacle leaves everyone speechless in astonishment. The phoenix's feathers are actually fluttering. Isn't that a jade sculpture? How can it move? Could it be that master who carved the jade so thinly to achieve this effect? But would it not shatter? This is utterly unfathomable. This sudden breeze reveals the true form of Chu Ming's work. Who will triumph and who will fall? The outcome is clear. Vote for Master Hu. Yes, we must vote for Master Hu. I have already voted for Chu Kuang. Can I change my vote now? Those still hesitating no longer dally, quickly scanning the code to cast their votes for Chu Ming. Even those who previously supported Chu Kuang now regret their decision. Time ticks away. Alright, 10 minutes are up. The host announces, and the current vote count stands at 123 to 325. Master Hu has decisively triumphed over Master Chu. Now, let us congratulate Master Hu Bu Wei for winning the 50,000 yuan prize sponsored by Luo Tang, along with the title of guest elder of the Bai family. Wait! Just as the host announces the results, the previously silent Chu Kuang suddenly speaks up. The entire venue falls silent. Master Chu, do you have something to say? The host inquires, puzzled. I would like to ask the so-called Master Hu. Since you are capable of carving such a masterpiece, would you care to accept 3 challenges from me? Chu Kuang coldly gazes at Chu Ming. This statement detonates like a bomb within the crowd. Everyone erupts in disbelief. This young man dares to challenge Master Hu Bu Wei. How brazen. Master Hu is quite aged. Could it be that he is so incensed by his loss that he seeks to confront him? Master Hu, you must not acquiesce. Many voices rise in concern, fearing that Hu Bu Wei might rashly agree. In truth, Chu Ming had not anticipated that Chu Kuang would directly demand a confrontation. He is unprepared for such an encounter. As the crowd's presence makes it unsuitable for him to strike with deadly intent. Perhaps not, young man. Chu Ming chuckles lightly. You should practice for another 2 years before challenging me. Chu Ming begins to tidy his belongings, preparing to depart. Yet at that moment, a fierce glint surges in Chu Kuang's eyes. In an instant, he appears behind Chu Ming. The force of his punch ripples through the air, causing the breath of everyone present to halt. However, Chu Ming's eyes flash with determination. He suddenly turns, meeting the punch with an open palm. The collision reverberates. The gust of wind generated sends the black cloth on stage flying. Even the host is knocked back by the sudden force. Chu Kuang takes a deep breath and abruptly withdraws, landing a short distance away. His gaze is fixed grimly upon Chu Ming as he coldly states, "Indeed, it is you, the false Underworld King." Chapter 121. Defeated the Underworld King. In the face of Chu Kuang's accusation, Chu Ming merely smiles faintly. He retrieves a mask from his pocket. The black robe at his waist is tossed skyward, unfurling in the wind. As it descends, it perfectly envelops Chu Ming. The mask is slowly placed upon his face, his gaze now appearing cold and detached. It is good to see you again. Chu Ming speaks softly, his voice low. Chu Kuang, I never expected that Hu Bu Wei would turn out to be the false Underworld King. Chu Kuang narrows his eyes, his murderous intent flaring. He cannot comprehend how this person possesses his eternal underworld path technique. He also struggles to understand why this individual would choose to be his adversary. But today, he has uncovered the identity of this false underworld king, and from this day forth, he will no longer be on the back foot. Ha ha ha, since ancient times success and failure define heroes, you cannot compare to me, yet you dare to call yourself the underworld king. Chu Ming laughs heartily. Today, you are outmatched in both skill and spirit. What right do you have to refer to yourself as Underworld King? Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang grits his teeth in fury. He had disregarded everything to be reborn on Earth. He once thought that the regrets of his past life would be rectified. Yet, he never anticipated that rebirth would bring incessant troubles. The Underworld King before him does not exist in any of his past life memories. Hu Bu Wei, I know not whence you acquired your eternal underworld path technique. But, Chu Kuang's words trail off. Meanwhile, Chu Ming's eyes glint with brilliance. His figure swiftly moves, appearing before Chu Kuang at an astonishing speed. This sight leaves the audience utterly flabbergasted. With their keen eyes, they could not even perceive Chu Ming's movement. In the next moment, Chu Ming's right hand has grasped Chu Kuang's throat. I detest your use of the term this king. Chu Ming speaks calmly. He suddenly exerts force with his right hand. Chu Kuang's body trembles, his face turning crimson. You? Chu Kuang's eyes widen in shock, his breath quickening. This person dares to lay hands on him in front of so many? Why? Does he not fear the repercussions? Quickly, someone stop Master Hu. Yes, we cannot allow this to escalate to a fatal outcome. At this moment, the crowd awakens from their stupor. If this continues, Chu Kuang may very well be choked to death by Chu Ming. The host promptly stepped forward, preparing to mediate. However, at that very moment, Chu Kuang, whose neck was tightly gripped by Chu Ming, let out a piercing roar towards the heavens. The power coursing through him suddenly erupted, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue. This unexpected surge of strength compelled Chu Ming to instinctively release his hold on Chu Kuang, causing him to retreat several steps, a flicker of coldness manifesting in his gaze. A desperate struggle. With a swift motion, Chu Ming unleashed a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang lightly sprang into action, delivering a counterattack with equal force. Boom! As their palms collided, both men staggered back a few steps. Chu Kuang violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. In contrast, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, his black robe billowing in the fierce wind. Indeed, it appears you are prepared to fight to the death, he mused with a faint smile. In that instant, a similar crimson sheen flickered in his pupils. That was the eternal nether path technique. This blood-red aura was even more intense than that of Chu Kuang. The atmosphere surrounding Chu Ming became exceedingly perilous, causing even the onlookers and the host, who intended to mediate, to hesitate in fear. From where do you summon this arcane technique? Chu Kuang gasped, his breath heavy as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Ming. To this day, he could not fathom why Chu Ming's cultivation method mirrored his own, yet he seemed to master it at a far greater speed. How is this possible? Take a wild guess. Chu Ming replied with a smile, his right hand grasping as a dark whirlwind materialized, faint yet tangible within his palm. But you must first withstand my strike to have a chance to guess. Otherwise, how could you possibly be worthy? Just as Chu Kuang was taken aback, the gust from Chu Ming's impending strike surged forth. The tables and chairs upon the stage trembled violently, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Damn it! Chu Kuang roared, biting through his own index finger and pressing it against his forehead. In an instant, his pupils swelled with a frenzied crimson light. Boom! 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 The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, the ground beneath them crumbling, the entire stage teetering on the brink of collapse. Protect those two statues. The host, perceiving the gravity of the situation, hurriedly beckoned the staff to intervene. Even if he could not halt the combatants, preserving the statues would suffice, for their materials originated from the Bailuo Hall. A wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Just as they steadied the statues, the figures of Chu Kuang and Chu Ming suddenly burst forth from beneath the floor. The ground shattered, leaving the onlookers in shock. Two dark streaks of light descended upon either side of the stage. On the left, Chu Kuang. On the right, Chu Ming. Unlike before, Chu Ming's expression was now grave. You dare to expend your own essence to contend with me, he declared solemnly. Within the eternal nether path technique, there exists a method allowing practitioners to temporarily exchange their life essence for power. This was one of Chu Kuang's trump cards. To his astonishment, Chu Ming's actions had forced this card into play. Ha ha ha. You've compelled me to sacrifice so much of my essence. Today I must ensure you remain here. Chu Kuang, disregarding the presence of bystanders and the Bai family, was fixated solely on Chu Ming's demise. I shall make you aware that I am the true king of the Nether. Chu Kuang howled to the heavens. Dark light scattering around him, Chu Ming felt an acute sense of danger. In the original narrative, sacrificing one's essence could yield several times one's strength. However, following its use, immense cultivation was required to compensate. Such a move was not to be made lightly. Chu Kuang was indeed a madman. Since you are determined to fight to the death, I shall accompany you. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and bit into his own index finger. The excruciating pain shot through him, a sensation he had never before experienced. If only he could apply this blood to his forehead. Taking a deep breath just as he was about to act, two burly men in military uniforms suddenly charged from the crowd. These two formidable figures positioned themselves before Chu Ming. Mere moments later, Chu Kuang's forceful strike descended. Break! The two military men shouted in unison. Their muscles bulged as they braced for Chu Kuang's palm. What? Chu Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon the collision of their strikes, a powerful wind erupted, sending him crashing to the far side of the stage. His complexion turned ashen. Even Chu Ming stood in stunned silence, just as he prepared to unleash his full might against Chu Kuang. These two men had intervened. Who were they? While Chu Ming pondered, he observed the two military men salute the crowd. Commander Jiyu, we have subdued the target, the king of the Nether. Awaiting orders. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming turned in astonishment. A path parted in the crowd, revealing an elderly man in military attire approaching leisurely. Chu Ming's heart sank. Jiyu Shengwu. Chapter 122. You certainly have guts. At that moment, Jiyu Shengwu wore a broad smile. 10 minutes prior, he had received word of the king of the Nether's appearance. Without hesitation, he rushed to the scene, arriving just in time to catch Chu Kuang's earth-shattering declaration. I shall make you aware that I am the true king of the Nether. This proclamation filled Jiyu Shengwu with immense joy. After searching for days without a trace of the so-called king of the Nether, he had finally located him. You too, bring that king of the Nether to me. Jiyu Shengwu commanded sharply. Yes, sir. The two military men sprang into action. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, incredulously realizing that both of them were of master-level caliber. What did Jiyu Shengwu intend to achieve by bringing two master-level fighters here? Within half a minute, the two military men had already brought the weakened Chu Kuang before them. Chu Ming was astonished to see Chu Kuang on the brink of collapse. It was evident how much strength these two military men had exerted. Report to Commander Jiyu, we have captured the target. The king of the Nether. The two men bowed in unison. Jiyu Shengwu burst into laughter, stepping forward to grip Chu Kuang's face. You, the so-called king of the Nether? From my perspective, you are hardly impressive. Though Chu Kuang was on the verge of unconsciousness, Jiyu Shengwu's words pierced through his ears, igniting a fire of rage within him. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not clench his fists, exhausted from his previous battle with Chu Ming. He was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely at the mercy of others. All right, take him away, Jiyu Shengwu ordered with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. The soldiers behind him quickly moved in to restrain Chu Kuang. Chu Ming stared blankly at the unfolding scene, still grappling with why Jiyu Shengwu sought to apprehend Chu Kuang. Did Jiyu Shengwu harbor a grudge against him? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, pondering the impossibility of that scenario. As this detail was absent from the original narrative, what could be the reason? Chu Ming was utterly perplexed, yet even if he racked his brain, he would never uncover that the events stemming from his family's affairs had led to this moment. In the crowd, Chen Xian appeared equally dazed. They sought the king of the Nether. Wasn't he Chu Ming the one they were after? Why had they captured Chu Kuang instead? Although Chen Xian was aware of Chu Ming's identity, she had no intention of revealing it in this context. Like Chu Ming, she found the situation bewildering. Not only they, but the others were also left in a state of confusion. Jiyu Shengwu had captured Chu Kuang. Why? Before the crowd could piece together the reasons behind this unexpected turn of events, one of the military men pointed at Chu Ming and declared, Commander Jiyu, there is another suspicious individual in black attire over there. Should we apprehend him as well? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming inhaled sharply. He quickly countered, The two military men who had just intervened were master-level fighters nearing their peak. Behind Jiu Shengwu stood 5 more masters. Adding to this, there were over 20 internal martial arts experts, with Jiu Shengwu himself being a master. That totaled 8 masters and 20+ internal martial arts practitioners. How could Chu Ming possibly contend against them alone? It would be akin to sacrificing oneself. Chu Ming was instantly filled with dread. He hastily removed his mask and shed his black robe, revealing the face of Hu Buwei, isn't that Master Hu. Jiu Shengwu, initially intent on capturing Chu Ming for questioning, suddenly broke into a smile upon recognizing him. Master Hu, why are you wearing a mask? I almost didn't recognize you. Clearly, Jiu Shengwu was acquainted with Hu Buwei. As one was a leader from the Linju military district and the other a renowned sculptor from the Jiangxia region, their familiarity was entirely reasonable. However, Jiu Shengwu's words brought a wave of relief to Chu Ming. Some juniors were provoking me, and I got carried away. Chu Ming mimicked Hu Buwei's tone, feigning an apologetic demeanor. I hope Commander Jiu will forgive me, Master Hu. Let us consider this matter settled for today. I shall visit your residence another day, and you must show me your treasured works. Jiu Shengwu replied with a nonchalant smile. Certainly, certainly. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. Thankfully, Jiu Shengwu had not recognized him. Otherwise, with Jiu Shengwu's temperament, he would undoubtedly have been taken back to the military district for questioning. In that environment, experts abounded. Even a grandmaster like Zhuan Ji would likely find no advantage. Given Chu Ming's current strength, he would probably find himself trapped indefinitely. Let us depart. Jiu Shengwu waved his hand, turning away with satisfaction. Capturing the king of the Nether was enough to elate him. He had no interest in the grievances between Chu Kuang and Hu Buwei. As Jiu Shengwu chose not to inquire, he never imagined that the Hu Buwei before him was, in fact, the genuine article. However, the true instigator, the one who stirred chaos in the Chen family and assaulted the 4th elder of the Chen family. The king of hell was none other than him. What he captured was merely a Fa-8. Watching Jiu Shengwu lead his men away, Chu Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief. 8 masters and over 20 inner strength experts. What did Jiu Shengwu intend to do? Chu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Thankfully, Jiu Shengwu had no intention of targeting him. A minor incident had occurred. At that moment, the host, trembling with fear, finally dared to step forward, awkwardly smiling as he announced, "Now, let us congratulate Master Hu for winning this time's championship." The audience wore peculiar expressions. What was a minor incident in reality had escalated to an accident. To put it mildly, however, out of respect for Hu Buwei, they still clapped awkwardly, their applause sparse. From now on, Bai Luotang is open to all of you. You may freely select from all the collections. And everything will be at a 20% discount. Sensing the crowd's mood, the host finally revealed the main news he had prepared for the day. 20% off. Upon hearing this, many in the audience brightened. Wonderful. There is a Kilin statue I've wanted to purchase, but it was too expensive. Now with the discount, I might consider buying it. Indeed, I have my eye on something as well. Items from Bai Luotang will only appreciate in value, not depreciate. Ha, I came on the right day. The audience had already cast aside the earlier events and began to form pairs, heading towards Bai Luotang. Chu Ming also found an excuse to slip back into the courtyard behind Bai Luotang. There, an elderly man bound with ropes lay unconscious in a corner. That was the real Hu Buwei. To cover his tracks before leaving, Chu Ming had placed several newspapers over him. I'm exhausted. Chu Ming removed the garments belonging to Hu Buwei that he had been wearing. But just then, a cold voice broke through from behind him. Chu Ming, you're quite daring. Chu Ming's body stiffened slowly. He turned around. Chen Xian had appeared behind him without him noticing. Chapter 123. Chen Buyu. Chu Ming was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He calmly replied, "Miss, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Click. His right hand was cuffed by Chen Xian. Chu Ming? Do not think that just because you disguised yourself as Hu Buwei, I wouldn't recognize you. Chen Xian scoffed. Chu Ming, I am well aware of your tricks. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming was immediately bewildered. She could see through his disguise as an old man. On what grounds? Miss, could you please remove the handcuffs? Chu Ming smiled awkwardly. What did you call me? Chen Xian asked, a smirk on her face. Miss. Click, another handcuff clamped down on Chu Ming's wrist. What are you calling me? Chen Xian pressed. This lady. Click, alright Chen Xian. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, conceding, I admit defeat. Please unlock me. You're not that impressive. You wish to be quite beautiful, Chen Xian sneered. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Do not force me. Chu Ming glared at Chen Xian. She shot back a glare. Do not force me either. Chu Ming was fuming. What do you want? We agreed that I would take you shopping. And once we return I shall naturally set you free, Chen Xian stated calmly, laying out her terms. Chu Ming clenched his fists. A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. He had thought he could escape but was taken aback by the situation. Of course, if you are unwilling I won't force you, Chen Xian continued. Really? Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Chen Xian nodded. However, my grandfather might come to Lingju City with his men. I will ensure he pays you a visit. Chu Ming fumed. Are you threatening me? Oh no, how could a little girl dare to threaten the king of hell? Chen Xian laughed sweetly. However, if you refused, these events could indeed transpire. Chu Ming took a deep breath. With the Chen family's formidable experts, if they came, he would have no means of escape at his current level. I agree. Chu Ming practically bit off the words. Then change your appearance and let us depart. Chen Xian smiled. Chu Ming reluctantly wiped his face. He restored his original visage. He secretly resolved to resolve the dilemma posed by Chen Xian before matters escalated further. Otherwise, being led around by her would be too unbearable. At the same moment in the military district of Lingju City, the iron bars of the military district were removed. Welcome back, Commander Jiyu. Soldiers in military uniforms saluted in unison on either side of the entrance. Gu Shengwu smiled at the soldiers, waving at them. Brothers, you've worked hard. He was in exceptionally good spirits. The king of hell he was tasked to capture had finally been apprehended. At last, he could provide a satisfactory report to the capital. As the vehicle came to a halt, the burly soldiers in military attire dragged the barely conscious Chu Kuang out of the car. Upon seeing him, Jiu Shengwu noted that Chu Kuang's aura was even more stable than before. What a resilient lad, Jiu Shengwu praised. It's a pity you chose to provoke the Chen family. Alas, do not blame me for being ruthless. Take him away, confine him to the interrogation room. I intend to question this individual thoroughly when the higher-ups arrive. Upon hearing Jiu Shengwu's orders, the soldiers promptly bowed in response. Yes. Chu Kuang, with a pale visage, raised his head. He glanced at Jiu Shengwu, bewildered. He bore no grudge against Jiu Shengwu, nor did he have any animosity with the Chen family as mentioned by Jiu Shengwu. Why was he being targeted? In his past life's memories, he had no dealings with Jiu Shengwu. After his rebirth, Jiu Shengwu was not on the list of those he sought revenge against. Why was Jiu Shengwu after him? Chu Kuang could not comprehend. Even if he racked his brain, he could not grasp the reason behind this. Could it be that the Chu family sent someone to capture him? How could that be? The soldiers unceremoniously threw Chu Kuang into the military's interrogation room. It contained only 2 chairs and a large table. Moments later, Jiu Shengwu entered the interrogation room accompanied by an elderly man in dark green military attire with white hair. Chu Kuang weakly looked up. The elderly man exuded a steady presence. He could vaguely see the nameplate on his chest, which read, Deputy Commander Chen Buyu. Commander Chen, it is indeed him, Jiu Shengwu introduced. When I captured him, he was preparing to commit an act of violence, loudly proclaiming himself the king of hell. Oh. Chen Buyu narrowed his eyes, gazing at Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's cold glare met Chen Buyu's. Their gazes clashed in the air. Chen Buyu frowned slightly. Indeed, he possessed a certain audacity. No wonder he dared to assault our family's 4th elder. Chen Buyu sneered. Little Jiu, you've done well. Thank you for the praise. Commander Chen, Jiu Shengwu beamed with joy. I shall record this as a first-class merit for you. Your effort in capturing the King of Hell deserves recognition, Chen Buyu stated. Not at all, it was my duty. Jiu Shengwu quickly saluted Chen Buyu. By the way, have you investigated this man's identity? Chen Buyu inquired. Yes, Commander. Jiu Shengwu replied. He had immediately ordered his subordinates to clarify Chu Kuang's identity as soon as he captured him. Let me see. Chen Buyu took the document. Commander, this man's real name is Chu Kuang. According to our investigation, he is the son of the disowned heir from the Chu family, Chu Pinghai. Jiu Shengwu elaborated. However, the Chu Pinghai couple has been preoccupied with business and left their son living alone, sending a monthly allowance, which may have led to Chu Kuang's lack of familial affection. Interesting. He is indeed a descendant of the Chu family. Chen Buyu's gaze fell upon Chu Kuang, scoffing. No wonder you would hand over our Chen family's treasure, the extreme blood blade, to those from the Chu family. The exchange between the two drew a frown from Chu Kuang. Extreme blood blade? What is this extreme blood blade you speak of? I know nothing of what you are talking about. Chu Kuang rasped. I advise you not to play with fire. Once I regain my strength, you shall all perish. You dare to speak defiantly. Jiu Shengwu slammed the table. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Heh. Merely an ant. Chu Kuang coldly regarded both Chen Buyu and Jiu Shengwu. His eyes filled with disdain. He was the king of hell reborn. How could he yield to two martial artists from Earth? What a jest! Once he reclaimed his power, crushing these two would be as easy as squashing a chick. Chapter 124. You take advantage of me. Upon hearing Chu Kuang's arrogant words, a fierce glint flickered in Jiu Shengwu's eyes. Nonsense. He coldly snorted, preparing to teach Chu Kuang a lesson. But at that moment, Chen Buyu stopped him. Commander. Jiu Shengwu was taken aback. Enough, the family head has decreed that we cannot harm him, Chen Buyu stated nonchalantly. In that case, I must ensure he is brought to the capital unscathed. Understood. Jiu Shengwu did not argue. He found Chu Kuang exceedingly displeasing. The constant self-reference as this king was simply too arrogant, yet, with Chen Buyu's words, Jiu Shengwu had no recourse. Let it be, since it is already known that he belongs to the Chu family. Let the family head handle it. Chen Buyu glanced at the cold-eyed Chu Kuang and spoke indifferently. In 1 hour, arrange for a helicopter to take him to the capital overnight. Understood. Jiu Shengwu immediately accepted the order. Someone, take him away and wait for the helicopter's arrival. Jiu Shengwu bellowed. Immediately 2 burly men in military uniforms rushed in. They bound Chu Kuang tightly, ensuring he could not move, and swiftly carried him out. At this moment, the only emotions in Chu Kuang's eyes were indifference, mingled with confusion. He could not comprehend why these individuals were capturing him in such a manner. Time slowly passed. The night veil gradually descended over Linju city. On South Street of Linju, all passers-by turned their gazes toward the center of the street. Each of their faces displayed expressions of astonishment. A young man clad in white was struggling to follow a girl wearing a pink duck-billed cap. Burdened with 3 or 4 dozen gift bags, the sheer number of gift bags obscured most of the young man's face. Chu Ming, can you hurry up a bit? Chen Xian shouted angrily. My lady. You bought so many things and you still want me to move faster? Chu Ming replied with a hint of grievance. Why don't you try carrying them yourself? Enough chatter. Chen Xian shot him a glare. If you keep talking back, I'll have you cuffed again. Fine, fine. You can pretend I didn't say anything. Chu Ming, though furious, found himself entirely at the mercy of Chen Xian. He had come to realize that her insistence on not letting anyone else accompany him was simply to make him suffer a bit. This was revenge. Chu Ming was utterly convinced that Chen Xian was exacting retribution for the scare he had given her earlier. That shameless woman. Chu Ming, I'm a bit hungry. How about we visit the snack street? Chen Xian inquired with a smile. Are you sure? Chu Ming's expression changed. I still have all these things in my hands. How am I supposed to carry them? Simple, find a courier service. And send them back to Chiyu Lake first, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. You mean to say you always send your purchases home? Chu Ming was taken aback. Yes, didn't you know? Chen Xian chuckled. Otherwise it's a hassle to carry everything. Chu Ming's breath hitched. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Chen family, her spending habits were more terrifying than he had imagined. When he had gone out with Su Mingfei, she would at most ask him to carry her things. As for sending them home, Su Mingfei probably wouldn't have even thought of that. But listening to Chen Xian, it seemed this was the norm. Spendthrift. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, but the Chen family was not lacking in money. They were far wealthier than the Chu family. Chu Ming, as a young master, received a pitiful allowance, compared to Chen Xian. His was truly insignificant. Enough talk, the nearest courier point is still a kilometer away. You better hold on tight. If anything gets damaged, I'll hold you accountable. Chen Xian shot Chu Ming a warning glare. She was relishing the power of directing Chu Ming. The resentment from being frightened by him earlier had finally dissipated. Hurry up, stop dawdling, Chen Xian urged. Chen Xian. Chu Ming snapped, don't go too far. What do you intend to do? Chen Xian halted, a playful smile on her lips. You're carrying your own things, aren't you? Chu Ming unloaded all the gift bags he was carrying, tossing them one by one at Chen Xian's feet. Enough is enough. He had reached his limit. If he continued to endure, would he still be the villain? I'm going back. Chu Ming turned and prepared to leave. Chu Ming. Chen Xian's brows furrowed tightly. As he was about to leave, she grasped his arm. What are you doing? Chu Ming's expression darkened. Chen Xian stood on her toes and kissed him. A lipstick mark appeared on Chu Ming's face. He was momentarily stunned. The sky had fallen, the earth had cracked, humanity was doomed, lightning tore through the heavens. Chu Ming's mind went completely blank. It was the first time he had ever been kissed by a girl. Previously, Su Mingfei wouldn't even let him hold her hand. This is a reward, Chen Xian said. You helped me carry things, and there's a bonus. Chen Xian's soft voice, enchanting and irresistible, reached Chu Ming's ears. Chu Ming looked earnestly at Chen Xian, who mirrored his gaze with equal seriousness. Apologized. Chu Ming suddenly exclaimed angrily, who gave you permission to kiss me? You think you're worthy, Chen Xian? In the capital. She had no idea how many young masters desired a kiss from her, yet Chu Ming had the audacity to reject her. Chen Xian was utterly perplexed. She couldn't fathom Chu Ming's thought process. What on earth did he mean? Chu Ming wiped the lipstick mark from his face, glaring coldly at Chen Xian. You let me carry your things, and now you take advantage of me. There's something definitely wrong with you. Faced with Chu Ming's furious accusations, Chen Xian was left speechless. She took advantage of him. Goodness, if her friends in the capital knew, they would laugh her to death. Did Chen Xian really need to take advantage of a man? Chen Xian felt like banging her head against a wall, trying to understand what Chu Ming was thinking. Take your things. I don't care. Chu Ming scoffed. Your threats won't work. I'm leaving. He shook off Chen Xian's hand and dashed into the crowd. Soon, he vanished from sight, leaving Chen Xian alone, disheveled in the wind. But at that moment, a figure that had been observing them for a while stepped out of the crowd and approached Chen Xian. He began picking up the items Chu Ming had discarded and arranging them neatly. Who are you? Chen Xian was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Miss Chen, we meet again. The young man slowly stood up, revealing a handsome face clad in a white coat. He looked at Chen Xian and smiled. It's a pleasure to see you again. I am Jiyu Yuding, a direct descendant of the Jiyu family. Chapter 125. The Compromised Chen Xian. Jiyu Yuding. Upon hearing the name, Chen Xian froze momentarily. She recalled that Jiyu Yuding was indeed the current boyfriend of Chu Ming's ex-girlfriend. They had met at the Western restaurant of the Zhao group. Miss Chen, it appears that Chu Ming does not regard you highly at all, Jiyu Yuding remarked with a faint smile. He actually abandoned such a beauty as you. Such a man is truly unreliable. As Jiyu Yuding spoke, he waved to the crowd. Several bodyguards in black suits rushed out from the throng. They gathered all the gift bags that Chen Xian had dropped on the ground. Jiyu Yuding smiled. How about I accompany Miss Chen for a shopping spree? He raised his head slowly, expecting to see Chen Xian's astonished and delighted expression. Instead, a fair hand suddenly swung toward his right cheek with great force. Slap! Jiyu Yuding's right cheek immediately turned red and swollen, his steps faltering slightly. Young master. One of the black-clad bodyguards quickly steadied Jiyu Yuding. Miss Chen? Jiyu Yuding was utterly bewildered. Why had Chen Xian suddenly struck him? Wasn't she supposed to thank him for his assistance? After all, Chu Ming had left her all alone. Wouldn't Chen Xian think that was too much? That is something Chu Ming was supposed to carry. You have your people put it down, Chen Xian stated coldly. Young lady, since Chu Ming abandoned you, a man like that. Jiyu Yuding began to explain, but before he could finish, Chen Xian's hand struck his left cheek with equal force. The blow rendered Jiyu Yuding momentarily dazed. Why was he being hit again? I know what kind of person Chu Ming is. You think you have the right to criticize him, Chen Xian retorted angrily. She was already upset with Chu Ming's behavior, and now Jiyu Yuding was throwing himself into the line of fire. Was he looking for trouble, Miss Chen? Jiyu Yuding gritted his teeth, forcing a pained smile. No matter what Chu Ming did, he is still a young master of the Chu family. Doesn't he deserve you? Let me accompany you shopping this way, our Jiyu family. What does your Jiyu family want? Chen Xian retorted. Jiyu Yuding coughed lightly, smiling. I'll be honest with you, Miss Chen. Our Jiyu family has already severed ties with the Su family, and we are looking for a strong ally to deal with them, and the Chen family is our top choice. If you are willing, we can buy this place outright. So you're trying to win my favor? A cold glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. She despised those who approached her solely for personal gain. Such individuals would be met with her wrath. Not exactly winning your favor, Jiyu Yuding smiled. I merely wish to become friends with you, or perhaps your subordinate. That works too. Miss Chen, you must be all alone in Linju City. I presume you could use a subordinate, otherwise you wouldn't have let Chu Ming act as your servant. Jiyu Yuding chuckled, and I, Jiyu Yuding, am a person of greater excellence and standing than Chu Ming. So you now have the power of choice. You've investigated me. Chen Xian's brows knitted tightly. Jiyu Yuding's false smile repulsed her. I wouldn't say investigated, but ever since we parted ways at the Western restaurant, I have been considering this matter, Jiyu Yuding replied with a faint smile. If Miss Chen agrees, I, Jiyu Yuding, will always be by your side, never leaving. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xian felt a shiver run down her spine. How could Jiyu Yuding be so shameless? She finally understood. Jiyu Yuding must have been following her and Chu Ming all along. Now that Jiyu Yuding saw Chu Ming had left, he was attempting to seize the opportunity. After all, from his perspective, it appeared as though Chu Ming had quarreled with Chen Xian. If he did not take advantage of this opening, would he still be Jiyu Yuding? Since you have investigated me, you should be aware of my activities in the capital, right? Chen Xian's eyes glinted as she regarded Jiyu Yuding with a semblance of a smile. Jiyu Yuding was taken aback. He was only aware of Chen Xian's reputation as a little vixen in the capital. Beyond that, he was utterly oblivious. He stammered, I would appreciate it if Miss Chen could clarify. Then watch closely. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. She lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Jiyu Yuding's abdomen. Now I shall reveal to you why those lecherous men dare not approach me. Chen Xian's sudden kick left Jiyu Yuding in a state of shock. He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Bending over and collapsing to the ground, young master. The bodyguards panicked, hastily dropping the gift bags in their hands to assist Jiyu Yuding. However, he was drenched in cold sweat from the agony. What have you done to our young master? The bodyguards furiously demanded of Chen Xian. Chen Xian's expression was frigid, showing no fear of the brawny bodyguards. You still wish to approach me? Do you think just anyone can serve as my subordinate? Jiyu Yuding, listen closely. In this city of linen, I will only have Chu Ming as my subordinate. Everyone else should keep their distance. Otherwise, if I become enraged, this will be your fate. Chen Xian huffed coldly. You. The bodyguards gritted their teeth, surrounding Chen Xian. Clearly, they intended to subdue her. Stop! Jiyu Yuding hastily interjected from the ground. The pain in his abdomen was excruciating, a torment more unbearable than death itself, yet he still managed to rise with the support of the guards. Miss Chen, Jiyu Yuding said, beads of sweat on his forehead, yet he remained resolute. It was my fault. Your kick has awakened me. From now on, I, Jiyu Yuding, shall obey your every command. How does that sound? No need. Chen Xian frowned. Jiyu Yuding was truly persistent. Perhaps it was due to the head of the Jiyu family being gravely injured and missing, and the Su family severing ties with the Jiyu family, that the Jiyu family was hastily seeking allies. Chen Xian understood this well. Miss Chen, please do not make a decision just yet. Jiyu Yuding's face was pale, but he forced a smile. Allow us to follow you. If you could suggest a thing or two to the head of the Chen family, we will comply with your orders. Gu Yuding's heart burned with fury, wishing he could tear Chen Xian to shreds. Yet he had to fulfill his family's orders. Now was a precarious time for the Jiyu family. If he could befriend Chen Xian, it would not only stabilize the Jiyu family's position but also allow him to outmaneuver his brothers and ascend as the head of the Jiyu family. Are you not tiresome? Chen Xian retorted angrily. I no longer desire these things. She was genuinely repulsed by Jiyu Yuding's attitude. After being kicked, he could still suppress his anger and bow low. Such a person was truly frightening. Miss Chen, regardless of the circumstances, Jiyu shall follow you until you agree. Seeing Chen Xian preparing to leave, Jiyu Yuding hurriedly pursued her. Do not follow me. Chen Xian frowned. Miss Chen, please do not say that. I am sincere. I have told you not to follow me. Miss Chen. Chen Xian found Jiyu Yuding exceedingly bothersome, especially since that scoundrel Chu Ming had abandoned her. With no other option, she took out her phone. She dialed Chu Ming's number. And the call connected swiftly. Hello. Chu Ming's deep voice resonated from the other end. Chu Ming, I command you to return immediately. HMPH. Chu Ming scoffed coldly and hung up. Chen Xian was momentarily stunned. She was furious. How dare Chu Ming hang up on her? She dialed again and the call went through. Chu Ming's voice continued. Is there anything else? Chu Ming, if you refuse to return, I will immediately reveal your secret to my grandfather. Do as you wish. The call was cut again. Chen Xian was abruptly taken aback. Did Chu Ming truly not fear her divulging this to the Chen family? Unwilling to relent, she called again. Chu Ming. Smack! Before she could utter more than a few words, Chu Ming hung up. Chen Xian gritted her teeth and continued to dial. Chu. Smack. Chu Ming. You. Smack. After 8 unsuccessful calls, Chen Xian finally relented. The 9th call connected. Chu Ming, do not hang up. I was wrong. Hurry back. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Chu Ming asked with a smile, what did you do wrong? How can you even ask what I did wrong? You are truly... Smack. The phone was hung up again. Chen Xian took a deep breath, glancing back at the ever-smiling Jiyu Yuding trailing behind her. She dialed a 10th time, before Chu Ming could speak. She hastily said, I was wrong. I should not have made you retrieve things. I should not have threatened you. HMPH, do you think I was angry for that? Chu Ming scoffed. Chen Xian was taken aback. Then what were you angry about? Who told you to kiss me? Do you think you are worthy of kissing my face? Chen Xian was left in a daze. What did Chu Ming think of himself? After a kiss, he was the one feeling wronged. Fine, how about I let you kiss me back? Chen Xian gritted her teeth as she spoke. This was the greatest concession she could muster. She did not comprehend what on earth that detestable Chu Ming was thinking. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Chu Ming snorted. Unless you agree not to threaten me in the guise of the King of Hell, I will not return. That is unacceptable. Chen Xian firmly rejected. Then we have nothing to discuss. Wait. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian conceded. I agree to your terms. For 1 week I will not use this to threaten you. A month. 1.5 weeks. A month. 2 weeks. A month. All right, a month it is. Chen Xian had no choice but to acquiesce to Chu Ming's demands. Once she dealt with the troublesome Jiyu Yuding, she would have plenty of ways to handle Chu Ming. For now, she decided to let Chu Ming enjoy a moment of triumph. All right, where are you? Chu Ming asked in a low voice. I am still at the commercial street. Jiyu Yuding is following me with his people. Your task is to get rid of them. Chen Xian replied. Jiyu Yuding is there too. Upon hearing those 3 words, Chu Ming's brow furrowed. This Jiyu Yuding, could he possibly think he had some sort of relationship with Chen Xian, hence attempting to steal her away? Chapter 126. The Jiyu family's solution. I understand. Chu Ming promptly hung up the phone. Jiyu Yuding's presence beside Chen Xian was undoubtedly not a good omen for him. With no other option, he resolved to return. Chu Ming glanced at Tang Lin in the driver's seat, sighing. Tang Lin, why would you go back to help someone as unreasonable as Chen Xian? Jiyu Yuding has appeared, Chu Ming explained. The prior conflict between the Jiyu family and the Su family has caused him to fall out with Su Mingfei. It is likely that he has ulterior motives this time. And what does that have to do with us? Tang Lin queried, puzzled. Have you forgotten? Chu Ming replied coolly, if the Jiyu family were to ally with the Chen family, our status as allies of the Chen family would inevitably diminish. A single extreme path blood blade is simply insufficient. Chu Ming's thoughts were as clear as day. Although the extreme path blood blade was a treasured asset of the Chen family, it was virtually impossible for the Chen family to maintain the Chu family status. To continue as allies, they needed sufficient leverage. Until Chu Ming could present enough leverage, he had to ensure that the Chu family's position as allies remained unchallenged by other families. I see. Then we certainly cannot allow Jiyu Yuding to have his way. Tang Lin nodded in agreement. Send someone to discreetly follow us. Do not let Jiyu Yuding notice, Chu Ming instructed. As for the items Chen Xian purchased, let them take them back later. Understood. Upon hearing Tang Lin's response, Chu Ming opened the car door and swiftly vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, due to Jiyu Yuding's presence, found herself endlessly circling the shopping mall. And no matter how hard she tried to shake him off, she simply could not rid herself of Jiyu Yuding. He clung to her like gum stuck to her shoe, driving Chen Xian to the brink of frustration. Whenever she paused, Jiyu Yuding would step forward, inquiring after her well-being, presenting himself as the epitome of an ideal boyfriend, which utterly disgusted Chen Xian. Miss Chen, do you like rings? Shall we go inside and take a look? Miss Chen, do you enjoy Western cuisine? Let me treat you to a meal. Miss Chen, these are roses I just bought. Please accept them, Miss Chen. Jiyu Yuding's incessant voice echoed in Chen Xian's ears, making her head feel like it might explode. Until she returned to the very spot where she had separated from Chu Ming. Miss Chen, what do you want? Chen Xian glared at Jiyu Yuding. Can you not pause for a moment? Jiyu Yuding, unfazed, forced a smile. Miss Chen, this is simply who I am. If you do not like it, I shall speak less. Chen Xian clenched her fists. This was the first time she had encountered such a shameless man. Just as she prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, a hand landed on Jiyu Yuding's shoulder. Long time no see, Dr. Jiyu. Chu Ming? Chen Xian's eyes brightened. She hurried to Chu Ming's side. You scoundrel, you finally returned. Quickly, help me get rid of him. Chen Xian pointed at Jiyu Yuding. Chu Ming, didn't you leave? Jiyu Yuding appeared quite astonished by Chu Ming's sudden appearance. He had clearly witnessed Chu Ming and Chen Xian having a fierce argument before Chu Ming abandoned her. Why had he returned? I merely went to buy Xian some milk tea. Chu Ming produced a cup of milk tea from behind and handed it to Chen Xian. She accepted the drink, only to be taken aback. It was a cup of peach oolong tea, with half the sugar, no ice, and added pearls. This was nearly the exact order Chen Xian always requested at the milk tea shop. How did Chu Ming know? Had he been investigating her preferences again? Chen Xian's cheeks flushed. However, Chu Ming was oblivious to her subtle emotions, his gaze coldly fixated on Jiyu Yuding across from him. Jiyu, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to cling to another man's girlfriend? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Jiyu Yuding was at a loss for words. For an elite like him, pursuing someone else's girlfriend was indeed disgraceful. Had he not seen Chu Ming arguing with Chen Xian, he would not have seized the opportunity to appear. If I recall correctly, my ex-girlfriend, Su Mingfei, is now your girlfriend, right? Chu Ming's voice turned icy. And now you come to pursue my current girlfriend. Or do you have a penchant for stealing others' partners? Dr. Jiyu, you. Jiyu Yuding's forehead throbbed with veins. Chu Ming, don't slander me. I've already broken up with Su Mingfei. I'm single now. Jiyu Yuding retorted. You and Miss Chen are not married, so why can't I pursue her? Is that so? Chu Ming's expression darkened. Now that makes it interesting. Chu Ming, you are merely the son of a small family. How could you possibly be worthy of Miss Chen? Jiyu Yuding sneered. With your status and financial situation, can you truly provide her with happiness? Don't be ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Chu Ming chuckled. If memory serves, the head of the Jiyu family has just gone missing. Hasn't he? The Jiyu family is currently being ostracized by the Su family and other clans. What makes you any different from us, the Chu family? Chu Ming, you. Jiyu Yuding gritted his teeth, although he wanted to deny it. The truth was undeniable. The Jiyu family was indeed being vigorously resisted by the Su family, and with other families piling on, they were experiencing a significant crisis. soon to fall from their position among the top 3 families. Gu Yuding clenched his fists. So what? Today, Gu Yuding will stick with Miss Chen. Let's see what Yu Chuming can do about it. Gu Yuding had shed all semblance of shame, after all, as long as he secured the Chen family's support. The Gu family's troubles could be resolved provided that Chen Xian spoke up. Gu Yuding, you are still too naive, Chu Ming remarked. I suspect you are hoping for the Chen family's assistance, aren't you? Gu Yuding remained silent, tacitly agreeing. What if I could tell you how to resolve the Gu family's predicament? Chu Ming spoke lightly. This matter stemmed from the Su family's targeting of the Chu family, and Chu Ming could indeed lend a hand to the Gu family. What did you say? Gu Yuding was taken aback. Yu Chuming can help our Gu family. Don't joke around. Gu Yuding hardly paid attention to Chu Ming's words. After all, Chu Ming was just a useless young master of the Chu family. What could he possibly do? Ha ha ha. Chu Ming laughed heartily. Gu Yuding, I have been negotiating with the Su family for quite some time. Even if I cannot help your Gu family, wouldn't it still be a suitable strategy to deal with the Su family? So I tell you, I have a way to make the Su family withdraw. Do you believe me? Chu Ming's words struck Gu Yuding like a thunderbolt. Gu Yuding shuddered. At that moment, he recalled the alliance between the Chu and Chen families, which had resolved the grievances with the Su family as well as the previous scandals involving the Su family's elder, Su Guoqin. Even the current enmity between the Gu and Su families seemed intricately tied to the Chu family. Could it be that this was all orchestrated by Chu Ming? If so, could Chu Ming truly help the Gu family break this deadlock? What is your plan? Gu Yuding asked, puzzled. Young master. A few black-clad bodyguards behind him were astonished and quickly cautioned. His words are absolutely untrustworthy. Silence. Gu Yuding waved his hand, signaling them to hush. The bodyguards gritted their teeth and retreated. Chu Ming. Gu Yuding gritted his teeth. If you can help our Gu family resolve this issue, I can represent the Gu family and ally with your Chu family. Furthermore, I can assure you that I will no longer pursue Miss Chen. Gu Yuding had no real affection for Chen Xian. After being kicked by her, he felt a lingering pain. No young master from a prominent family in the capital dared to provoke such a little vixen, were it not for the peril facing the Gu family. He would not shamelessly follow Chen Xian. Ha ha ha, this matter is simple, Chu Ming replied with a smile. Hand me your phone. Gu Yuding hesitated for a moment but ultimately unlocked it and handed it to Chu Ming. After all, Chu Ming was right in front of him and couldn't escape. Alright. In just half a minute, Chu Ming returned the phone to Gu Yuding. What did you do? Gu Yuding was baffled. What could Chu Ming possibly accomplish in such a short time? However, upon seeing the contents on the screen, his expression changed dramatically. He quickly looked up at Chu Ming. Is this for real? Indeed. Chu Ming smiled. I assure you that as long as you utilize this properly, the Su family will be in dire straits and will no longer pursue your Gu family. Gu Yuding took a deep breath. He hadn't anticipated that Su Mingfei was truly. His words trailed off, but he cast a wary glance at Chu Ming. With this, the Su family could indeed withdraw. As long as the Su family stepped back, the Gu family would have an opportunity for retaliation. What Chu Ming provided could indeed resolve the Gu family's crisis. Chu, brother. Gu Yuding inhaled deeply, cupping his fists in respect toward Chu Ming. His attitude had turned unexpectedly respectful. I apologize for any offense previously. Once this matter is resolved, our Gu family will surely pay a visit to express our gratitude. At this moment, Gu Yuding was entirely awestruck by the contents of the phone. And no longer did he regard Chu Ming as the useless young master of the Chu family nor as Su Mingfei's ex-boyfriend. All he desired now was to relay this information to the Gu family as swiftly as possible. Gratitude is unnecessary, but I can tell you that breaking up with Su Mingfei is undoubtedly a blessing. Chu Ming remarked with a smile, that woman is no good. While Su Mingfei was with Gu Yuding, she had been flirting with the young master of the Mo family in the capital. It was likely that in a few days Gu Yuding would find himself in dire straits. In a certain sense, Gu Yuding and the pre-transmigration Chu Ming were cut from the same cloth. I understand. Gu Yuding nodded earnestly, casting a grateful glance at Chu Ming. In that case, I shall not intrude upon the two of you any longer. Gu Yuding smiled apologetically. He was eager to distance himself from Chen Xian. This little vixen was not someone an ordinary person could handle. By the way, before I leave, Brother Chu, have a question that I'm unsure whether to ask. Gu Yuding hesitated. Speak, Chu Ming inquired. Puzzled. Gu Yuding glanced at Chen Xian and gritted his teeth. Brother Chu, you have acted with virtue in the face of grievances, and I feel quite ashamed. Thus I advise you, should you ever find yourself unable to endure certain vixens, feel free to come to the Jiu family. I Jiu Yuding have several gentle and virtuous sisters waiting for you. Upon hearing this, both Chu Ming and Chen Xian were momentarily stunned. Chen Xian's anger flared. Jiu Yuding, who are you referring to? This statement was akin to directly accusing Chen Xian. Chu Ming was equally surprised that Jiu Yuding would utter such words. Upon witnessing Chen Xian's furious expression, Jiu Yuding broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Chu, I shall take my leave now. I will have someone deliver Miss Chen's belongings to Chiyu Lake. Jiu Yuding hastily made his exit. That wretched Jiu Yuding. Chen Xian fumed, her teeth clenched in frustration. If he has the guts, let him not run. I will make him pay dearly. Chen Xian was seething. Jiu Yuding had taken advantage of the situation and was now mocking her. Enough, Chu Ming said. The trouble has been dealt with. I should be heading back now. Wait. Chen Xian grasped Chu Ming's arm and declared, accompany me for dinner before you return. Chu Ming was taken aback. On what grounds? Did you not just say that I am your girlfriend? Chen Xian laughed mischievously. What, you are unwilling to dine with your girlfriend? That's not true. Chu Ming glared at Chen Xian. Miss Chen, let's not indulge in fantasies during the day. If you and I were together, it would be you who gained the advantage. Chen Xian shot back. Is that so? Then I shall decline this advantage, Chu Ming retorted, withdrawing his right arm from Chen Xian's grasp. Click. A handcuff suddenly clamped onto Chu Ming's wrist. Chu Ming, allow me to inform you. Whether you wish to go today or not, you shall go. I am most eager to see who possesses greater resolve. Chen Xian fastened one end of the handcuffs to her own wrist. And then, with a flick of her wrist, she cast the key into the crowd, where it vanished without a trace. Chu Ming's expression shifted from astonishment to pallor in an instant. Has Chen Xian lost her mind? Chen Xian, do not force my hand. Chu Ming gritted his teeth. I am determined to compel you, and what of it? Chen Xian laughed playfully. Do you not realize how fortunate you are? Who in the entirety of the capital would not desire to dine with me? Yet here you are hesitating. Are you not a man? Chu Ming clenched his jaw in frustration. Chen Xian was undeniably capricious and obstinate, and what was most exasperating was that he had no way to counter her antics. Are you not afraid I shall free myself from these cuffs and escape? Chu Ming inquired coldly. Perhaps. Chen Xian pondered for a moment, then with a decisive click, she affixed the other end of the cuffs to Chu Ming's wrist. Now, you cannot easily break free, she said with satisfaction. Chu Ming. He wished he could slap himself for his imprudent words. Had it been just one cuff, he could have utilized his internal energy to gradually twist it apart. But now, that was no longer feasible. Come, I have a craving for dongpo pork from your Linju city, Chen Xian said with a giggle, pulling Chu Ming along. The sky darkened as night approached. Meanwhile, in the Chen family estate in the capital, Chen Changgu, the head of the Chen family, was engrossed in calligraphy when a knock echoed at the door. Enter, he replied without lifting his gaze. Master, we have located the underworld king, and the elders of the family have successfully captured him alive. A cloaked subordinate reported softly. Oh. Chen Changgu set down his brush, intrigued. Where is he? He is currently under house arrest in room number 3. Bring him to me. I have matters to discuss. Understood. Following Chen Changgu's command, the subordinate withdrew. Within 5 minutes, Chu Quan was brought in, bound tightly and guarded by 9 of the Chen family's protectors. Upon seeing Chu Quan's face, Chen Changgu furrowed his brows. You are the underworld king. He was somewhat taken aback, for Chu Quan appeared exceedingly young, no more than 18, perhaps. You are Chen Changgu. Chu Quan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the elderly gentleman in splendid attire. It is I. Chen Changgu smiled. It has been many days since we last met. Your Excellency the Underworld King, you have met me? Chu Kuang was momentarily stunned. Since his rebirth, he had never ventured to the capital. How could Chen Qiangu possibly recognize him? An expression of disbelief flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes. Ha ha, do you not recall attending a banquet at my Chen family estate, where you injured my family's fourth elder? Chen Qiangu chuckled. I attended your banquet and injured your fourth elder? Chu Kuang murmured in confusion. He was certain such an event had never occurred. What are you speaking of? Do not fret, I harbor no ill will. Chen Qiangu replied with a chuckle. I merely wish to confirm your identity. Are you truly the underworld king? Chen Qiangu inquired. Chu Kuang inhaled deeply, casting a wary glance at Chen Qiangu, after a prolonged silence. He finally nodded hesitantly. I am. Then it is settled. Chen Qiangu smiled, though you are quite young, which makes it seem improbable. At that moment, a black-clad guard stepped forward to hand Chen Qiangu a document. Master, here are the details regarding this individual, please review. Chen Qiangu accepted the document, his gaze sweeping over it. Chu Kuang, son of Chu Pinghai, the fourth son of the Chu family, currently a senior in Class 8 at Linju High School. Chu Pinghai, the fourth son of the Chu family, the youngest son of Chu Nanqian, was expelled from the family many years ago for insisting on marrying an ordinary woman and has yet to return. He founded the Pinghai Company, focusing on the clothing industry. Chen Qiangu perused the information, forming a rough impression of Chu Kuang. Now it makes sense why you would assist the Chu family. Chen Qiangu nodded. And it is clear you have chosen to remain incognito while secretly aiding them. This explains your desire to conceal your identity. In Chen Qiangu's view, Chu Kuang was using the title of Underworld King to navigate the Chen family out of respect for Chu Pinghai's status. Otherwise, if Chu Nanqian were aware that this Underworld King was his grandson, he would not easily accept the extremes of bloodshed. Quite intriguing, Chen Qiangu assessed Chu Kuang, noting that while he was youthful, he was not significantly younger than his own disobedient granddaughter, who was 22 years of age. Chen Xian's age was precisely what Chen Qiangu had in mind when considering a suitable match, ideally around 24. However, given that the blood of the Underworld King could awaken the jade pendant within Chen Xian, perhaps a slight age difference would suffice. In 3 years, when Chu Kuang is 21, Chen Xian will only be 25. At which point they could be Wednesday. Chen Qiangu regarded Chu Kuang with a smile, nodding approvingly. Chu Kuang, however, was utterly perplexed. What was this elegantly dressed elder contemplating that made him wear such a smile? Chu Kuang felt an unsettling sense of danger. Someone, Chen Qiangu commanded. What are your orders, master? The black-clad guards immediately knelt, awaiting instructions. Release this Underworld King from his bindings. The guards exchanged glances, hesitating. What seems to be the matter? Chen Qiangu's brow furrowed. Master, this individual injured the fourth elder and ought to face severe punishment. If we release him hastily, it could lead to… Nonsense. Chen Qiangu exploded. I command you to release him. There is no room for further discussion. Chen Qiangu shot a glare at the guards, and his authoritative presence caused them to tremble. Reluctantly, they proceeded to untie Chu Kuang. Soon, Chu Kuang found himself free of restraints. He flexed his wrists and regarded Chen Qiangu curiously. What is it you intend to do with me? Nothing of consequence, Chen Qiangu replied with a smile. I merely wish to invite you to be a guest at my Chen family estate. Is that so? Chu Kuang retorted coldly. Your Chen family certainly has a unique way of extending invitations. Chu Kuang had been seething throughout the journey. He had nearly wounded the so-called false Underworld King, only to be thwarted by 2 unexpected interlopers who not only blocked his attack but also injured him. Furthermore, the commander of the Linju military district, Jiu Shengwu, had attempted to humiliate him. Throughout the ordeal, Chu Kuang had silently vowed to repay those who had wronged him. Perhaps those under my command are unaware of my intentions and acted rashly. I hope the Underworld King can be forgiving, Chen Qiangu added with a smile. HMPH. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes, snorted softly and fell silent. Insolence. Observing Chu Kuang's demeanor, several black-clad guards immediately shouted, This is our Chen family's master. You, a mere castaway of the Chu family, should show some respect. What did you say? Chu Kuang's gaze darkened as it fell upon the guards who had spoken. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had seized one of their necks with his right hand. You. The guard was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Chu Kuang to dare raise a hand against him on the Chen family's territory. I need not explain my actions to you. Do mere ants presume to chatter in my presence? Chu Kuang's voice turned icy. After a long day of travel, though he bore numerous injuries, his internal energy had mostly recovered. At this moment, capturing a black-clad guard of considerable skill was a trivial task for him. Chapter 129. The false underworld king. Seeing this scene, everyone froze in shock. Many quickly reacted, attempting to subdue Chu Kuang once more. However, at that instant Chen Qiangu's voice rang out. Hold, master. The guards prepared to act were taken aback, glancing toward Chen Qiangu. Allow me to handle this personally, Chen Qiangu said in a low voice. Understood, though reluctant. The guards inhaled deeply and withdrew. Chu Kuang, still holding the guard, cast a cold gaze at Chen Qiangu. He did not trust Chen Qiangu, just as he trusted no one else. Chu Kuang trusted only himself. Chen Qiangu, what is it you truly seek? Chu Kuang inquired coldly. I seek nothing of ill intent, Chen Qiangu replied with a smile. The underworld king need not be so anxious. Why not engage in a transaction with me? A transaction? Chu Kuang asked, puzzled. Yes, a transaction, Chen Qiangu replied calmly. I offer certain conditions in exchange for you serving as a guest elder of the Chu family for 10 years. What did you say? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Chen Qiangu, who has no ties to him, dares to claim that he has injured the fourth elder of the Chen family and even wishes to appoint me as a guest elder of the Chen clan. Surely Chen Qiangu must be out of his mind. If I refuse, what then? Chu Kuang inquired in a low voice. If you refuse, nothing will happen, Chen Qiangu replied with a smile. The esteemed lord of the underworld is merely a distinguished guest of the Chen family. Not one of our own. Should the lord of the underworld choose to decline, you are free to leave, and the Chen family shall not impede your departure. Chu Kuang took a deep breath. Suddenly casting the black-clad guard in his hand aside, this is intriguing, he remarked with a cold smile directed at Chen Qiangu. So any condition I put forth will be met with agreement. Indeed, Chen Qiangu nodded. As long as it is within the capabilities of the Chen family, we shall strive to fulfill the Lord of the Underworld's requests. For the future of Chen Xian, Chen Qiangu was willing to stake the entire Chen family. After all, she was his most cherished granddaughter. Chen Qiangu would never allow her to live a life of desolation. The item I seek is quite simple, and I am certain your Chen family possesses it. Chu Kuang stated nonchalantly. Feel free to speak, Lord of the Underworld, Chen Qiangu responded. Chu Kuang fixed a grave gaze upon Chen Qiangu before suddenly exclaiming, I require all training resources from the level of inner force experts to the Dao entrance realm. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. The expressions of the black-clad guards turned peculiar. Why would Chu Kuang seek resources spanning from inner force experts to those of the Dao entrance realm? While the Chen family could indeed provide such resources with ease, for whom were they intended? The Lord of the Underworld was evidently on par with the fourth elder, likely at least a peak master or grandmaster level warrior. If he desired resources, surely they would need to be for grandmaster to Dao entrance cultivation. There was something amiss. Chen Qiangu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Chu Kuang. May I inquire, Lord of the Underworld? Will you be utilizing these cultivation resources for yourself? Indeed, Chu Kuang replied with a calm smile, unashamed to admit it. After all, the Chen family was well aware of his strength, having captured him. Yet, little did they know that they were oblivious to the true extent of Chu Kuang's abilities. The Chen family had merely assessed Chu Ming's prowess, not that of Chu Kuang. There was certainly something amiss. Chen Qiangu re-evaluated Chu Kuang. With his discerning eye, he could see that Chu Kuang bore injuries. Yet he remained unaware of his true cultivation level. This was likely due to the peculiar nature of the Wangu Mingdao Ju technique. Chen Qiangu scrutinized Chu Kuang intently, and suddenly, in a flash, he struck out, attempting to land a palm on Chu Kuang's chest. Chu Kuang seemed to be prepared, raising his hand to meet the force of Chen Qiangu's palm. However, once the wind from the palm descended, Chu Kuang's expression changed. Chen Qiangu's cultivation level was, in fact, at the Grandmaster realm. Caught off guard, Chu Kuang was abruptly sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. He spat a mouthful of blood and, as he lifted his gaze, fixed his stare on Chen Qiangu, who appeared equally stunned. How could this be? the Lord of the Underworld had wounded the fourth elder, indicating he was at least a peak master. Yet Chen Changu's strike had only demonstrated the level of a novice master. How could he have inflicted such damage on Chu Quan? Chen Changu stood frozen in place, unable to articulate a single word. He could not fathom why this Chu Quan was so weak. I shall forever remember this palm strike from the head of the family. Chu Quan gritted his teeth, swiftly making his escape from the study amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The black-clad guards were momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality. Pursue him. Do not let him escape. Wait. Just as the guards prepared to chase after him, Chen Changu suddenly spoke. Send word for others to pursue. He cannot escape from here, head of the family. That is the Lord of the Underworld. One black-clad guard gritted his teeth and protested. Last time, we failed to catch him. This is my command. Chen Changu replied solemnly. As for you, go to Chen Fengming and summon him to see me. The black-clad guard took a deep breath. Since Chen Changu had issued the order, they had no choice but to obey. Yes, we will comply with the head of the family's orders. The guards dispersed. Barely 5 minutes later, a white-clad elder entered the study. Head of the family, you called for me? It was Chen Fengming, the sixth elder of the Chen family, who had been dispatched by Chen Changu to retrieve the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld has been captured, Chen Changu said flatly. Captured? Where is he? Chen Fengming's eyes brightened with a glint of excitement. He recalled with anger how the Lord of the Underworld had trampled on his face. If he encountered that scoundrel again, he would ensure he paid dearly. He has escaped, Chen Changu replied. Escaped? Chen Fengming's expression turned blank. Head of the family, what is the outcome? Did he slip away once more? He cannot escape, Chen Changu stated. However, the Lord of the Underworld's cultivation is merely at the level of an inner force expert. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengming expressed confusion. Head of the family, how can that be? The Lord of the Underworld is at least a peak master, if not a grandmaster. He had personally witnessed the Lord of the Underworld injuring the fourth elder at the Chen family's banquet. It was undeniable. I find this quite strange as well, Chen Changu replied, taking a deep breath and knitting his brows. But the Lord of the Underworld indeed only possesses the strength of an inner force expert. I have verified this myself. How can this be? Chen Fengming found it hard to believe. Could it be that the Lord of the Underworld we captured was an impostor? Chen Changu abruptly turned to Chen Fengming, pondering for several seconds before speaking gravely. You and I are on the same page. But head of the family, how could there be a fake Lord of the Underworld? Chen Fengming queried, perplexed. Quite simply. We did not capture the true Lord of the Underworld, but merely a stand-in, Chen Changu replied solemnly. That Lord of the Underworld is truly cunning, having used the offspring of the Chu family's discarded heir to take his place. Head of the family, what do you propose we do next? Chen Fengming hesitated before asking, should we release this Lord of the Underworld and attempt to recapture the real one? Unnecessary, Chen Changu shook his head. He spread a piece of white paper on the table, which bore 2 characters, Lord of the Underworld. What does the head of the family mean? Chen Fengming asked, puzzled. Since this Lord of the Underworld wishes to engage me in a game of chess, I shall retaliate, Chen Changu declared, picking up a brush and adding strokes to the characters, transforming Lord of the Underworld into Lord of the Underworld 8. Ha ha ha. Chen Changu laughed heartily, putting down the brush. We are in the capital. How could my Chen family comply with the wishes of this Lord of the Underworld? Even a dragon must lie low before my Chen family. Send word to apprehend the false Lord of the Underworld and retrieve Xian. Moreover, in the name of the Lord of the Underworld, we shall host an engagement banquet. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengming was taken aback. What? Chen Fengming struggled to comprehend Chen Changu's words, knowing that the Lord of the Underworld was a fake. Why would they still hold an engagement banquet? Head of the family, this may be inappropriate, Chen Fengming suggested directly. Since we are aware that he is an impostor, we should not allow him to become engaged to the young lady. You are aware that once an engagement is established, it cannot be undone. The Chen family is a prestigious lineage, the foremost family in the capital. If they were to break off the engagement, it would surely become a subject of gossip. I ask you, did I ever say that Xian should be engaged to that impostor? Chen Qiangu raised his head and asked mockingly. Chen Fengming was momentarily taken aback. You just said. His words trailed off abruptly. Chen Fengming suddenly grasped the implication. Chen Qiangu meant for Chen Xian to be engaged to the true lord of the underworld, while the false one could not possibly be the real lord of the underworld. Thus the Chen family was inherently in a position of advantage. Head of the family, you truly are remarkable, Chen Fengming exclaimed in admiration. Using the name of the lord of the underworld to bait the real one out. What a brilliant stratagem! Even if they failed to capture this false lord of the underworld, the Chen family could easily fabricate another one and wait for the genuine lord of the underworld to take the bait. This plan was no longer a conspiracy. It was a bold maneuver by Chen Qiangu. To accomplish this, they first needed to retrieve Xian. This girl has been away from home for quite some time. Is there any news? Chen Qiangu inquired. Indeed there is, Chen Fengming replied. We have discovered several transactions on the young lady's bank card in Linju City, leading us to believe she is currently there. Linju City? Chen Qiangu frowned. If I recall correctly, that is where the Lord of the Underworld was last seen. Indeed, Linju City is quite suspicious. However, my subordinates believe it to be merely a coincidence, Chen Fengming explained. According to our intelligence, the Lord of the Underworld has a disciple named Chu Ming, who resides in Linju City. It is highly likely that the Lord of the Underworld went to visit him. I understand now, Chen Qiangu nodded, contemplating for a few seconds. First bring Xian back and simultaneously capture this Chu Ming, bringing him to the capital. Capture Chu Ming? Chen Fengming exclaimed in surprise, but that Chu Ming is the eldest son of the Chu family. The one who discovered the extreme blood blade. If we act rashly, it may provoke the Chu family's ire. What is a mere Chu family to me? Chen Qiangu scoffed. Even if I were to demand Chu Ming's life, would Chu Nanqian dare to utter a word against it? The bonds forged through noble alliances are mere transactions of self-interest. The Chen family seeks the bloodshed of the underworld, while the Chu family desires the protection of Chen. As time unfolds, will not the fate of the Chu family ultimately lie in the hands of the Chen family? The capital has never been a realm of tranquility. It is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. The head of the family instructed his subordinates to promptly dispatch someone to retrieve the young lady and that Chu Ming. Chen Fengming immediately complied. Go and handle the matter efficiently, Chen Qiangu said nonchalantly. The engagement of Chen Xian is but one facet. Capturing Chu Ming is another. Under these two circumstances, Chen Qiangu harbors doubts that the true king of hell would refrain from visiting the Chen family. Understood. Upon hearing his command, Chen Fengming respectfully bowed and departed the study, leaving Chen Qiangu alone within. Chen Qiangu gazed at the calligraphy upon the Zhuan paper on the table. Abruptly, he swiped it away, and the characters spelling King of Hell vanished into thin air. King of Hell? How amusing. 1,000 miles away, in Linju City, Chen Xian and Chu Ming were enjoying a late-night meal in a quaint bamboo pavilion by the West Lake. Chu Ming's arm was restrained by an iron railing affixed to the table, while Chen Xian poured him a glass of red wine. Chu Ming, stop sulking. We're out to have fun, so lighten up. Chen Xian giggled. This meal is on me. Chu Ming shot her a glare. You've bound my right hand. How am I supposed to eat? Well, that's beyond my control. If you hadn't been so restless on the way here, you might not have nearly escaped twice, Chen Xian retorted with a pout. If I hadn't tied you up here, what would have happened if you tried to run away again? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's forehead twitched. He had indeed almost managed to flee, even nearly reaching Chiyu Lake the second time. Little did he know that Chen Xian had been waiting for him there, having planted a tracking device on him. This woman is too cunning. What if we do this? Chen Xian proposed. Let's cancel the agreement from last month and I'll let you go. How does that sound? Absolutely not, Chu Ming flatly rejected. Then let us shorten it to a week, shall we? Impossible. Well then, just eat your meal, Chen Xian said, raising her hands in defeat. You. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, just as he prepared to forcibly break the handcuff. His pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a black phone. Could it be that this time the reward had arrived? Chu Ming's eyes lit up. He struggled to dig into his right pocket with his left hand and finally retrieved the phone. You have 15 messages from the Urban Immortal Cultivation app. Please check. Upon reading this notification, the bitterness on Chu Ming's face transformed into sheer elation. He only needed a small fraction of the storyline points to unlock the storyline shop. With a stroke of luck, he might succeed this time. Chapter 131. 2 rewards. What's got you so happy? Chen Xian arched her brow. She had intended to tease Chu Ming but was taken aback when he suddenly beamed. Nothing, Chu Ming replied cautiously, quickly suppressing his smile and casting a calm glance at Chen Xian. The existence of the Black Phone and the Urban Immortal Cultivation app must remain a secret from her. You reacting strange, Chen Xian muttered. What is it? I want to know. It's none of your business, Chu Ming replied coolly. Chu Ming, I command you. Before Chen Xian could finish her sentence, the waiter brought out the dishes. This is Dongpo pork, Beggar's chicken, Westlake vinegar fish and Hangzhou 3 delicacies. Enjoy your meal. A lavish spread of Hangzhou cuisine was laid out, its aroma tantalizing. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. She completely disregarded Chu Ming. Her focus entirely on the food. Chu Ming could even see the glimmer of greed in her eyes at that moment. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Xian was distracted, Chu Ming opened his phone. Congratulations. You have successfully reversed the original plot. Storyline points 60. Reward. Ming Blade. Initial Form 1. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. The Ming Blade. Chu Ming was taken aback upon seeing this reward. He promptly accessed his inventory to check the description of the Ming Blade. Ming Blade. Initial form. The legendary King of Hell excels in blades and swords. Each cut is unmatched. Note: this item is still in its initial form. It can be refined by dripping blood to acknowledge its master. If it reaches its ultimate form, it can evolve into the King of Hell's Holy Blade. The King of Hell's Holy Blade. Chu Ming took a deep breath. He had encountered this item in the original work. In the latter part of the King of Hell's tale, Chu Kuang fought in the Netherworld, wielding this blade to vanquish the old 18 Yama kings in a single stroke. That battle solidified the King of Hell's divine status. This is intriguing. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's face. If he could fully refine this Ming blade, it should yield a treasure capable of instilling fear in the Netherworld. The King of Hell's Holy Blade. This time, it's a worthwhile endeavor. Chu Ming chuckled and scrolled down for more updates. Sure enough, he had received storyline points rewards for his earlier confrontation with Chu Kuang on the arena. Congratulations, your attack had a significant impact on the original protagonist. Reward. Storyline points 50. Congratulations, your attack had a significant impact on the original protagonist. Reward. Storyline points 50. Congratulations. Your attack had an extreme impact on the original protagonist. Reward. Storyline points 100. Congratulations. Your attack had an extreme impact on the original protagonist. Reward. Storyline points 100. Chu Ming was suddenly taken aback upon seeing these 4 messages. Why are there so few points? He was astonished that he hadn't inflicted a fatal blow on Chu Kuang this time. Recalling the circumstances, he realized that just as they were about to go all out, the military had intervened. Thus, the points for defeating Chu Kuang were incomplete. Damn that Jiu Shengwu. Chu Ming's forehead twitched with anger. It was all because of Jiu Shengwu meddling in affairs that he only received 300 reward points. This is bad. He wondered if this would be enough to unlock the storyline shop. Chu Ming felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He quickly continued to scroll down. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, you have advanced the plot progress. Current plot progress. 9. Additional reward. Storyline points 20. Remaining storyline points. 804. Note: the protagonist's luck index. 91. Progressing the plot can significantly weaken the protagonist's luck and enhance the user's. As expected, it's not enough. Chu Ming's face fell. He still needed 196 storyline points. If he completed some side quests, it was uncertain how long that would take, but now that Chu Kuang had been captured by the military, he had no means to trouble him further. All of this was Jiu Shengwu's doing. Chu-Ming gritted his teeth. If he could land 2 more powerful attacks on Chu Quan, wouldn't that enable him to unlock the storyline shop? He still needed to find those 196 storyline points. What should he do? Chu-Ming sighed softly. Wait a minute, excluding the item descriptions, there were only 10 messages. What about the other 5? Chu-Ming was suddenly struck by a realization. Something seemed amiss. He swiftly scrolled down to investigate. Congratulations. You have greatly reversed the original plot. Storyline points 120. Reward. Storyline points 20. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, you have advanced the plot progress. Current plot progress, 12. Remaining storyline points, 944. Staring at these words, Chu-Ming was dumbfounded. Why did 2 notifications come in succession?